My name is Duke, and in the middle of a blazing summer day, I was working in the wheat fields, harvesting under the hot sun while a strange skill tree in my mind began to change my life. In the height of July, the sky was a deep blue, and the sun burned like fire above it. Across the endless plains, the wheat fields stretched far and wide, broken into small patches like scattered stars. The summer wind swept over the land, and the wheat rolled in waves. Far in the fields, you could see a few tiny black figures moving through the gold. Those were the workers cutting wheat. I bent low with a sickle in my hand, cutting the wheat one stalk at a time. Sweat dripped from my chin onto the dry brown ground, and it vanished almost at once. The sickle was the only thing I owned, and the only thing I could truly rely on. Its surface was covered in rust like old dried blood, but the blade itself was very sharp and bright. "Little Duke, finish this row and come eat. Aunt Anna has made wheat cakes," a strong man called out while waving his sickle. At the mention of food, my eyes lit up. I was tired and hungry after working all morning. I licked my dry lips and answered, "Got it, Uncle John." We both bent down again and worked even harder. Our linen clothes were already soaked through with sweat. After finishing that patch of wheat, we finally walked to the shade of a nearby tree to rest for a while and escape the burning sun. Soon, Aunt Anna came from the far fields carrying 2 buckets. Inside were wheat cakes and clear water. Her arms were stronger than many men in the village, and she carried the buckets across the furrows with steady steps. As she brought lunch, the other peasants working in the fields also came over. I quickly took a wheat cake from the bucket with one hand and drank a few mouthfuls of water from the wooden ladle with the other. In my past life, I had at least gone through higher education, so I knew not to drink too fast. But if I waited even a little, someone else would have used the ladle before me. And Anna saw how eager I was and laughed while scolding me with her hands on her hips. "You little brat, working for Earl Hardy means there are plenty of wheat cakes. No need to rush." I smiled and bit into the thick yellow dry cake in my hand. I had been an orphan since I was young and had barely survived thanks to the villagers. Uncle John's family lived nearby, and whenever there was work, they always brought me along so I could earn something to eat. I never feared hard work. I would do any job as long as it filled my stomach. I was honest about it too. I did not act better than anyone just because I had transmigrated into this world. I only wanted one thing, to stop being hungry all the time. The wheat cake tasted bad, but it filled the stomach. That alone made it precious. Many peasants could not even afford to eat something this plain. We were working for Earl Hardy, and because of that, we got one free meal of wheat cakes each day. All the huge wheat fields around us belonged to Earl Hardy. I sat under the tree and chewed my wheat cake while enjoying the cool breeze on my face. After eating, I could lie down and sleep for a while under the tree, then get back to work when the sun was less harsh. The Lord's meal was not really free at all. I ate 3 wheat cakes in one meal. At 16 years old, I was still growing, and even after eating so much, I still felt hungry. My body had very little fat, so hunger came back fast once I started working again. After eating, I found a comfortable place under the tree and lay down to rest. Then with a thought, a small tree appeared in my mind. It was planted in a void and stood only about 1 meter tall. It had just one trunk, and on that trunk was a tiny green bud. If you did not look closely, you would barely notice it. I focused on the bud and received some information. Scythe, level 1, 989/1000. All the skills I had would become branches of this skill tree. By training them, they would level up through repeated practice. As the levels rose, the tree would slowly unlock 4 forms: budding, sprouting leaves, flowering, and bearing fruit. Each form would bring some unknown reward. I had been in this body for some time, but this tree had only appeared today. I had swung the scythe all morning, and I was still just short of maxing out the skill. I sat on the ground and swung the scythe hard, but nothing happened. I did not gain any proficiency. After thinking for a moment, I stood up, planted my feet firmly, and used my waist, shoulders, and arms to swing the blade properly. Scythe, level 1, 990/1000. Just swinging it casually does not increase the skill, I thought. So I kept swinging it again and again. Only when I was completely out of breath did the scythe skill finally level up. Scythe, level 2, 0/1300, at the same time. The tiny green bud on the branch of the skill tree changed. It grew into a soft young leaf. Scythe skill level up, gain 0.1 free attribute points. A new panel appeared from the trunk of the skill tree in my mind. Free attribute points, 0.1 from the skill tree's feedback. I learned that a normal adult man had 5 points in each stat. I'm really unbalanced, I thought. But in truth, my strength and the rest of my stats were normal. I was still not an adult, and since I had been weak and poorly fed since childhood, my body was naturally worse than others. Only my spiritual power stood out too much for some unknown reason. I looked at the zero point 0.1 free attribute point and thought about where to put it. In the end, I added it to Constitution. The moment I did not feel much change, only a warm current moving briefly through my body before fading away. Constitution improved stamina, physical strength, and basic fitness. Right now, that was exactly what I needed most. Strength and agility were not very important for farming because cutting wheat did not need much force. Constitution mattered more. I also thought about how raising Constitution would help my body recover faster and resist sickness better. The medical standards in this world were frightening. A small injury could easily become deadly. In the afternoon, we returned to the fields and bent down again to cut the wheat. This time harvesting felt much easier than before, and the sickle felt lighter in my hand. Still, the work was the same, dull, tiring, and exhausting. My body was already soaked with sweat, and my bare arms were covered in tiny cuts from the wheat. Sometimes I had to stop and wipe the sweat from my forehead so it would not blur my eyes. Only when the sun finally sank in the west and dusk came did we begin packing up to end the day's work. I wiped sweat from my forehead and felt completely drained. My body was so tired it almost collapsed, and even my steps were shaky. My back hurt the most. After bending over all afternoon to cut wheat, I could barely straighten up. But the hard work was not without reward. The scythe skill was now almost full. It was only a few dozen points away from leveling up again. If I had not needed to rush home before dark, I might have forced myself to finish grinding the remaining points. With a visible progress bar in front of me, I worked with great energy and had no thought of being lazy at all. Widening village is a peaceful and serene little village, where Duke has lived for 16 years. As he returned to the village, he happened to see the sun's last rays, with wisps of smoke rising under the dark yellow sky. Back in his mud house, Duke used the last bit of chestnut rice and wheat bran, along with wild vegetables he gathered on the way, to cook a pot of porridge, barely managing a meal. This amount of food was not enough for him, but there was nothing else to eat at home, so he could only remain hungry. After nightfall, the night was like ink, and no light could be seen in the entire village. Duke had half a tallow candle left at home, which had been stored for a long time but was reluctant to use. He stood in the yard holding a scythe, began to swing it with all his might, just to fill up the last few proficiency points. Despite feeling a bit hungry and physically exhausted with his muscles aching, Duke held on tenaciously. His thoughts were simple. Since he had this golden opportunity, he needed to cherish it even more. Only through hard work and sweat could he go further. Scythe skill level up. Strength +1 on the skill tree in Duke's mind. The green leaf representing the scythe skill quietly blossomed into a pale white flower. This time it's not free attribute points, but a direct enhancement of strength. Duke realized that the rewards from each skill level up seemed not fixed. It could be free attribute points, a direct enhancement of some attribute, or something else. This increase directly raised his strength to 5.4, surpassing that of an average adult male. The enhancement brought by this strength was quite evident. Duke found his muscles all over becoming more robust, making him look more burly. His frame wasn't as skinny as before. Apart from the physical changes, a lot of battle experience regarding the scythe also poured into his mind. Duke contemplated these experiences, always feeling that fighting with a scythe seemed a bit odd. Far less direct and effective than swords. Scythe, LV3, 0/1800, he glanced at the skill proficiency of the scythe, which still needed 1800 points. It couldn't be fully leveled in a short time, so he washed up simply with water from the water jar before going to bed. When sleeping, the scythe was right beside his pillow to make sure he could grab it as soon as he reached for it. The world wasn't peaceful, with countless bandits and robbers. The weather hadn't been good for the past 2 years. With droughts in many places, the Jade province where Duke was often experienced robberies in villages and towns. Lying in bed, Duke initially wanted to stay alert while sleeping, not sleeping too deeply. However, the fatigue from a long day overtook him once his head hit the pillow, and he fell into a deep sleep until morning. As the first light of dawn appeared, the village was already lively, with everyone preparing to head out to work. The villagers didn't own their land. They mostly farmed for nobles nearby or did other work like horse raising. Duke left with Uncle John and his family. Walking along the country path, his clothes were dampened by dew-covered wild grass. His luck was good today. He discovered a bush of raspberries, picking them all for breakfast. Uncle John looked at Duke, patted his shoulder and nodded. Young Duke has grown up and is quite sturdy. You might consider trying out for the militia team in the town. Militia team? Duke pondered while munching on the raspberries. The nearest town to Yining village was Endland Town, the largest town nearby. There was a militia team in town responsible for maintaining local security, a quite decent job for ordinary villagers. Endland Town was under the domain of Earl Hardy. Joining the militia team was tantamount to joining the ranks of Earl Hardy. Apart from the elevated status, one could earn a whole 10 silver coins a month. Duke and others helped reap wheat for 5 days, earning only 20 copper coins in total. Today was the last day of wheat reaping, needing just half a day to finish the remaining work. They took advantage of the cool morning before the sunrise to start a day's labor. Duke found wheat reaping quite easy now. After a night's rest, he felt spirited. He handled the scythe as if it was a part of his body. With the strength boost, it only took a slight effort to reap a patch of wheat. While Uncle John had only reaped half a row, Duke had already finished reaping 1 row. It only took a little more than an hour in the afternoon to finish all the wheat here. Scythe. LV3, 1358/1800. Duke took a look. The scythe skill was still some way from leveling up, so he decided to continue leveling it up when he got back. After reaping, they helped load the wheat onto carts. A well-dressed middle-aged man stood on the ridge, directing the people in loading. This was Earl Hardy's steward named Matthew. Seeing the wheat almost completely loaded, Matthew cleared his throat and said in the Vera Kingdom's standard language, "Come line up for your wages. And those who work today can also head to Endland Tea. Own to collect a bundle of wheat straw as thanks for the Earl's grace." Everyone lowered their heads, with their right hands over their hearts, expressing gratitude toward Earl Hardy. With this wheat straw, sleeping tonight would be more comfortable, thought Duke. He was still sleeping on a hard wooden board, so adding a layer of wheat straw would make it softer. After receiving 20 copper coins, Duke wasn't planning to return to the village yet. He wanted to first head to town to buy some chestnut rice, as there was no food left at home. You're going to town? Then you could talk to Captain Wood about the militia team. I remember they were recruiting recently. Uncle John said. Wood was the militia team captain in the town, known for his uprightness, helping many commoners solve problems and highly reputable in the nearby areas. Duke nodded. After some thought, he also decided to give it a try. By joining the militia team, he would undergo militia training and come into contact with more weapons, unlocking more skills. He currently only had the scythe skill, and it was already in the flowering state. After reaching full level, there probably wouldn't be any further improvement. Upon hearing that Duke was heading to town, Uncle Lion invited him to ride with him on the donkey cart. The distance to town was quite far, so riding the donkey cart would be easier. Uncle Lion was from a nearby village, primarily growing pumpkins, and was heading to town to sell the pumpkins on the cart. Duke tied the scythe at his waist and found a small spot among the pumpkins aboard, sitting on the narrow wooden board, keeping balance by holding onto the sides. Uncle Lion wore a straw hat, a battered old pipe in mouth, flicked the whip, and drove the donkey cart towards the town. The road to the town is not smooth, making one's rear ache from the bumps. At the entrance of Endland Town, Duke waved goodbye to Uncle Leon, who was heading to the market to sell pumpkins. He followed the directions in his memory and arrived at the militia training ground, located in an open space on the northern side of the town. There was a sign hanging at the entrance of the training ground outlining the recruitment requirements for militia. Under 30, physically strong. Duke's luck was good. Today, Captain Wood happened to be at the training ground. He was a man looking to be in his 30s with a full beard. Wood glanced at Duke up and down, patted Duke's shoulder, arms, back, and thighs, and nodded. Your physical condition is not bad. Duke from Yining village, right? You can start militia training tomorrow. The whole process was very simple, taking just 2 minutes, and Duke became a member of the militia reserve team. All he needed to do was pass the training to get the job. Duke hadn't expected it to be so simple. And he left the training ground, heading to the local grain store to buy some foods. 4 copper coins per pound for chestnut rice. Duke frowned. Previously, chestnut rice only cost 3 copper coins per pound, but now it had directly increased by 1 copper coin. Looking at the 20 copper coins in his pocket, Duke felt a bit helpless. The shop owner sighed, "We can't help it. The grain prices are rising throughout the Jade province. In some places, it's even 6 or 7 copper coins per pound. Thanks to Earl Hardy's care, we can still control the prices here." Faced with this situation, Duke could only choose to accept it, buying 5 pounds of chestnut rice with his 20 copper coins, carrying them in a small bag in his hand. Duke glanced at the sky and quickened his pace to leave the town and return to the village. As he passed by a meat shop, he couldn't help stopping. A big black pig was being butchered, fresh flesh slowly being cut out, along with a large chunk of fat, thick with grease. At first glance, it was a wild boar hunted from the forest, probably weighing more than 300 pounds, quite the bounty. Pity the forest belongs to Earl Hardy. Not everyone can hunt there. Only a few have permission. The wild boar might have been a spoils from some noble's hunting expedition, casually given to a servant to handle. Duke swallowed as he looked at the fat and grease. In his previous life, such fat was not favored. But in this era, this type of fat is considered a big tonic. Duke touched his empty pocket and could only carry his small bag of chestnut rice, continuing to speed up on his way home. At night, as everyone else in the village had gone to sleep, Duke was still in his yard energetically wielding his scythe. He wanted to max out his scythe proficiency before tomorrow to better handle the training that starts then. Duke was not yet truly a part of the militia team. After training for a while, his spot would be confirmed. For now, he was just in the militia reserve. If his physical ability could improve further, he could perform better in the militia training. He looked at the skill tree in his mind, fervently swinging the scythe in his hand. After this swing, a warm current flowed through his body, and a message appeared in his mind. Scythe LV4 0/3000, scythe skill upgraded, constitution plus 0.5, strength plus 0.5, agility plus 0.5 free attribute points. 0 all attributes increased by 0.5. My physical fitness has already surpassed the standard line for ordinary adult men, Duke thought, looking at his attributes. He felt as though he had grown a bit taller. The linen clothes and pants he was wearing were now slightly smaller, becoming a bit tight. Jumped on the spot and felt his body was very light, with a strong strength hidden inside. He felt that if he threw a full punch now, his former self would have been knocked to the ground and unable to get up. Duke also noticed that on the skill tree, the scythe branch had yielded a green fruit. The fruit was still small, only slightly larger than a soybean, barely noticeable. He had thought reaching the max level would mean the end. But he didn't expect to continue upgrading after reaching level 4. Just needing 3,000 proficiency points this time. Duke guessed that when he maxed out the 3,000 proficiency points, the fruit should mature, but he didn't know what changes would occur. The next day, in inland town, at the training ground. When Duke arrived at the training ground, there were already over a dozen teenagers of similar age gathered here. Like him, these were all members of the militia reserve team, who would receive collective training together. Many of these teenagers seemed to know each other. Most were childhood friends from town, while some were traveling companions from other villages. Forming several distinct small circles, Duke's arrival drew their attention. A blonde teenager couldn't help but laugh when he saw Duke. "Look at this guy, dressed like a hobo. Don't tell me he's going to train with us." Levin was the son of a town merchant from a relatively wealthy family. Several of the town's teenagers usually hung out with him as their leader. At his words, the others couldn't help but laugh too. Due to Duke's rapid physical growth over the past few days, his old clothes were now quite short. Indeed, he looked somewhat shabby. He himself didn't care since it was summertime, no need for warmth, as long as the key areas were covered. As for the children's ridicule, Duke didn't mind. He wasn't a child anymore and wouldn't get upset over such trivial matters. Of course, if the other party continued to overstep, Duke would let them know whose fist was bigger. At that moment, Wood emerged from the room beside, wearing chain armor, holding a longsword. "Kids, come over here with me." He led them to an open space, planted the sword in the ground and said, "Today is the first day of your militia training. I hope you pay attention. During your training, I will select suitable candidates to stay. Today's lesson, basic swordsmanship." Wood briefly explained and began demonstrating essential movements of basic swordsmanship, teaching repeatedly from different angles, and then said, "All right, start practicing, I will instruct you." Duke found that the others either held a wooden sword or a real iron sword. He couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Wood, I don't have a sword." The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone looked over. Levin immediately noticed the scythe at Duke's waist and yelled out, "Look at that, he's planning to learn sword with a scythe." Others promptly noticed Duke's scythe, and seeing the rusty scythe and his short clothes, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The teenagers in these militia reserves, even if their families are not wealthy merchants, can at least wear a set of clean clothes. Wood stood in front of this group, appearing somewhat out of place. He only slightly furrowed his brow at the ridicule from these little brats, without much emotional fluctuation. Levin shouted with a serious expression, "Quiet. If anyone keeps talking, I'll kick him out." After he spoke, the group instantly became obedient, all diligently practicing the basics of swordsmanship. Behind Wood was Earl Hardy, with his background, strength, and prestige. Naturally, these little brats didn't dare to defy his words. Wood came to Duke's side, handed him a wooden sword, and said, "Kid, start practicing with this wooden sword. It's made of ironwood, so its weight is no different than a true sword and just as effective for training." "Thank you, Mr. Wood," Duke said, receiving the wooden sword with both hands. Wood noticed that Duke didn't seem embarrassed by the earlier incident, which made him appreciatively pat Duke's shoulder. After Duke received the wooden sword, he indeed felt its weight, but to him, it wasn't a problem, and he used it with ease. Others, regardless whether it was an iron sword or a wooden sword, still found it somewhat laborious to handle. The basics of swordsmanship are divided into footwork, attack techniques, and defensive techniques. Footwork includes forward steps, side steps, lunge steps, among others, each with its own unique way of applying force. Footwork is related to attack techniques such as thrusts, chops, picks, upward slashes, and slices, as well as defensive techniques like blocks and parries. This was Duke's first time encountering systematic swordsmanship training, and he found it somewhat strenuous. There was just too much for him to take in quickly. However, he had a good physique and excellent control over his body, allowing him to gradually master everything through orderly practice. Many others had already learned the basics of swordsmanship long ago. For them, this was just a simple review. Levin was like that too. While practicing, he took the time to glance at Duke. Upon seeing the farmer boy's awkwardly unfamiliar and clumsy movements, he began quietly discussing with those next to him, occasionally chuckling. Wood kept observing everyone's movements. With just one look, he could tell who had a foundation in swordsmanship and who was a complete novice. He continually offered insights, occasionally correcting their movements and ways of exerting force. "Your habit is incorrect. Your arms and waist both need to exert force. Such a force-exerting method during a confrontation, you might injure your own muscles before harming the enemy," Wood said to Levin. Actually, Wood preferred inexperienced newcomers. It was easier to guide them. Many who came with a foundation endured difficult to correct bad habits due to previous unregulated learning, a real headache. Soon Wood came to Duke's side, and after watching for a while he said, "Your strength is good, but remember, in a lunge, bend the front knee while keeping the back leg straight." Duke corrected every move according to Wood's instructions. Due to his outstanding body control capabilities, he was able to execute these actions very precisely. Wood nodded in satisfaction, feeling he discovered a great talent, saying, "That's right, keep up the good work." Duke recalled the entire set of basic swordsmanship, then meticulously practiced it from start to finish once again. 10 minutes later, something changed in the skill tree in his mind. A new branch grew with a green bud on it. When Duke focused on it, he received some information. Basic swordsmanship. Level 1, 1/300. The appearance of basic swordsmanship on the skill tree indicated Duke had finally reached an introductory level in it. With the wooden sword in hand, Duke began practicing the basics of swordsmanship once more. This time he didn't need to deliberate over each move and footwork intricately. His body could naturally carry out these movements as if they were innate reflexes. He would no longer forget these basic techniques. Every move was engraved deeply in his mind, never to be forgotten. This is a hidden function of the skill tree. Once certified, always certified. Any skill once mastered will never be forgotten, eliminating the possibility of regression. Duke thoroughly enjoyed this feeling, becoming wholly immersed in practicing basic swordsmanship, as though no one else existed. With nothing able to disturb him, after guiding everyone, Wood turned to see Duke's practice, becoming somewhat surprised. An amateur watches for spectacle, a professional watches for technique. He noticed that the young man's movements were extraordinarily standard, as if every move was sculpted from a mold, with no deviation. Would consider that even if he practiced basic swordsmanship personally, he couldn't ensure every move would be this polished. It seems I've encountered a genius. Wood thought to himself. Didn't show any obvious expressions because he also saw how the group had earlier ostracized Duke. If he openly praised Duke as a genius, it could instead pose a problem for the boy. Wood silently kept Duke in mind, refraining from saying anything. Training went on for a day, from morning until afternoon, with only a break for lunch. The training ground provided lunch, which was a piece of black bread and a bowl of potato soup, which Duke ate heartily. Levin and the others were different. They looked down on black bread altogether. While not nobles, they saw eating black bread as disgraceful, as though it labeled someone as a lower class. That's it for today's practice. We'll continue tomorrow, Wood said, standing before the group. There were still a few hours until sunset, but many in the group lived far away, so they needed ample time to return home. Duke hesitated while holding the wooden sword, only approaching Wood to ask when most others had left. "Mr. Wood, may I take this wooden sword home? I promise I'll take good care of it." Wood immediately deduced Duke wanted to practice at home, smiling. "Of course you can. This wooden sword is yours. But remember, training is a gradual process. Don't rush it. Overtraining can be harmful to the body." "Thank you, Mr. Wood. I'll be careful," Duke nodded. He was about to leave when Wood called him back. "By the way, wait here for a moment." Wood seemed to recall something, quickly returning to a side room. After a short while, he returned with a set of clothes in hand, handing it to Duke with a smile. "Take it. These were my old clothes, and since we're about the same size, they should fit you." Looking down, Duke saw that they were clothes made from fine linen, feeling completely different from the coarse roughness of hemp linen, promising great comfort when worn. This set of fine linen clothing costs at least 10 silver coins, which ordinary civilians can hardly afford to wear. This, Duke was about to refuse, but Wood turned and left directly, saying, "Just take it. I have other things to do, so I'm leaving first." Duke could only remember this favor in his heart, and he indeed needed a set of fitting clothes. His home was truly bare, with only this one set of clothes to wear. It said some poor people in the village had only one set of clothes for the whole family, so whoever went out wore it. Duke fastened the wooden sword and scythe to his waist and tightly held the set of clothing as he left the town. From the town, it was all wilderness, with a muddy road leading towards Widening village. Duke stopped after walking for a while, seeing several figures ahead. Upon closer look, it was Levin and his group. Levin was accompanied by 4 others, all youths from Endland town who usually hung around with Levin. This group was already disliked by everyone in town, causing trouble everywhere every day. Seeing Duke today, Levin found this peasant boy amusing and wanted to have some fun to kill time. "Yo, isn't this Duke? Where did you steal the clothes in your hand from?" Levin laughed. "None of your business, get out of the way," Duke said with a frown. Levin pulled out a silver coin from his pocket and said, "Don't be hasty. Look, here's a silver coin. As long as you're willing to kneel and bark like a dog 3 times, I'll give you this silver coin. How about it?" "Brother Levin, why don't I do it? I can bark like a dog really well." A skinny boy beside him suddenly said, his eyes fixed on the silver coin. "You get lost." Levin slapped the boy on the head, then looked back at Duke. To ordinary civilians, a silver coin was quite a small fortune, enough to buy a lot of food. Levin was confident, thinking that this farmer boy from the small village wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Of course, he wasn't planning to give him the coin. He had more fun things planned. Duke looked at Levin expressionlessly and said, "Not interested, get out of the way." Levin was stunned, not expecting Duke to refuse so bluntly, leaving him momentarily at a loss. While he was dazed, Duke walked straight over, preparing to pass by them. Levin naturally wouldn't let him leave just like that. But as he was about to reach out to block Duke, he suddenly felt a huge force crash into him. He immediately lost his balance and fell flat on his face. When Levin came to his senses, he was instantly furious and was about to say something. "How dare you knock me over?" Duke angrily pointed at Levin and accused, as if it was him lying on the ground. Levin and his group were stunned and couldn't react for a moment. The next moment, Duke's giant fist was already in front of Levin's eyes, and 2 teeth flew out with blood, with the left side of his face swelling quickly. "Hit him." Levin tried to speak, but his words were slurred. He crawled a few meters on the ground away from Duke. The others came around, but Duke easily dealt with them all. With Duke's current physical condition, even a regular adult strong man wasn't his match, let alone these skinny boys. In no time, 5 people were lying on the ground, all groaning while clutching their painful areas. Levin was also shocked, not expecting this farmer boy to be so tough. Not wanting to admit defeat, he said, "Just you wait." Duke didn't listen to what he said next and directly drew his wooden sword, pointing it at Levin's throat, forcing him to swallow the threat he was about to utter. A wooden sword can be lethal too. I have no family, no ties. If you bother me again, I'll kill you. Duke said this lightly, his expression calm. Levin lay on the ground, not daring to breathe, as the wooden sword pressed painfully against his throat. He didn't dare utter a word, fearing that the next second he'd have his throat pierced. Duke didn't want to kill yet. Killing in Earl Hardy's territory would mean ending up on the gallows. He still needed to continue enhancing his abilities. Developing quietly, while times were still peaceful, was the best strategy. If he killed Levin, he'd have to flee, facing the bounty issued by Earl Hardy. Duke wasn't confident in dealing with those bounty hunters or the rumored knights yet. Knights was said to possess extraordinary power, unmatched by ordinary people. Mr. Wood was such a knight. However, Duke hadn't seen Mr. Wood in action yet and wasn't sure of his power level. Even after Duke left, Levin still sat on the ground, not because he was injured, but because his legs were weak from fright. He could feel that had he said a few more words earlier, Duke really would have killed him. This was the first time he had felt death so closely, and the fear still haunted him. After returning to Yining village, Duke continued practicing basic swordsmanship and scythe grinding proficiency tirelessly. He didn't dwell on today's events, just as he had said. He was truly alone with nothing to lose. If truly provoked, he'd kill Levin without second thought. The next day at Inland Town's training ground. When Duke arrived, he found that Levin hadn't come today, reportedly because he was ill. Wood continued to have them practice basic swordsmanship, guiding them on the side. Basic swordsmanship. Level 1, 112/300 scythe. Level 4, 256/3000. After returning yesterday, Duke kept grinding proficiency, alternating between scythe and basic swordsmanship. Except when sleeping, he didn't relax for a moment. This training lasted 4 days, and after 4 days out of more than 10 youths, only 8 remained, Duke being one of them. Since that day, Duke hadn't seen Levin again. It seemed he had directly given up the militia training and had no plans to join the militia team. After this period of training, Duke finally gained enough proficiency for both skills. Basic swordsmanship. Level 2, 0/500. Basic swordsmanship level up. Constitution plus 0.5 after grinding basic swordsmanship to level 2. Aside from a 0.5 increase in Constitution, he also received a vast amount of experience about swordsmanship in his mind. This experience was all related to actual combat, and Duke was now practically a battle-hardened veteran with extensive combat experience. Now, even without relying on his robust physique, he could easily take down others with swordsmanship alone. Scythe level up. Gained 1 free attribute point. The scythe's blue-green fruit had grown to the size of an orange and had a somewhat pale yellow color. After reaching level 5, the scythe skill was maxed out and could not be increased further, awarding Duke 1 free attribute point. Duke found it puzzling that reaching level 5 didn't offer more points than level 4. But upon reflection, he realized that reaching level 5 provided a free attribute point, meaning he could decide where to allocate this attribute point. Duke, after some thought, decided not to add the attribute point yet, keeping it for future use. He realized that free attribute points were relatively scarce. So far, he had only obtained 1.1 free attribute points in total. What exactly is the use of the spirit attribute? Duke looked at his spirit attribute, which was as high as 8.1. With much confusion, he speculated that the spirit attribute might be related to the brain, but he still didn't have a photographic memory. This question could only be left for later exploration, as it seemed the skill tree still held many secrets. After joining the militia team, Duke received an iron sword and a piece of leather armor. Holding this heavy iron sword, he instantly felt a bit more secure, finally having a decent weapon by his side. The leather armor was dark yellow and felt stiff to the touch. It was made from tanned cowhide. It consisted of 2 layers of cowhide, with linen in between, and the outer layer had been soaked in iron ore to enhance its hardness. Wearing such leather armor was naturally not comfortable, but it provided a strong sense of security. In this era of cold weapons, such leather armor offered good defense against swords and arrows. Once the vital parts of the body were protected, the safety level in combat increased significantly. Starting next month, Duke would also receive a monthly salary of 10 silver coins, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry and even allowing him to save a good amount of money. Of course, taking the money meant he had to do his part, and Duke had to fulfill his militia duties. His daily task was patrolling, divided into day shifts and night shifts, taking turns with others for night duties. The patrol range was generally around the inland town area, not too far. The patrols were usually organized in 5-man teams, typically composed of 3 veterans and 2 newcomers. Duke noticed that when he donned the longsword and leather armor and walked on the town streets, the other civilians looked at him differently, with a bit more fear. At night at the town gate the bonfire blazed, illuminating Duke's young face. The night watch was dull and boring, and the cold wind at night was bone-chilling, leaving them to warm themselves by the bonfire. Duke leaned against the fire, and once his body was warm, he drew his iron sword and continued practicing basic swordsmanship on the side. The other 4 were accustomed to this, knowing Duke was extremely diligent, training whenever he had the chance. In their eyes, repeatedly practicing basic swordsmanship held little significance. The leader of their 5-man team was named Hansen, a retired veteran who had participated in the wars between the Vera Kingdom and the neighboring Gondor Kingdom, bringing with him a wealth of experience. Seeing Duke still training hard, Hansen couldn't help but say, "Duke, this is useless. Basic swordsmanship just needs to be understood. To improve, you need real combat. Even if you practice 10,000 times, you won't have the strength of Mr. Wood. If you really want to become stronger, you must become a knight." "Brother Hansen, how can I become a knight?" Duke put down his sword and asked respectfully. Hansen sighed and said, "That's not easy. To become a knight, you must learn the breathing technique, but the breathing technique is held by the nobles. Unless you are noticed by Earl Hardy and become a knight under his command, you can't obtain the breathing technique." Duke silently watched the burning bonfire, the firelight reflecting and dancing in his eyes. Gaining Earl Hardy's recognition was not easy. Those who obtained the breathing technique inheritance were all excellent individuals. Duke was at best stronger among young people, but he had no experience or background, making it impossible to catch Earl Hardy's eye. He thought about it and realized this couldn't be rushed. What he could do now was to continue grinding proficiency. Basic swordsmanship, LV2, 420/500, basic swordsmanship wasn't far from leveling up either. Sitting idly through the long night was a waste of life, better to use it to grind proficiency. Seeing Duke still practicing basic swordsmanship, Hansen and the others could only shake their heads, smile, and say no more. After all, it did no harm. Night faded into dawn, morning light breaking. The burning bonfire had extinguished, leaving behind a pile of still warm ashes. Once the shift-changing team arrived, Duke and his team dragged their weary bodies home. Duke actually felt fine. Even though he had practiced basic swordsmanship all night, he didn't feel very tired. His attention was on the skill tree in his mind, where the green leaf representing basic swordsmanship had turned into a small white flower. Basic swordsmanship level increased. Agility +1. Duke glanced at his personal attributes, finding that his agility had now become his highest attribute aside from spirit. Free attribute points. One, the most immediate feeling brought by the increase in agility was that his body felt lighter. Walking on the muddy road, a light push with his foot could propel him several meters forward. At the same time, a large amount of swordsmanship experience flooded into his mind, all practical sword techniques. Duke could imagine that with his current strength and agility, combined with his swordsmanship experience, he could already surpass most veteran soldiers. Upon returning to Widening village, Duke freshened up a bit and fell asleep quickly, his recent sleep quality being very good. With high-intensity training every day, the militia team provided plenty of food to fill his stomach. He didn't stay awake from hunger at night anymore. Duke was woken up by a knocking sound, accompanied by a girl's shout, "Duke, Duke, are you there?" He woke up groggy and opened the door to find it was Loy, the daughter of Uncle John from next door. Loy worked as a maid in Earl Hardy's garden and usually only came back once a month. Uncle John's family had some reputation nearby due having a daughter working for Earl Hardy, making it easier for them to take on jobs. "Sister Loy, what's wrong?" Duke asked. Loy looked anxious and said, "My parents went to work at the southern mine a few days ago. They should have returned 2 days ago, but today I came back and found they are still not home. I asked around the village, and everyone said they haven't seen them these past few days." Hearing this, Duke also realized that Uncle John and Aunt Anna had been gone for some time now and had yet to return. The southern mine was an enterprise of Earl Hardy, often hiring nearby farmers for work. Though it wasn't obligatory, they received pay for each day worked. Uncle John and the others had gone there many times before, usually returning in 2 or 3 days. Because the work at the mine was heavy, most people couldn't work for long, needing to rest after 2 or 3 days at most. Considering the time, Uncle John and the others had been gone for nearly 7 days, which was indeed unusual. Duke thought for a moment and calmly said, "Sister Loy, don't worry. I'll go into town and look for Mr. Wood. He might know something." Duke was naturally grateful to Uncle John's family. If it weren't for their help, he might have starved to death long ago. So when Duke learned of the matter, his first instinct was to go to the southern mine to find Uncle John. But he quickly calmed down. The southern mine was part of Earl Hardy's holdings, and generally there wouldn't be any problems. If something did happen there, it could have deeper implications. Although Duke had some confidence in his abilities, he wasn't arrogant. As his skills improved, he began to feel a sense of threat from Wood. This indicated a considerable gap between him and someone of knight-level strength. Therefore, he couldn't act rashly. Duke soon thought of asking Mr. Wood for help. He had strength, prestige, and background. Knowing the situation, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by, which was far better than Duke going alone. "I'll go with you," Loy at this point was somewhat lost and grabbed onto Wood's name like a lifeline. The two left Yining village one after the other, quickening their steps toward inland town. Duke soon realized that Loy was walking too slowly, unable to keep up with his pace. He thought for a moment and said, "Sister Loy, let me carry you, this way it will be faster." Loy's face reddened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and said, "Okay." Duke immediately squatted down and carried Loy on his back, holding her legs in his hands, feeling her softness tightly against him, providing a delightful sensation. He didn't mind these things too much and started sprinting full speed ahead after getting Loy on his back. His previous affection for Loy was strong, even having a secret crush on this neighborly sister. However, in Duke's eyes, she wasn't particularly moving. Her appearance was rather ordinary, although her figure was indeed excellent. Loy was only 17, but her body had developed very maturely, truly enticing for a boy of that age. The route from Yining village to inland town usually took an hour. This time, it only took Duke half an hour to reach inland town from Yining village, and this was with a 90-pound girl on his back. When Duke arrived at the town's entrance, he merely panted slightly, his stamina hardly depleted. His exceptional physique afforded him strong endurance and stamina. Such exertion was negligible. Wood, upon learning of the situation, maintained a serious expression. "It seems something did indeed happen there. I've received some related information too." Before Duke arrived, Wood had already detected anomalies at the southern mine through some clues. Wood then picked up a quill from the table, wrote a letter, and gave it to a member of the militia team to deliver to Earl Hardy. He then donned his chain armor, took up his weapons, and said, "Let's check out the southern mine. Duke, come along." Duke nodded. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Wood took this action seriously, bringing 20 militia team members to the southern mine. The inland town militia team had a little over 50 members. Half were taken on this venture. Within the group, Wood was the only one on horseback, while the others walked behind. Horses were exceedingly expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only knights like Wood could possibly have horses. It was said Wood's horse was also a gift from Earl Hardy, and he personally took meticulous care of it, its food surpassing that of most commoners. To Duke, it seemed like a money-eating beast. He certainly couldn't afford to keep it. The southern mine was a distance from inland town, taking the group most of the day to arrive there. By then, it was already dark. Wood instructed everyone not to light torches, moving forward in the darkness. The moonlight provided some illumination, and after their eyes adjusted to the dark, they could see clearly enough around them. As the group neared the mine, they noticed a few guards at the entrance, torches lit within, and faint sounds of shouting and whips cracking could be heard. "Hurry up. If these 10 carts aren't filled, no one eats tomorrow. Get up, stop pretending to be dead on the ground. Isn't it just one arm broken?" Can't the other arm lift the oars? As they got closer, the noises inside became clearer. Wood gestured for everyone to stop and turn back. Those guarding the entrance aren't our people, and according to mine regulations, no work should be happening at night. Whoever these people inside are, they've encroached on Earl Hardy's wealth. They are our mortal enemies. He quickly assigned tasks. Duke's job was to charge in and clear the left side once the entrance guards were shot dead. They'd roughly assessed the situation inside, with only 16 people on the ground level and an unknown number below the mine. The night wind brought a touch of coldness and several cold arrows too. The 4 guards with torches at the entrance were instantly pierced through the neck and chest by arrows, collapsing in agony. The commotion here naturally drew attention from inside. Those inside were about to investigate, just as Duke and the others charged in. Wood led the charge, wielding a wide longsword, a simple downward slash, cutting through the night with a cold flash. The man in front of him showed a bloodline on his face, and soon his entire chest was split open, intestines spilling out with a strong, acrid stench of blood rising. Among those accompanying Wood, most were veterans. But there were 4 newcomers like Duke, all promising prospects he'd considered. The reason for bringing the newcomers was, of course, to train them. Only through the baptism of blood can one grow into a true warrior. A true knight can't be trained in the arena. A knight who once instructed Wood had said this, etching it in his memory. The veterans in the team were accustomed to such scenes, moving without the slightest hesitation, immediately engaging the foes ahead. The newcomers, except Duke, were different. They had never witnessed such carnage, slowing their pace instinctively. Those with weaker fortitude even vomited on the spot, seemingly incapable of continued combat. The bolder ones merely gripped their iron swords tightly, charging forward without looking at the terrifying corpses on the ground. Duke only frowned slightly, experiencing little emotional surge. He found it odd how calm he was, feeling hardly any fear, just discomfort from the smell. With no hesitation in his actions, Duke sprang forward with a footstep, charging at an enemy on the front right. In front of Duke was a burly man wielding a broad knife, who seemed indifferent to Duke charging towards him. Not considering this young man worth noticing. The burly man was muscular and powerful, raising the long knife and fiercely chopping down, intending to split Duke and his sword together. However, this chop missed its target, as the person before him suddenly vanished. His heart skipped, sensing something amiss. Just as he was about to retract his knife to block in front of him, a longsword had already pierced through his throat. Duke had not unleashed all his power and speed from the start, controlling his pace to match that of a normal adult male. The moment the burly man's arm muscles moved, Duke's rich battle experience informed him of the man's potential next moves. Coupled with the subsequent raising of the knife and other actions, Duke had already gauged the general direction and position of the chop. At the moment the broad knife approached, he burst out with full speed, dodging the strike. Following this, he effortlessly pierced through his throat with a sword. In life and death battles, victory or defeat hinges on a single thought. Duke also realized that in the future, regardless of the opponent, he must never underestimate them. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. The burly man's strength might have exceeded Duke's in a regular duel. It would surely be difficult to determine a winner quickly. However, due to the opponent's complacency, thinking Duke was just an inexperienced lad, he suffered a downfall. Yet life isn't a game, there are no second chances. Duke's maneuver stunned all those who witnessed it. Some people were already on their way over, expecting Duke couldn't possibly withstand that strike, but who would have thought Duke's figure was remarkably light, dodging away effortlessly. Duke's decisive and precise sword strike was exceedingly skillful, completely unlike a novice. Wood, although also engaged in combat, was relaxed enough to keep an eye on others, especially newcomers. On one hand, he intended to look out for these 4 newcomers, preventing them from getting harmed. On the other hand, he wanted to observe their performance. Initially, Wood used such drastic measures to kill that man as a test for these newcomers, letting them acclimate to the situation. Fear and terror are normal reactions for ordinary people and understandable, but he hadn't expected Duke's adaptability to be so strong, merely frowning a little at it. Not only that, Duke's subsequent sword strike surprised Wood even more. Duke essentially executed a basic stabbing move from foundational swordsmanship, yet he wielded it with such proficiency, as smoothly as flowing water. Drawing the sword, piercing the enemy's throat. Retracting the sword, Each action was extraordinarily standard and fluid, like repeatedly practiced movements on the training ground. What's more noteworthy was Duke's expression that Wood kept observing, seeing that Duke's expression remained unchanged. His emotions showed no fluctuations from start to finish. Duke's hand holding the sword was extremely steady, without any trembling. If Wood wasn't already familiar with Duke's background, he might suspect him to be a seasoned veteran from the battlefield. He seemed far too experienced. Wood could only conclude that Duke was naturally gifted with exceptional combat talent, psychologically far stronger than ordinary people. Wood had encountered people like Duke before, especially in war times, where such individuals in the military often stood out. Had Duke been born in wartime, he might have achieved remarkable feats. The fight continued. After Duke swiftly dispatched the burly man, he immediately engaged another opponent. This person also wielded a sword, was slender in build, and moved with exceptional agility. Having witnessed the previous scene, he was exceptionally wary of Duke, handling movements with extreme caution without revealing any weaknesses. Duke temporarily found himself in a tough battle with him. Both sides remained vigilant, their longswords clashing with continuous metallic sounds. After several minutes of stalemate, Duke had discerned his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Knowing that continuing would lead nowhere quickly, with the opponent cautious, Duke found it challenging to swiftly defeat him. Glancing at his single free attribute point, Duke stopped hesitating. Skill tree add point. Duke allocated this attribute point to strength, boosting his original 5.9 strength to 6.9, nearly 2 points above the average person. In melee combat, strength is fundamental, with techniques built upon strength. Provided strength is sufficient, it breaks through all defenses. Upon enhancing his strength, Duke's physique remained largely unchanged, but his muscles and bones became tighter. This change resulted in a greater effect, as his body appeared infused with endless power. Duke wielded the iron sword once more, swinging it with immense force. The slender man holding the sword felt his hands tingle from the powerful reverberation, nearly losing his grip. He was instantly startled, baffled by how Duke's strength had suddenly increased so significantly. Duke didn't allow him any respite, immediately launching a torrential and fierce offensive. The slender man struggled to fend off these attacks, using both hands to barely hold onto the sword. Within a few minutes, Duke managed to slice off a substantial portion of the slender man's shoulder, nearly severing his neck. Duke realized the enhancement from 1 point of strength far exceeded his expectations. The increase seemed far greater than previous increments. After eliminating the slender man, the battle was nearing its end. Under Wood's leadership, the militia team had those people beaten terribly. Finally, they counted that the group had a total of 27 people, with more inside the mine. However, this group lacked knight-level experts, making it impossible to counter Wood. Their annihilation was inevitable. Duke heard that, typically, 2 to 3 dozen squads were needed to encircle and defeat a knight, requiring seamless cooperation to take down knight-level warriors. Under the surprise attack, they couldn't organize an effective defense in time, getting crushed by Wood and others. Ultimately, only 5 were left alive, which was a manageable number for the militia team to control. More would increase unpredictability. Through interrogation, it was discovered this group belonged to the Wild Wolf Robber Group. The Wild Wolf Robber Group was a large gang within the Jade Province, known for rampantly pillaging and committing atrocities. This group was merely a small faction, passing by the mine and coveting its wealth, killing the guards and seizing control. During this era, iron ore is considered strategic material of high value, prompting them to plunder as much as possible before Earl Hardy's forces could react. Initially planning to kill the miners and leave, their greed led them to dig for 2 more days. It's actually the Wild Wolf Robber Group, Wood said seriously, seemingly pondering over something. The miners inside the mine were also rescued, including Uncle John and Aunt Anna. Their condition wasn't good. They had been starving for days, forced to work intensely every day. The food that originally belonged to the mine was taken by the Wild Wolf Robber Group, leaving the miners with just enough to stay alive. Working under Earl Hardy would usually mean at least having enough to eat. Duke, is that really you? Aunt Anna was incredulous when she saw Duke, struggling to associate the tall young man, wearing leather armor and wielding an iron sword with Duke. In her memory, Duke was always that scrawny, dirty child from the village, yet in the blink of an eye the change was so vast. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Duke relaxed and said, "As long as you're okay, Sister Loy was very worried about you." He recounted the events, and Uncle John and his wife were quick to thank Wood and the militia team. Most of these miners were local farmers, commoners, deeply grateful to Wood and his group. They had already sensed that the day the Wild Wolf robber group left would be the day of their deaths. Some had tried to escape, but without exception, all died at the hands of the Wild Wolf robber group. Many miners were injured due to the intense labor, with some even dying directly in the mine tunnels. The Wild Wolf robber group didn't treat them as humans, only as expendable resources to gather wealth. After sending someone to Inland Town to report, Wood guarded the mine with his men. They weren't sure if there were still robbers nearby, so they remained on high alert. The best option was naturally to leave the area overnight to avoid an encirclement by potential enemy reinforcements. But with many wounded in the mine, some couldn't even move, making a long journey impossible. They could only wait for reinforcements from Inland Town and hold the position until then. By midnight, reinforcements from Inland Town arrived, bringing several horse-drawn carts and ox carts to transport the injured. Duke and the others maintained order and acted as escorts along the way. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon the next day. Even with Duke's physical condition, he couldn't help but feel a bit exhausted. Instead of returning to Yining village, he slept on a pile of hay beside the stables near the training ground, right next to Wood's horse. The soft hay was exceptionally comfortable, much more so than the hardwood bed back home. The situation at the southern mine was thoroughly resolved, with the 5 surviving members of the Wild Wolf robber group sentenced to death by Earl Hardy and sent to the gallows in Inland Town. The mine operations returned to normal, with local farmers and commoners gradually returning to work. Earl Hardy also strengthened the defense forces at the mine and improved the welfare benefits there. For the militia team of Inland Town, which helped eliminate the robbers, Earl Hardy was generous in his rewards. At the training ground, Wood held a small box with dozens of militia team members standing before him. "You have defended Earl Hardy's wealth and ensured the safety of the territory's residents. Earl Hardy will reward each of you." Wood opened the box as he spoke, revealing it was filled with gleaming gold coins. The crowd instantly stirred, gasping and fixating on the gold coins in the box. Most commoners couldn't gather even a single gold coin, let alone a whole box full, creating a huge visual impact. Each member of the Inland Town militia team received a gold coin as a reward. For most, this was a fortune, enough to last them a long time. Duke received 2 extra gold coins because he killed 2 enemies in the battle. The rule for this reward was that killing 1 person earned a gold coin. Killing 2 was considered impressive, with the most being 1 veteran who killed 3. Since most enemies were killed jointly, such kills weren't counted for a single person. Duke couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, wishing he had acted sooner to quickly finish the battle to earn more gold coins. At the time, he was only focused on honing his combat skills and experiencing more real battles, not considering this aspect. Looking at the 3 dazzling gold coins in his hand, Duke realized he was now quite wealthy. With this money, he could live lavishly for quite some time. He also started to understand why the militia was so enthusiastic in battle. With no one ever backing down or shirking away lazily, heavy rewards breed brave men. Earl Hardy was very generous with those who contributed, explaining why he had so many loyal subordinates. After receiving the money, Duke immediately bought 3 bags of barley flour and 3 strips of smoked meat. He gave a bag of wheat flour and a strip of smoked meat to Mr. Wood to thank him for his help. Wood was momentarily surprised when he received the gift, then smiled and accepted it, saying, "I have high hopes for you, keep it up. Also, I might have a surprise for you in some time." "What surprise?" Duke asked curiously. "I'll tell you then," Wood replied after thinking for a moment. Duke couldn't press further, so he carried the barley flour and smoked meat back to Yining village. He took a bag of barley flour and a strip of smoked meat and knocked on Uncle John's door next door. Since returning from the mine, they hadn't gone out to work, staying home to rest. Though they weren't injured in the mine, their bodies had suffered much depletion and needed time to recover. "Uncle John, please take this bag of flour and get some rest during this time." Duke handed the flour to Uncle John. Seeing the hefty bag of flour and smoked meat, Uncle John tried to return them, shaking his head. "No, these are too precious. Your Aunt Anna and I don't need such fine food. You're still growing." Duke laughed and said, "I have more, just take it. Earl Hardy rewarded us with quite a bit of money, so this is nothing. You two have helped me so much since I was little. This is the least I can do. Even if you don't eat it, save it for Sister Loy." After some persuasion, Uncle John's family finally accepted the flour and smoked meat. During this era, flour was typically made from wheat and barley, with rye flour. And wheat flour used for making white bread, which was so rare that only the nobility could afford it. Duke purchased barley flour, considered high-quality food. With this bag of flour, Uncle John's family could make quite a bit of bread, improving their quality of life. Duke returned home and used the flour he bought to make some rough bread. It didn't look great, but it tasted pretty good. There was also a whole piece of bacon. He cut a third of it, steamed it, and then the aroma spread throughout the room, making one's mouth water. The bacon was already seasoned with various spices, so there was no need to add any extra flavoring. Duke didn't care about the heat and tore off a long piece of meat, stuffing it into his mouth, and a sense of satisfaction arose spontaneously. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last had meat. The feeling of the meat and fat bursting in his mouth filled him with happiness. "This bacon is really delicious." Duke continued to wolf it down, and soon he had eaten all the steamed bacon. The bread was also devoured by him in an instant. This was the most satisfying meal he had eaten since he transmigrated. The 3 bags of flour and 3 pieces of bacon cost a total of more than 50 silver coins. Duke's appetite was also getting bigger. Eating like this couldn't sustain a daily intake of meat, so he could only occasionally indulge. Uncle John and his family certainly wouldn't indulge like Duke. At most, they would cut a slice of bacon and put it in the pot during ordinary days, not daring to cut a third to eat in one go. After eating his fill, Duke continued to wield his iron sword in the yard to grind skill proficiency. Basic swordsmanship, LV3, 67/700. He noticed that after the battle that night, his proficiency in basic swordsmanship had increased significantly. It seemed that in the process of fighting, proficiency was also being gained. The proficiency gained from actual combat was more than from regular practice, perhaps related to the opponent's strength. Duke wielded the iron sword and continued to practice basic swordsmanship over and over, continuing until the starlit night when he finally stopped to rest and prepare for sleep. Half a month had passed, and during this time, it had been very peaceful. Duke just kept grinding skill proficiency and performing his duty patrol tasks. Life was peaceful, and he enjoyed this life, allowing for steady development. On the skill tree, a small light green fruit had appeared on the branch representing basic swordsmanship, followed by a message. Basic swordsmanship, LV4, 0/1000, basic swordsmanship level up, constitution plus 0.5, strength plus 0.3, agility plus 0.4 free attribute points. 0. Looking at the skill tree, Duke felt somewhat strange. This time, after upgrading basic swordsmanship to level 4, the attribute points gained were actually less than when the sickle was upgraded to level 4. He remembered that when he had ground the sickle to level 4, constitution, strength, and agility had all increased by 0.5, but now the strength and agility were less. Thinking it over, Duke could only guess it was because his current physical attributes were relatively high, making the attribute values gained seem less. But in reality, the increases might be the same. It's just that against the backdrop of his already high base values, it seemed less. Is this diminishing returns? Duke pondered. This led him to think about a problem, which is that if things continued like this, gaining experience for other skills in the future might scarcely yield any attribute improvements. Realizing this issue, Duke couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Since the current method of improvement had its limits, he needed to find other ways to boost his strength as soon as possible. At this point, Duke also understood the importance of free attribute points. They can increase an attribute by 1 point, regardless of his physical attributes. He recalled that during the recent event at the Southern Mine, that single point increase in strength far exceeded any before. Looking back now, that single point of strength might have equaled 1.5 or even 2 points of strength from before. At night, Duke, as usual, patrolled in and around the town of Enderland with members of the militia team. Holding a torch, he looked up at the night sky. The moonless night was dark and windy. In Enderland town, except for the tavern, which was still lively and bustling, other places residents had long been asleep. After the battle at the Southern Mine, Duke had gained some reputation in the militia team. For grinding proficiency, he often sought out veterans in the militia team for sparring. Towards the end, nobody wanted to spar with him, as no one liked to be overpowered one-sidedly. Most importantly, Duke seemed tireless and could keep fighting. No veteran could outlast this young man, and they all eventually avoided him. By now, Duke couldn't find opponents within the militia team. No one was willing to practice with him anymore. Walking at the forefront of the 5-person squad, Duke saw a group of people gathered at the town's entrance, not knowing what they were up to. He immediately became vigilant. Enderland Town had no curfew, but it was rare for people to gather outside this late. In the past, Duke might encounter 1 or 2 drunken people who couldn't find their way home and would help them into their homes. He was more or less familiar with the townspeople. "Who are you?" Duke directly questioned them aloud. One of the group, a man in a cloak, slowly approached, smiling and saying, "Officer, we are passing merchants who want to spend a night in the town. You know, it's too unsafe outside." As he spoke, he was quietly approaching, unknowingly getting very close to Duke and others. Duke immediately drew his iron sword and shouted, "If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude." His rich combat experience told him that coming any closer would enter the opponent's attack range, and he was very sensitive to this distance. Unexpectedly, the man's expression changed, and a cruel look instantly appeared on his face. "Do it. Get rid of these few first." Upon hearing this, Duke immediately took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Enemy attack." His mind was very clear. Since the opponent was prepared to attack, it was obviously premeditated. Since so, with the strength of their 5-man group, they likely couldn't stop the other side. What he needed to do was alert the others and then hold off these people, waiting for reinforcements. Duke's shout was full of energy, resonating throughout Enderland Town and startling many people waking from their dreams. "Damn kid." The leader of the group was a small head of the wild wolf robber group named Cole. These 8 people with Cole were the vanguard unit. Their purpose was to silently eliminate the patrolling and alert militia team in the town, and then let the bandit group come in to loot, burn, and pillage. Unexpectedly, this kid in front of them was so alert and didn't give them a chance. Moreover, his reaction was swift and decisively sounded the alarm, adding a lot of trouble for them. Cole stared at Duke, drew his longsword, and said, "In that case, then you shall die." Duke noticed that underneath the cloak, the man was wearing a silver-white full-body armor. He immediately realized that this person was probably a troublesome opponent, having the capital to be equipped with full-body armor. In this era, the cost of crafting full-body armor is extremely high. The forging techniques are quite rare. In a certain sense, this set of silver full-body armor can already be considered a treasure. Even Mr. Wood has only a chain armor for his upper body, bestowed by Earl Hardy. Cole brandished a gleaming longsword, moving swiftly, and quickly reached Duke, poised to chop off his head with a stroke. Duke was startled. His opponent's speed was 1 notch quicker than his own. He reacted quickly, immediately blocking the sword. Judging by the force transmitted from the sword, the opponent's strength was somewhat weaker than his own. However, this was just the beginning of the battle, which did not necessarily indicate the opponent's full strength. Soon both sides clashed. Duke's side had only 5 people, at a disadvantage because the opponent had more. The militia team was under great pressure, retreating step by step. "Cole, the wild wolf robber group dares to be so bold." Wood's voice came from behind, accompanied by over 30 militia members. Currently, Enderland Town had fewer than 40 militia members, and it was unknown how many foes there were. Wood quickly came to Duke's side, blocking Cole, and said, "Duke, you retreat. The opponent practices breathing technique as a mid-tier knight attendant. You're not a match." Duke nodded and retreated, indeed under great pressure. The opponent, though weaker in strength, could occasionally unleash explosive power, suppressing him tightly. That explosive force was mysterious. After exploding, the strength was estimated to be 8 points. Duke was well aware that he persevered solely due to his robust physical attributes. If this persisted, he would likely be defeated. Cole was somewhat wary of Wood, so he backed away. "Wood, you're still alive. If I could claim your head today, my fame would spread far and wide." "With just you," Wood sneered with some disdain. Cole laughed. "The process doesn't matter, only the result does." As long as the final result was Wood's death, the head could be counted in his favor. "Duke, you go guard the northern town entrance. I will handle this here." "I've already alerted Earl Hardy's troops. Reinforcements will arrive soon," Wood said solemnly. Duke and the others nodded and retreated. Endrin town had only two entrances, north and south. As he passed Levin's house yard, the gate swung open and a dozen armed men rushed out. Seeing Duke's group in leather armor, they immediately said, "Take down these militia team members." Duke hadn't expected robbers to surge internally from the town and had to hastily engage. Yet nobody among them had Cole's difficulty, all possessing militia-level prowess. It was easy for Duke to handle these people. With his strength and speed, he tore through them like a tiger among sheep, continuously reaping lives. His companions behind were dumbfounded, witnessing Duke slaying without them lifting a finger. Glancing at Levin's deep courtyard, Duke quietly noted it before continuing to slay the enemy. The town's militia teams were fighting everywhere. Most residents cowered indoors with doors shut, too scared to emerge. Some bolder, robust individuals also took part in the battle. They knew well, facing such robber attacks, if the militia team were defeated, they wouldn't survive. It was a fight for themselves. During combat, Duke noticed, aside from the dozen bursting from Levin's house, many had rushed in from outside the town. Estimating roughly, the enemy should number 50 or 60, while the militia team had fewer than 40. From the number perspective, his side was at a disadvantage. Wood was also tied down by Cole, unable to resolve their conflict quickly. Cole's aim was clear: to stall Wood, waiting for the other robbers to handle the militia members. Once the militia members were mostly dealt with, Wood would inevitably be doomed. Cole only needed patience. Cole's strength couldn't match Wood's, but relying on his full-body armor defense, he could forcibly stall Wood. However, the Wild Wolf robber group undoubtedly hadn't anticipated a presence like Duke in the militia team. If Wood guarded the town's southern end, Duke battled all the way to the northern end. His strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people. These robbers could not challenge him. Moreover, Duke's swordsmanship was excessively excellent, akin to a swordmaster. Neither his strength nor technique could be handled by these ordinary robbers. Combined with Duke's superior stamina, sustaining intense combat without fatigue, he pushed the robbers into continual retreat. After about an hour, distant sounds of hooves approached, indicating many horses. In all of Maple Hill County, only Earl Hardy possessed such a quantity of horses. Only Earl Hardy's personal soldiers could equip such a cavalry force. Cole realized today was futile. He was anxious, wondering why others hadn't solved the militia members to support here. At his signal, the robbers began retreating. The militia team refrained from too deep a pursuit, remaining cautious to avoid falling into traps. In reality, the militia team suffered heavy losses of more than 30 people. Fewer than 20 could still stand. Earl Hardy's personal soldier troops soon arrived at Endrin town. By then the battle had ebbed, with robbers fleeing or captured. The troop leader, clad in silver full-body armor, was also a knight, riding forth to Duke, inquiring, "Where's Wood?" Duke was surprised by the cold tone, realizing the speaker was a woman. He now lifted his gaze from the figure. She was indeed female, her armor seemingly custom-fitted, aligning perfectly with curves. "Mr. Wood went chasing enemies." Duke pointed southward. The female knight nodded, said nothing, simply waved as she led the cavalry troop charging south. The robbers could only flee on foot, undoubtedly unable to escape this cavalry pursuit. Duke watched the cavalry depart, raising a dust cloud, feeling a bit envious. By now it was sunrise, the sun just peeking out and the sky remained murky. Duke exhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing sensation internally and externally. He relished the battle process. During that adrenaline surge, fatigue was barely felt, only realizing he neared his limit once he stopped. With the arrival of Earl Hardy's personal soldier unit, the turmoil brought by the Wild Wolf robber group quickly subsided. Most of the escapees, including Cole, were captured back by the cavalry unit, followed by a severe interrogation. Levin's family was also arrested and interrogated because Duke mentioned seeing members of the Wild Wolf robber group leaving their home. Through interrogation, it was learned that after Levin gave up joining the militia team, he went into business with his father. During this time, Levin came into contact with the Wild Wolf robber group, who had their own motives. After being severely beaten by Duke that day, Levin held a grudge against Duke. However, since Duke was part of the militia team, he couldn't afford to provoke Duke. Levin harbored resentment towards the entire militia team because of this. After making contact with Levin, the Wild Wolf robber group used various threats and inducements to reach a collaboration with him. Levin had the wild wolf robber group disguise themselves as his family's caravan, lurking at his home to collaborate inside and outside when it was time to act. By the time Levin's father learned of this, it was too late, and he had no choice but to join in. As a result, the wild wolf robber group was defeated. During interrogation, Levin's family was also implicated. Before they confessed, Levin's family had already been detained. In essence, they were ordinary citizens, unable to withstand interrogation, and confessed after a little pressure was applied. Earl Hardy quickly passed judgment, sentencing them all to death. 5 days later, on an unusually bustling morning in inland town, a large crowd gathered in front of the town's gallows, all residents of the town, and even many who came from distant villages and small towns. They were there to watch the hanging, an activity that served as entertainment for many. The gallows in inland town were not of the long drop type, which could break a person's neck instantly, causing quick death with less suffering. The town's gallows caused death by asphyxiation, which could take several minutes or even up to half an hour, and the entire process was extremely painful. After the criminals died, they would still be hung on the gallows for some time as a deterrent, to show others the consequences of offending Earl Hardy's authority. In this era, hanging was seen as a humiliating punishment exclusive to commoners. While nobles sentenced to death were usually beheaded, the members of the wild wolf robber group and Levin's family were already standing under the gallows, with ropes around their necks, about to be hanged. Duke stood below the platform, maintaining order while also watching those on the platform. He exchanged a glance with Levin, whose once blank stare came alive, filling with anger and remorse upon seeing Duke. Duke stood there expressionless, watching Levin all the while. A surge of anger welled up within Levin. He knew this guy. Wanted to see him suffocate to death. Even now, he didn't think he was wrong. He believed his downfall was entirely due to Duke and blamed it all on him. But now he could do nothing as the other side watched him, even as his family was led to the gallows. As Levin was full of anger and remorse, suddenly the ground below him disappeared, a pain surged through his neck, and he could no longer breathe. He desperately grabbed at the rope, but as his feet hung in mid-air, he could do nothing, and the rope only tightened more. In his struggle, Levin saw Duke in front, who opened his mouth and said something. He could no longer hear what the other was saying, but he could tell from his lip movements. Duke said, "Good riddance." After the wild wolf robber group attack ended, life in inland town gradually returned to calm and back on track. The attack did not cause much harm to the town's residents. Most of the casualties were members of the militia team. Earl Hardy provided generous compensation for all the deaths, ensuring their families could live comfortably for a long time. For those militia members who distinguished themselves during the turmoil, Earl Hardy was not stingy in rewarding them with substantial wealth. As a key contributor second only to Wood, Duke received a reward of 30 gold coins. In truth, he had his eyes on the set of silver armor worn by Cole, but it was merely a contemplation, as items of such caliber were unlikely to be awarded to him. Holding the weighty bag of gold coins, Duke found himself slightly unsure of how to spend it. With this money, he could indulge in salted meat every day, enough to last him quite a while. Upon receiving the money, Duke did more than just improve his living conditions. He also set aside 5 gold coins, which he insisted on giving to Uncle John's family. He was a person who valued gratitude and was never stingy towards those who helped him, always willing to give back once he was able. Aunt Anna initially wanted to marry Loy to Duke, but Uncle John intervened. It was not that Duke was deemed unsuitable, but Uncle John knew his daughter was no longer a match for Duke. Uncle John understood far more than Aunt Anna. He knew Duke would only continue to rise. Loy, a common farmer's daughter, was not compatible with someone like him. When the disparity in status is too large, being together is not a good thing. Duke, unaware that he narrowly avoided being pressured into marriage, was currently busy with another matter. In inland town, Wood smiled at Duke and asked Duke, "Do you want to become stronger?" "I do," Duke replied without hesitation. Wood nodded. "Very well, there's an opportunity right now. The Earl is recruiting personal soldiers, and I've submitted your name." Recruiting personal soldiers. Duke had somewhat anticipated this. For any noble, personal soldiers are extremely important, primarily based on loyalty and trust. Only those who are deemed trustworthy have the opportunity to become a noble's personal soldier. Duke's background was exceptionally simple, as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Coupled with his outstanding performance during this period, he had proven excellent enough for Wood to recommend him. Wood nodded. That's correct, and more importantly, you have a chance to become a knight. The recruitment process for personal soldiers includes teaching you the breathing technique. Those who master it can become knights and be heavily relied upon. Even if you can't learn it, striving to become a personal soldier is still very good. In essence, this recruitment for personal soldiers is also a selection process for knights. This is also a means for Earl Hardy to select and train talents, further screening for those with the potential to become knights from the outstanding young individuals recommended from various places. The personal soldiers are secondary. Knights, who have mastered the breathing technique, are truly the foundation of a noble. Maple Hill County belongs to Earl Hardy's territory, covering an extremely large area. It is the largest among the 15 counties in Jade Province. Earl Hardy himself is a noble with a rich heritage, controlling nearly 2,000 personal soldiers, not to mention even more militia in various places. Fenkyu City is the county seat of Maple Hill County and the residence of Earl Hardy. It is surrounded by towering walls, with Earl Hardy's personal soldiers guarding the city at all times. Habs Manor is located outside Fenkyu City, and it is the largest manor in the entire Maple Hill County, featuring horse stables and forests, serving as Earl Hardy's private estate. To the north of the manor lies the boundless Moonlight Forest. The recruitment and selection of personal soldiers take place here, with talented youths from all over Maple Hill County gathering at this location. Duke and others gathered on an open grass field within the manor. He estimated that there were about 200 participants in the selection for personal soldiers. Woman clad in full armor stood on a high platform at the front of the crowd. Everyone quieted down, waiting for her to speak. Duke recognized her at once. She was the same female knight he had seen that night. He later inquired of Wood and found out that this female knight was actually Earl Hardy's youngest daughter, named Vivian. Vivian is quite famous throughout the Jade Province, not only for her beauty, but more importantly for her strength. Under Earl Hardy's command, there are a total of 5 official knight-level powerhouses, and Vivian is one of them, even though she is only 16 years old. Such a talented girl, possessing both beauty and strength, and as Earl Hardy's most favored daughter, had already become renowned throughout Jade Province. In the coming months, I will be responsible for teaching you the breathing technique. Those who can master the breathing technique can join the Nightingale team, directly under my command. Vivian's voice was still so cold. The breathing technique is only a part of the training content. If you can master it, you need not participate in the personal soldier assessment a month from now, and can join the unit led by Vivian directly. The Nightingale team is a trump card under Earl Hardy's command, composed entirely of those who have mastered the breathing technique, with a total of 150 members. The knight's rank is divided into the knight attendant and official knight stages. Next, I will teach you the giant whale breathing technique. Mastering the breathing technique means entering the low-tier knight attendant level. Vivian then began to explain the basic knowledge of knight training. The knight attendant stage is divided into low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier knight attendant. Beyond that lies the official knight level. Beyond knights are great knights, but that is irrelevant to the vast majority of people. There are only a handful of great knights in the entire Vera Kingdom. The giant whale breathing technique has 9 layers. Reaching the 9th layer offers a chance to touch the threshold of a great knight. However, this is too distant for you. To cultivate the breathing technique, you must first master the pile skill. Vivian continued her explanation. Everyone listened intently. This was a rare opportunity not to be missed. The foundation of the giant whale breathing technique is the pile skill, consisting of 12 sets of movements, each with a corresponding method of breath control. Mastering this set of pile skills and successfully condensing the life seed through training will complete the first layer, which is the entry level. After condensing the life seed, continuing the breathing technique training will enable the cultivation of fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is what sets knights apart from ordinary people. Fighting spirit can multiply a person's strength. Circulating it to any part of the body enhances that part's defensive and offensive power. As Vivian mentioned this, she demonstrated by crushing a longsword into a twist with her bare hand, unscathed. She circulated the fighting spirit to her hand, making her palm as hard as iron. Only then did Duke intuitively realize that ordinary people theoretically could not possibly defeat a knight who mastered fighting spirit. not even a knight attendant. You will now formally begin the pile skill training of the breathing technique, said Vivian after imparting the breathing technique. She wore a thick helmet the entire time, hiding her specific features. It is said that Vivian's silver-white full suit of armor is made from special starlight ore, weighing 200 pounds in total. She wears this armor long-term to temper her body, only to pursue greater strength and a higher realm. This is entirely different from other noble ladies. Vivian is a person who prioritizes strength and will endure any hardship to become stronger. With nearly 200 people present, it was impossible for Vivian to personally guide everyone. The specific guidance work was entrusted to the Nightingale team members. Everyone received a booklet that detailed the contents of the giant whale breathing technique, including pile skills, methods of breath control, and more. This information is strictly forbidden from being leaked. Otherwise, the consequences are more severe than just a death penalty. Those present were recommended from various places and had undergone multiple screenings. They would not do anything foolish. After Duke received the booklet, he read through all the contents, practiced in his mind, then began the first movement of the pile skill. This movement appeared quite strange, even twisting the body unnaturally, leading one to doubt if a human could execute such a move. Fortunately, Duke had high physical attributes and good control over his body, managing to perform the movement with about 80% accuracy. There happened to be a Nightingale member nearby, who was surprised at Duke's performance, not expecting someone to achieve this so quickly. Lower your right arm a bit more, yes. And tense the muscles in your left calf. He immediately began to guide Duke, pointing out some issues. Duke quickly adjusted, and once the movements were correct, a tearing pain spread throughout his body. His muscles were already feeling uncomfortable, and after adjustment the pain intensified. The man guiding Duke was named George, a platoon leader in the Nightingale unit, with the strength of a high-tier knight attendant. He said, "Try to endure it. Pile skill is about persevering. Immediately follow the method in the breathing technique for breath control to see results." Duke endured the tearing pain in his body and began to adjust his breathing as according to the method in the breathing technique. Maintaining a breathing rhythm in this state was indeed challenging. However, the effect was evident. Duke soon felt the main muscle groups in his body heating up, generating a warm current. According to the records of the giant whale breathing technique, this is the entry level for the first movement of the pile skill. Once all 12 sets of movements of the pile skill are practiced, there's a hope of condensing the life seed, thus entering the realm. Next, Duke's goal was to persist as long as possible. The longer he trained, the better the effect would be. Vivian stood on the high platform and glanced at the scene below, gaining a clear view immediately. She quickly noticed Duke. Mastering the first move of the pile skill so swiftly surprised even her. Seeing Duke persisting, Vivian stepped down from the platform and approached. Duke was deeply focused on his breathing, trying hard to maintain this state, completely unaware of Vivian's presence. He tried to hold on a bit longer, but every second felt extremely long. When he finally couldn't persist any longer, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Only then did Duke realize he was drenched in sweat, with his clothes soaked and dripping. Turning his head, he saw Vivian in her full armor and quickly stood up, saying, "I'm sorry for making you laugh, Miss Vivian. It's your first time. 1 minute is already impressive." Vivian's cool voice echoed from her heavy armor. Still gasping for breath, Duke heard these words and thought of something, but dared not express it, only wiping the sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected the pile skill to be so exhausting, more tiring than a major battle. "George, guide him more," Vivian instructed before leaving. Hearing this, the people around gave Duke a second look, some envious. Nearly 200 people were practicing the breathing technique on site, with only 20 being Nightingales. Miss Vivian specifically arranged for someone to guide Duke, clearly seeing potential in him, which made many envious. After resting a bit, Duke continued practicing the second move of the pile skill. With George by his side now, he had to seize this opportunity to master all 12 pile skill moves as quickly as possible. Once the giant whale breathing technique appeared on his skill tree, he could grind it to the top level. By the end of the day, Duke only mastered the first 4 moves of the giant whale breathing technique, feeling utterly exhausted, finding it difficult even to lift a finger. Still, he was progressing fast. Most people hadn't even mastered the first move, with only a few mastering 1 or 2 moves. The training was hard, but the treatment at the manor was very good. Duke and his fellows would be staying at the manor for this period, where the beds had mattresses filled with goose and duck feathers, remarkably soft. This was something only nobles could enjoy, while commoners would at most use some dry grass as a mattress. 6 people, all participating in the selection of personal soldiers, stayed in Duke's room. They introduced themselves and roughly got to know each other's names and backgrounds. Among them were both commoners and nobles, and even one who had risen from being a slave to become a commoner, finally reaching here. This person named Huon looked unnoticeable, short in stature, but sturdy with muscular arms and back. Duke paid more attention to him, knowing how hard it was for a slave to become a commoner in this era. In theory, it was almost impossible. His ability to escape slavery and reach here proved he was no ordinary person. They didn't chat much, all too tired, falling asleep quickly with snores filling the room. Duke, being slightly more physically robust than the others, recovered faster and woke before dawn. He quietly left the house to continue practicing the pile skill. Duke started from the first move, reviewing what he had learned the day before. Not yet solidifying the giant whale breathing technique in his skill tree, he needed to practice repeatedly to avoid forgetting some details. After a while, the door behind him opened, and Huon stepped out. Huon, seeing Duke practicing the pile skill, was visibly surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to be even more diligent than himself. Having mastered 2 moves yesterday, Huon also started practicing on the side. Both seemed very determined, not slacking at all, practicing until most of the manor's inhabitants were awake before stopping. Duke clearly felt that practicing the pile skill was much easier than yesterday, with his muscles becoming more flexible. Though his body's attribute panel showed no improvement, he could clearly feel his body becoming more comfortable. The manor provided an exceptionally rich breakfast, with 3 meals a day, containing unlimited supplies of beef, lamb, bread, and sour pickles, allowing everyone to eat to their heart's content. Among the group, the majority were commoners who had never experienced such treatment, eating heartily to enjoy the feeling of a full stomach. Quite a few nobles did the same. Many nobles had the title but lived no better than commoners. After breakfast, training continued. According to the manor's schedule, only breathing technique training would be conducted for the first 7 days, with other training items arranged later. George continued to guide Duke exclusively, needing not to pay attention to others, focusing solely on Duke. Duke, already diligent and determined, made rapid progress under George's guidance. Inside Duke's mind, the skill tree began to change, with a branch extending, and a small green bud appeared above. Giant whale breathing technique, LV10/1000. After 3 days of training, Duke had mastered all 12 sets of pile skill for the breathing technique. When he completed the 12th set of pile skill, the giant whale breathing technique also became solidified in the skill tree. At the same time, a warm current appeared in Duke's abdomen, with a life seed condensing there. Practicing the giant whale breathing technique again, after about an hour, a faint trace of fighting spirit emerged in his abdomen. Under his mental control, this trace of fighting spirit wandered throughout his body, freely controllable at will. This tiny trace of fighting spirit couldn't achieve much, but once accumulated enough, it could be used in battle. Glancing at the proficiency of the giant whale breathing technique, Duke realized that completing an entire set of practice only increased it slightly, with each session taking an hour. Calculating this way, even practicing the breathing technique for 10 hours a day would take 100 days to grind the giant whale breathing technique to level 2. Moreover, practicing the breathing technique for 10 hours a day was hard to sustain. The current body couldn't withstand such high intensity, with 5 to 6 hours being the limit. Perhaps more training time could be endured in the future, but progress would still be slow. Night training required high aptitude. The majority could not complete the step of condensing a life seed. Among those who successfully condensed the life seed, many remain low-tier night attendants for life, unable to advance further. When the giant whale breathing technique is trained to the 3rd level, one crosses the threshold of becoming a mid-tier night attendant, at the 5th level a high-tier night attendant, and at the 7th level an official knight. Thinking it over, Duke realized that the giant whale breathing technique had 9 levels. If LV1 corresponded to the 1st level, LV2 to the 2nd, his training speed indeed seemed slow. His knight aptitude was somewhat lacking, as individuals with good aptitude generally needed only a month to progress from the 1st level to the 2nd. It was thanks to the presence of the skill tree that Duke was able to accelerate the progress of the giant whale breathing technique. Following his natural training speed, reaching the second level in this lifetime would be challenging. At Hab's Manor, Vivian was in her exclusive training ground, still clad in full armor, wielding a massive long axe for training. The long axe was about 1.8 meters long, and the axe head was extraordinarily large, forming a stark contrast with Vivian's petite figure. Very few people knew that this was actually Vivian's most commonly used weapon, weighing 300 pounds. In the past, Vivian would often spar with members of the Nightingale team, but now there was no one who could spar with her. Even those at the night level couldn't withstand Vivian's storm-like ferocious attacks, making sparring ineffective. The armor on Vivian and the giant axe in her hand were all for honing herself, aiming to break through her own limits, as to grasp the opportunity to advance to a great knight. During her daily training, several servants and personal soldiers were around. After finishing training, she glanced at George, who stood in the distance, and casually asked, "How is it going?" George bowed his head and respectfully answered, "Duke successfully condensed the life seed. He seems to be a very promising talent." 3 days indeed show some aptitude. Next, it depends on whether he can reach the second layer of training within a month. If he can successfully break through, he will have the potential to advance to official knight. If he cannot, Vivian placed the giant axe aside, and several servants hurried over to maintain and care for the axe. She didn't finish her sentence, but George understood her implication. If Duke possesses the potential to advance to an official knight, he is worth continued investment. The value of an official knight is an extremely precious combat power to any noble faction. But if Duke doesn't have such potential, he would just be another ordinary knight attendant in the Nightingale team. Without reaching official knight, there will be no qualitative change. The value created is still very limited. After Duke entered the breathing technique, he continued participating in training at the manor. He didn't feel much pressure now, theoretically being in a guaranteed admission situation, where his later performance in training didn't matter much, and he'd still be able to join the Nightingale team. Nevertheless, Duke was still working hard, spending most of his time grinding the proficiency of the breathing technique, temporarily setting aside basic swordsmanship. But someone was even more diligent than him. Just like Duke previously, when others were still lost in their dreams, he got up, only to find Huon's bed already vacant. Once he stepped out, he discovered Huon engaged in pile skill training for the breathing technique. Judging by the sweat on Huon's body, he had been training for some time. That guy is really pushing himself, Duke thought. He had a skill tree, motivating him to fully grind proficiency. This Huon, no wonder he could rise from being a slave. His willpower and disposition far surpass ordinary people. The two exchanged a glance and didn't speak, entering their respective training states. It was already the 5th day of training, and Duke was still the only one to have entered the breathing technique. Apart from him, the fastest progressing was Huon, who had already mastered 5 sets of pile skills. Normally, such progress wasn't considered slow, but with Duke present, it no longer seemed impressive. Giant whale breathing technique. Level 1, 11/1000, while performing pile skill training. Duke checked the progress of the giant whale breathing technique. So far, he only had 11 proficiency points. The progress was exceedingly slow. Once collective training time began, Duke couldn't help but ask George beside him, "Brother George, how can the training speed of the breathing technique be increased?" Having grown more familiar with George these days, he asked casually. George, without any hesitation, said, "Magical beast meat. Magical beast meat." Duke hadn't expected to receive a real answer. George nodded and said, "Magical beasts are considerably stronger than ordinary wild or fierce beasts. Their physiques are incredibly robust, and their flesh and blood contain rich blood essence. When knights practicing the breathing technique consume magical beast meat, and then proceed with the practice, they can fully absorb the blood essence within, increasing the practice progress of the breathing technique." He then changed his tone. "However, magical beast meat is very expensive, with ordinary magical beast meat costing 4 to 5 gold coins per pound, and it's not easy to purchase either." 4 gold coins per pound. Hearing this number made Duke a bit dizzy. Despite struggling with all his might recently, he had only managed to accumulate a little over 30 gold coins, just enough to buy a few pounds. Duke remembered this information, but since he was still training at the manor, he couldn't go looking for magical beast meat, deciding to consider it once training ended. The 7-day breathing technique training quickly ended, with Duke still being the only one who had entered the giant whale breathing technique. Vivian no longer appeared before the crowd, she only needed to check 1 month later to see who had entered the breathing technique. On the expansive pasturage within the manor, several fine horses appeared before the crowd. This was their next few days of coursework riding skills. In this era, not many people knew how to ride. Most people didn't have the chance to do so in their daily lives. Seeing so many fine horses at this moment, quite a few were eager to have a go. Not all of Earl Hardy's personal soldiers were equipped with horses. It was just necessary for everyone to know how to ride so that they would be prepared when the need arose. With 200 on site and only 30 horses, everyone had to take turns lining up to experience. Soon it was Duke's turn. After mounting his horse, he followed precisely what the riding instructor advised, first slowly walking, then gradually trotting. Riding skill, LV1, 12/100. Soon, a branch representing riding skill appeared on the skill tree. Duke found that acquiring proficiency in riding skills was relatively easy. Merely walking on horseback could raise the proficiency. If running, the proficiency increased even faster. Just by riding the horse for 2 laps, Duke's riding skill level upgraded. Riding skill level increased. Agility plus 0.1 riding skill. LV2, 5/200. Looking at these pieces of information, Duke thought to himself, although it's easy to increase the riding skill level, the attribute points gained are quite meager. He realized he couldn't rely on riding skills to gain many attribute points. He could only hope that maxing out the level might award free attribute points, which would be substantial. Duke wasn't in a rush. Since enhancing riding skills was this straightforward, riding a few circles each day would suffice. In the morning, riding skills were taught. In the afternoon, it was archery. This was Duke's first contact with archery, and his first few arrows didn't even hit the target. This scene brought some sense of balance to people nearby. Seems like Duke isn't all that, he can't even shoot an arrow properly. Many of them had already mastered archery skills. They might not be incredibly accurate, but at least didn't miss the target as much. Duke wasn't concerned about the looks from others. His first few arrows were just to get a feel. After making some adjustments, with his strong bodily control, he hit the target steadily with his next arrow. Archery LV1, 1/150. After hitting the target with that shot, Duke gradually found his rhythm and continued to hit several more arrows. He discovered that only by hitting the target could his archery proficiency increase. Duke also tried shooting from close range, ensuring a 100% hit rate, but found that his proficiency didn't increase at all. He slowly retreated and continued to experiment, finally discovering that he had to maintain a shooting distance of at least 15 meters to increase his proficiency. Duke trained at this minimum distance, slowly grinding his proficiency level. The estate imposed no time restrictions on individual training, and with plenty of targets available, he could practice archery as long as he wished. By dusk, Duke had not yet advanced his archery level. He wasn't in a rush. He could see the progress bar and could continue tomorrow. After dinner, Duke resumed his breathing technique training outside, and his life was filled with various training activities aside from eating and sleeping. As he trained a little while outside, Hughan emerged to train as well, as if they were in a silent competition. The few people inside the house exchanged glances, suddenly feeling awkward, as though resting inside felt like a guilty act. As they watched the two figures steadfastly training outside, their sense of guilt intensified. 10 minutes later, a few more people joined in the training outside. Before long, the month-long selection for personal soldiers ended. Duke thoroughly enjoyed this period, with food and drink all provided by the estate and no safety worries. He could focus solely on improving his proficiency. After frantically grinding proficiency during this time, Duke improved his skills in all areas. Basic swordsmanship, Level 4, 553/1000, giant whale breathing technique. Level 1, 247/1000 riding skill. Level 5 free attribute points. 2. During this time, Duke effortlessly reached the max level for both riding skill and archery, gaining not only some increases in physical attributes, but also 2 free attribute points. He hadn't planned on using these 2 free attribute points yet, as it seemed more cost-effective to use them later. However, progress with the giant whale breathing technique remained slow. Despite daily dedication and effort, his proficiency was still just over 200 points, with a long way to go before leveling up. Basic swordsmanship was practiced only occasionally in his spare time, as the breathing technique took up most of his schedule. After this round of training, a total of 5, including Duke, became low-tier knight attendants and joined the Nightingale team. Huan also successfully mastered the breathing technique, barely making it on the last day of training. Duke and these 5 did not need to participate in the personal soldier selection examination. They stood aside to observe the process for a day. The examination took place in the estate, consisting of riding skills, archery, and combat practice. Out of over 100 participants, only about 50 passed the examination to become Earl Hardy's personal soldiers. With these additions, Earl Hardy's personal soldier count finally exceeded 2,000. Even while observing the examination, Duke quietly continued his breathing technique practice, causing Huan and others to be somewhat speechless. Duke didn't care about this. He was indifferent to these unrelated people's opinions and focused solely on his tasks. After the examination, Duke and the others saw Vivian once more. Vivian was still donned in full armor, her helmet obscuring her face. Duke was curious about what lay beneath the helmet, having heard that Vivian was the most beautiful girl in the Jade Province, but he never got to see her true appearance. At least her voice was indeed pleasant, like a nightingale. From now on, you are members of the Nightingale. When not on duty, you are free to act, but do not stray too far from Fenkyu City. If you need to travel far, inform George in advance. Vivian spoke a few words to the newcomers before leaving. To her, this was just a formality to show up in front of the newcomers. She wasn't responsible for daily management. Vivian's only comment about this selection was, unfortunately, no surprises. She had initially held some hope for Duke, but unfortunately, he didn't reach the second layer of the breathing technique before training ended. At such a pace, advancing to an official knight seemed out of reach. After Vivian left, George explained the internal rules of the Nightingale to the group. The Nightingale typically did not have many routine tasks. They mainly dealt with tricky problems within the territory or conducted highly important missions. For example, the previous attack on Inland Town, a rather urgent task, was personally led by Vivian and the Nightingale team. Nightingale members could reside in Habs Manor, with each member having their own private room. They could also choose to live elsewhere as they wished. The estate's training facilities were freely available to Nightingale members without any restrictions. Earl Hardy's requirement for the Nightingale was simply to enhance their strength as much as possible for critical moments. Duke's monthly salary was 1 gold coin, the lowest salary within the Nightingale, with improved benefits upon increasing strength. Such treatment was already exorbitant in this era, and few jobs offered such a high reward. Duke also received a set of exquisite leather armor, beautifully crafted with shoulder and arm guards, offering much better protection than his previous armor. This leather armor was engraved with a Nightingale emblem, the insignia of the Nightingale team. As for full armor, not everyone could be equipped with it. After the busy training days ended, Duke stepped out of Habs Manor for the first time, intending to explore Fenkyu City. Habs Manor was located east of Fenkyu City, and leaving the manor allowed a distant view of the city's silhouette. Fenkyu City had already existed for 300 years, enduring countless wars, with its towering walls defending countless enemies from the city. Fenkyu City was divided into inner city and outer city, with the inner city being an ancient fortress, the castle where Earl Hardy resided. The entire outer city was essentially built around this castle. This fortress, doubly safeguarded, was as solid as a rock and difficult to penetrate, like a tortoise shell. The inner city wasn't accessible to just anyone. Even though Duke was now a Nightingale member, entry without permission was still impossible. The outer city was different. Apart from a simple check at the gate, there were no other requirements. As Duke entered the city, he immediately saw the wide main street, bustling with people, and a few lavish carriages struggling to move through the crowd. The surrounding area was filled with incessant calls of vendors striving to attract the attention of passers-by. Duke, based on the information he had previously gathered, arrived in front of a 5-story building, headquarters of the Flying Eagle Commerce Association. The Flying Eagle Commerce Association was somewhat renowned throughout the Vera Kingdom, with business spread nationwide, dealing in various types of commodity trades. The first-floor lobby displayed all sorts of goods, weapons, armor, potions, food, cotton fabrics, and more, all available. Duke approached a counter and stated his requirement. "Do you have magical beast meat for sale?" Behind the counter was a fat middle-aged man named Al, almost 2 meters tall, sitting there like a mountain of flesh. Al looked down, chuckled, his facial fat and body fat both starting to tremble. "Are you from Nightingale?" "There is indeed magical beast meat, 5 gold coins per pound." Duke wore the Nightingale leather armor to avoid unnecessary troubles. In Fengqiu City, Earl Hardy was the most prominent force. Wearing this attire could deter people from getting any ideas. "That's expensive," Duke couldn't help but mutter. Al laughed. "Judging by your aura, you must be a beginner. You must understand that not all magical beast meat can aid cultivation." He continued, "Generally, at least mid-tier magical beast meat is valuable, corresponding to the strength of mid-tier knight attendants. Also, of a 200-pound magical beast, only around 20 pounds of the most essential flesh is useful. Hunting magical beasts is extremely challenging and fraught with danger, which makes the materials related to magical beasts very expensive. Magical beasts generally dwell deep in the forests, their natural home ground, putting humans at a disadvantage naturally. Besides that, magical beasts usually possess stronger physiques, generally slightly stronger than knight attendants of the same tier. Typically, to safely hunt a mid-tier magical beast, at least 2 or 3 mid-tier knight attendants working together are required. So, 5 gold coins per pound of magical beast meat is not actually expensive and is entirely worth its value. I'll buy 1 pound to try first." Duke thought for a moment and said, due to budget constraints, he needed to try it first before deciding whether to continue buying. Al immediately reached under the table and pulled out a piece of dark meat, throwing it on the table, causing it to shake. "This is the meat of a mid-tier Gale wolf, already cured for long-term preservation." Duke picked up this piece of meat and smelled a spice aroma, indicating it had been cured for a long time from the outer surface. Once ready to eat, the outer skin should be cut off as it is inedible. "Not bad, but this seems to be more than a pound." Duke asked. Al replied, "This can't be cut. If cut, it can't be preserved long-term. It must be consumed within a month. It weighs just over 2 pounds. As it's your first visit, I'll count it as 2 pounds for you. If you want it, take it." Duke didn't hesitate, gritted his teeth, and pulled out 10 gold coins to buy this piece of Gale wolf meat. He wasn't afraid Al would deceive him since he had been wearing Nightingale's leather armor, identifying himself. If Al purposely cheated Duke under such circumstances, he'd only be causing trouble for himself. Al took out an oiled paper bag to wrap the meat before handing it to Duke. Duke, leaving with the meat, didn't rush back to the manor, but instead visited another place, the Adventurer Association. The Adventurer Association is an organization older than the Vera Kingdom, and no one can clearly say when it originated. This organization exists in many kingdoms and is recognized by the royal families of various kingdoms. The registered information with the Adventurer Association can be used across many kingdoms. The Adventurer Association mainly handles accepting various commission tasks, then assigning them to various adventurers to complete. The Adventurer Association in Fengqiu City is essentially a tavern, which is also a feature of the Adventurer Association. The Adventurer Tavern is very spacious, with many people drinking and chatting there. Duke, upon entering the tavern, felt something was off, as the tavern momentarily fell silent, with many people turning their heads to look at him. He then realized that entering here in Nightingale leather armor was indeed inappropriate. Many inside weren't good people and often operated in gray areas. Followers of Earl Hardy are often at odds with these adventurers. Realizing this, Duke quietly retreated. Originally, he wanted to try registering as an adventurer and then take some commission tasks to earn money, but overlooked his identity issue. Next time, even if he comes again, he needs to change his appearance, at least not directly wearing Nightingale leather armor, lest he stands out too much. Becoming familiar with the environment in Fengqiu City and taking a distant glance at Earl Hardy's castle, Duke then left. Duke took out the wrapped meat, cut a small piece with a dagger, ate it, and then began to practice the giant whale breathing technique, attempting to refine and absorb the blood essence within this meat. After the magical beast meat entered the stomach, the immense blood energy contained within it released into the entire body, continuously being refined and absorbed under the influence of the breathing technique, integrating into the body. You have completed 1 session of giant whale breathing technique practice. Proficiency +3. You have completed 1 session of giant whale breathing technique practice. Proficiency +5. Duke looked at the skill tree in his mind, noticing the rapid growth rate of the giant whale breathing technique, 3 to 5 times faster than before. He estimated that it would take just half a month to practice it to the 2nd level. The 2 pounds of Gale wolf meat would be just enough, and then he would have to buy some more. Now Duke had only over 20 gold coins left, enough to buy at most 4 pounds of meat, sufficient for 2 months. Once this money runs out, he'll revert to his previous snail-paced practice speed. Giant whale breathing technique level up, constitution +0.6, strength +0.4, agility +0.5. Giant whale breathing technique. LV2 1/1300. Duke glanced at his physical attributes. Finally, after so long, other attributes had caught up with his spirit. Strength had surpassed 8. He could feel noticeable changes in every muscle in his body. Clenching his fist, he could feel that, if he wanted, he could gather the strength of every muscle into one point, releasing explosive power. Moreover, the amount of fighting spirit within him was substantial. His physical strength, combined with the boost from fighting spirit, could unleash power far beyond his past level, surpassing an entire tier of strength. Duke faintly felt that even Wood and George, standing in front of him, might not withstand more than 3 rounds. Both were mid-tier knight attendants, but they no longer posed any threat to him now. After Duke practiced the giant whale breathing technique, at the 2nd level, the green sprout on the skill tree didn't change, which was somewhat different from before. It seems the level cap for the giant whale breathing technique is indeed not LV5. Duke confirmed his previous speculation. Previously, at LV2, it would already be in the form of green leaf, but now it remains a green sprout. Duke speculated that he probably needed to practice to the 3rd level and become a mid-tier knight attendant before it would transform into a green leaf form. After this breakthrough, the magical beast meat he previously bought was almost consumed. Duke was planning to go to the city to purchase more the next day, but unexpectedly, he received a mission in the middle of the night. A small village called Raven Village, north of Fenkyu City, encountered an attack by cavemen. And only 1 child in the entire village escaped the catastrophe. The child survived by hiding in a bucket in the well, and it was a passing hunter who pulled him up. The entire village was in ruins, with unfinished corpses scattered everywhere. Cavemen. Duke had only heard about these creatures before and hadn't seen them firsthand. Cavemen are a type of subhuman, and although their name includes man, they lack the civilization that humanity inherently possesses, being not much different from wild beasts. To cavemen, humans are just another type of food. In the past, there were frequent incidents of cavemen attacking humans. However, rarely have there been such large-scale cavemen attacks, where an entire village is slaughtered. This naturally crossed Earl Hardy's line, who immediately ordered the Nightingales to handle the matter overnight and eliminate these cavemen that endangered the territory's people. The Nightingales quickly assembled more than 60 people, with Lu Ping, a high-tier knight attendant, leading the group. The 60-plus people were divided into 6 squads, each squad consisting of 3 to 4 newcomers. Duke was in the squad led by George, and Hewen was also part of this team. This operation did not include any knight-level experts, as cavemen have relatively low combat strength. Ordinary cavemen are just slightly stronger than militiamen and weaker than low-tier knight attendants. Only some elite cavemen possess strength comparable to mid-tier knight attendants. With the Nightingale's strength of over 60 people, wiping out a caveman community was simply effortless. Duke equipped himself with a long sword and longbow and checked his pouch for essential items like dry rations before mounting his horse. Everyone received a horse for traveling purposes. The distance from Fenkyu City to Ravena Village takes at least a day and a half. Duke and the others departed overnight, expected to arrive at Ravena Village by noon the next day. The group gradually left the manor, galloping down the road on horseback. Veteran soldiers were more relaxed, with jokes and laughter among them. Many new recruits were silent and tense. Many had never killed anyone before and were instinctively afraid of the prospect of fighting cavemen. Lu Ping noticed this, and having encountered similar situations before when taking new recruits on their first training mission, said, "Relax, boys, those cavemen don't even reach your knees when they jump. so there's no need to fear. That's right. With your strength, you can easily handle these things. Besides, Earl said that for every caveman killed, there's a gold coin reward, so make sure to be quick. An experienced soldier chimed in. The atmosphere in the team lightened, making the new recruits less anxious. In fact, these veterans would take care of the newcomers, not letting them fall into perilous situations. Cavemen, with their low combat strength, are perfect for honing skills. By noon the next day, everyone arrived at Ravena village. The entire village was eerily silent, with no one left here. The bodies in the village were already dealt with, but the ground still bore many bloodstains. These bloodstains were still fresh, narrating the horrific scene that unfolded here a few days ago. Lu Ping quickly began commanding the crowd to guard, patrol, and stay vigilant around the perimeter. They planned to rest for the night before exploring the surrounding forest for signs of cavemen. Several experienced veterans were quickly dispatched to gather clues for the next day's operation. Duke wandered around the village, observing that it was just a very ordinary small village, even smaller than Yining village. He saw many signs of fingers clawing at the ground, accompanied by drag marks that extended into the nearby forest. These tracks were accompanied by blood, giving a sense of what the scene must have looked like at that time. The group began setting up camp, building fires for cooking, and constructing small shelters to shield against possible rain as the weather in the forest changed unpredictably. About 2 hours later, the veterans sent out on reconnaissance began returning. They had found traces of the cavemen in the forest ahead, estimating their number to be around 100. Such a large number, something's unusual. Lu Ping said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Normally, cavemen reside deep in the forest, mainly surviving by hunting wild animals. They generally don't leave the forest in such large numbers to reach the outskirts like this. Based on the reconnaissance clues, this group of cavemen intends to settle here for the long term. This is the forest's edge, with nowhere near as many wild animals to provide food. For these cavemen, the easiest food to obtain is the nearby human villages. Lu Ping exhaled with relief. It's fortunate we discovered this early, or else the nearby villages would suffer. They promptly took out maps to devise a battle plan. The cavemen had not discovered them yet, and the scouts brought back all the positioning information, marking them on the map. That night, while eating, they assigned tasks. Divided into squads, they would enter the forest from different routes, surround the cavemen, and aim to annihilate them completely. After a night of rest, they began moving at dawn. This surprise attack timing could catch the cavemen off guard. Duke followed closely behind George, moving silently through the forest. About half an hour later, everyone reached their designated positions and saw the cavemen ahead. The cavemen were short, averaging only a meter tall, with pale red skin, typically wielding wooden clubs as weapons. Some held short daggers, evidently looted from the village. Duke noticed a few cavemen who were visibly taller and more robust, likely the elite-level cavemen. Can these things have mid-tier knight attendant strength? Duke doubted. To him, the elite cavemen still seemed weak and didn't pose any sense of threat. The group dispersed, lurking in the forest. Duke saw George in the distance give a signal, then silently bent his bow and nocked an arrow. The arrow gleamed with a cold light, ready to release. A moment later, Duke saw George's signal change again and immediately released the bowstring. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the brow of a caveman in the distance. George couldn't help but be taken aback by this shot, giving Duke an extra look. He didn't expect Duke's archery to be so exquisite, shooting with such precision from such a distance. Duke had always practiced archery at the range, standing very close, and had been gossiped about by many. People said standing so close wouldn't yield training results, and practicing on a fixed target wouldn't lead to any qualitative breakthroughs. To advance in archery, one generally needs to practice on moving targets. Duke had always practiced in front of a fixed target, standing close, so others had no idea about his archery level. Duke's archery experience was now highly seasoned. Since maxing out his archery skills, he could hit targets without fail within the effective range of his bow. He quickly advanced while casually bending his bow and knocking arrows. With each shot, another caveman's life was taken. The entire process flowed smoothly, with extremely fluid movements. As Duke shot arrows and advanced, his goal was to close in quickly and kill more cavemen. This group of cavemen numbered only about 100, whereas they had over 60 people all-night attendance. Given their strength, 100 cavemen simply weren't enough to kill, and if they were slow, they wouldn't even get a few heads. Duke quickly arrived in front of the caveman, put away his longbow and drew his longsword. With a casual swing of his sword, blood sprayed forth. Duke moved swiftly and without delay, slicing through the neck of the caveman in front of him and heading to the next target without looking back. In just a short minute, Duke left the others behind and killed several cavemen. Yuan had been watching Duke's actions from behind and only then realized Duke's combat abilities far exceeded his own. Such decisive and smooth actions must have been honed through countless battles. After Duke quickly dealt with the group of cavemen before him, he drew the attention of cavemen in other areas. Burly elite caveman quickly ran over, wielding a wolf fang club and growling as he ran. Holding his sword, Duke remained calm. Once this elite caveman entered his attack range, he immediately activated his fighting spirit, stomping heavily on the ground, his speed exploding in an instant, appearing in front of the caveman in the blink of an eye. With the support of fighting spirit, his strength and speed far exceeded before, catching the elite caveman completely off guard. Before the elite caveman could react, the longsword had already sliced off its head, sending it flying high. Duke gave the caveman no chance. He wasn't interested in experiencing the power level of an elite caveman, aiming only to resolve the battle quickly. While he fought, other Nightingale members also clashed with cavemen elsewhere, almost crushing them. This band of cavemen was scantily clad, with little protective capability, wielding crude wooden clubs as weapons. Facing fully armed Nightingale members, they had virtually no resistance. At the center of the cavemen was a cave. From the cavemen's distribution, it appeared they centered their activities around the cave, as if guarding it. As the Nightingale gradually fought their way in, they began to surround the cave. Before they could explore inside, a figure slowly emerged from it. This was also a caveman, but unlike ordinary cavemen, this caveman was nearly 1.8 meters tall and had incredibly developed muscles. The king of cave dwellers. Fall back. Lu Ping recognized the creature before him at a glance and immediately ordered the surrounding Nightingale members to withdraw. Everyone was shocked and fearful upon hearing it was the king of cave dwellers, quickly retreating. The king of cave dwellers possessed strength comparable to an official knight-level fighter, extremely powerful. Within a caveman community, the emergence of a king is exceptionally rare, and they didn't expect this community to have one. The highest-ranking Nightingale members here were advanced knight attendants, making direct confrontation impossible, so they could only rely on their numbers to find opportunities. Everyone was on high alert, but surprisingly, the king of cave dwellers didn't launch a reckless attack, seeming somewhat cautious. Duke glanced over, noticing a distinct burn scar on the king's chest. His chest was blackened, as if struck by thunder, where one could see the charred flesh. Seeing the king panting heavily, everyone understood that the king of cave dwellers was injured, and critically at that. Perceiving this, Lu Ping's spirit soared, and he immediately moved forward with two other advanced knight attendants. Their goal was to harass and hold the king of cave dwellers, providing opportunities for elite archers in the team. They didn't aim for a fatal blow, just to gradually wear down the king. Lu Ping and the others needed only to be cautious, avoiding being pulled down by the king's last gasp. They fought very cautiously. Due to his injuries, the king of cave dwellers' strength and speed were markedly reduced, unable to handle the three before him for a while. Duke also continued from a distance, shooting arrows at the king's weak spots, such as eyes and ears, specifically targeting spots. His exquisite archery was once again on full display, and soon the king's head was filled with arrows. However, given the hardness of the king's skin and bones, the arrows only penetrated slightly, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Nonetheless, they posed significant trouble for the king, who still faced three advanced knight attendants. Duke's harassment successfully bought Lu Ping and the others a chance, leaving hideous wounds on the king. When Lu Ping's sword sliced through the king's belly, the king howled in pain. At that moment, two arrows whistled through the air, striking the king in both eyes. The king immediately reached out in pain to remove the arrows from his eyes. Lu Ping and the others seized this opportunity and decapitated the king together. As the king's head fell, two arrows were still embedded in his eyes, resembling sacrificial incense sticks. After the death of the king of cave dwellers, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even an injured king of cave dwellers required their combined strength to kill. The power gap between a knight level and a knight attendant is still too great, making it difficult to deal with the other side under normal circumstances. The group then started searching the cave, and upon entering they witnessed a horrific scene with many eaten remains and some prepared for drying. The smell in the cave was extremely unpleasant, a mix of blood and the stench of excrement, and with no ventilation it made people nauseous. Duke and the others gathered all the remains in the cave and set them ablaze as a way to console the departed souls. Lu Ping and others gathered around the king of cave dwellers, discussing something, all of them noticing the wounds on the king's chest. These wounds could not have been caused by ordinary means. The charred flesh must have been scorched by extremely high temperatures. Duke also observed the wound, thinking it indeed looked like it had been struck by lightning. This is a cold weapon era, without any heat weapons. He looked at the corpse on the ground, wondering, could this guy have been struck by lightning by chance? Duke felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. The wound didn't quite look like a lightning strike to him. Lu Ping was silent for a moment before saying, it seems some magical beast with magic power severely injured this king of cave dwellers, forcing this cave dweller community to migrate. Magic power, the others listened with some apprehension. Duke listened on, thinking, so this world indeed has magic power. Knights already count as extraordinary power, not part of the normal human scope. Duke initially believed knights were the pinnacle and strongest power in this world. However, now learning that magical beasts also possess magic power was unexpected. One could infer that perhaps within humanity, some might also wield magic power. Thinking of this, Duke couldn't help but ask, can official knights handle such magical beasts? It's difficult, depending on what rank the magical beast is. If it's a knight-level rank beast, the average official knight has almost no chance of victory. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, above high-rank magical beasts are the knight-level beasts, known as rank beasts, and above rank beasts are the legendary extraordinary beasts. Duke subsequently learned that magic power is extremely bizarre and troublesome. Armor can resist blades and cold arrows, but can't defend against magic. Like the lightning burn marks on the chest of this corpse on the ground, no armor can block such lightning. Even an official knight is helpless against this kind of power, no different than being stark naked. Magical beasts capable of using magic power are extremely rare. Such beasts haven't appeared in the Vera Kingdom for decades. Lu Ping and the others looked grim. They needed to report this news back as soon as possible, thinking of solutions in advance. If such magical beasts indeed appear, it might lead to another brutal battle. During their silence, Duke couldn't help but think of a question and asked, can humans use magic power? Lu Ping paused and then said, there are rumors of such people who can call the wind and summon the rain, change the world, capable of anything. But those are just legends, not necessarily true. In the legends, these people are called wizards. Wizards. Duke felt he needed to go back and consult some ancient texts and stories to understand better. He thought, since knights with fighting spirit truly exist, then wizards might not just be legends, they could very well be real. It's said in legends that this world was created by wizards. But those stories are just to be listened to. Creating a world isn't much different from a god. Lu Ping laughed. After the cave dweller incident subsided, the group led by Nightingale returned to Fengqiu City to be rewarded. According to previous regulations, slaying a cave dweller rewards 1 gold coin. Considering the existence of elite cave dwellers, 1 elite cave dweller is worth 3 gold coins. Duke alone received 55 gold coins, 30 of which were rewards for assisting in killing the king of cave dwellers. After receiving these rewards, his purse became full again, with over 70 gold coins. Lu Ping immediately went to report the entire incident to Earl Hardy, including his findings and some conjectures. Duke wasn't privy to the specific content. He already took this money and returned to Fengqiu City, purchasing 10 pounds of pre-cured magical beast meat at once. Duke bought a few smaller pieces to eat separately. Estimates suggest consuming 4 to 5 pounds of magical beast meat a month. 10 pounds are enough for 2 months of training. After purchasing the magical beast meat, Duke entered several days of peaceful training life. Since there weren't any more tasks issued, he changed into the outfit previously gifted by Wood and headed to Fengqiu City. Duke arrived again at the Adventurer's Tavern, ordered a cup of butterbeer, and sat at an empty table. The tavern was lively. The noise was jumbled as groups of people gathered, each discussing their own matters. These adventurers mostly had loud voices, some speaking even louder after drinking too much, mixing into noise that made people's eardrums buzz. Duke tried hard to sift through this chaotic information. attempting to select some useful information. He noticed a minstrel telling a story, surrounded by many listeners. Minstrels are essentially wanderers, long roaming everywhere, earning a living singing and telling stories. Like this minstrel, others simply ask him for a drink, and he shares tales from other places. Many people haven't actually traveled far and have extremely limited understanding of other regions, lacking reliable information sources. Upon encountering a minstrel, they couldn't help but be curious. Upon listening, Duke too became interested, as the minstrel's story happened to be about wizards. Official knights are impressive enough, right? But do you know, long ago, even great knights were only fit to serve as wizard attendants, the minstrel said slowly. Nonsense. A bearded man listened, full of disbelief, thinking it was nonsense. Exactly, great knights are legendary figures. How could they possibly be attendants to others? Are you trying to deceive us? Someone questioned. The minstrel was evidently accustomed to such occasions and wasn't flustered, laughing. How dare I deceive you? What I narrate is documented historical fact. It's just that wizards have been absent for so long, people slowly forgot them. In fact, many countries still bear traces of wizards' existence, and many possess mysterious items whose power actually comes from wizards. That point you should know, right? Just like Earl Hardy's red glove. The Duke heard that the minstrel actually mentioned Hardy and couldn't help but admire the audacity of this person, daring to discuss the Earl in Hardy's own territory. However, this was also related to it being the Adventurer's Tavern, which is a relatively more free place. From listening to this group, he learned that Earl Hardy was also known as the Red Glove Earl. The reason is that Earl Hardy wears a red glove on his left hand year-round, and this glove possesses extremely mysterious and strange power, capable of causing people near Earl Hardy to suddenly die violently. This is also one reason many people deeply respect and fear Earl Hardy, as they can only harbor fear in the face of such inexplicable power. Red glove. The Duke took a sip of wine, pondering the truth of this matter. This was also his first time hearing of it, as among the people he usually interacted with, no one dared to casually discuss Earl Hardy, unlike these bold adventurers. The Duke tended to believe that the power of the red glove truly existed. After all, this is an extraordinary world. Though the idea of people nearby dying violently sounded somewhat absurd, it only suggested that he had encountered too little, and his understanding of this world was still far too shallow. This world is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. After staying a little longer and not gathering any valuable information, the Duke left the tavern and returned to the manor to continue honing his proficiency. After going through the events of the past 2 days, he increasingly felt his own weakness. He used to believe that practicing breathing techniques and becoming a knight attendant, mastering stronger powers, would grant more self-preservation ability. Now it seemed that unless one reached knight level, they were merely cannon fodder. Even becoming an official knight, it's still very difficult to handle magic power. The Duke took a deep breath. Deciding not to overthink, all he could do was take each step well, practicing steadily and surely. In his room, the Duke stood bare-chested, with sweat trickling down the curves of his muscles. He chewed a piece of magical beast meat, swallowed it, and continued practicing pile skill. Now, the Duke could perform these movements with ease, as if it had become instinctual, without any difficulty. However, correspondingly, the training effects significantly diminished. For ordinary people, this was usually the limit, and it's hard for the physical body to improve further through pile skill, basically marking the end of the knight's road. Even when paired with magical beast meat, the improvement obtained is extremely limited. But the Duke was different. He had the skill tree on his side. He just needed to continually repeat the pile skill practice to improve the proficiency of the giant whale breathing technique, and would eventually break through one day. In his mind, on the branch representing the giant whale breathing technique, a green bud trembled, then bloomed like a flower, extending an emerald green leaf. Giant whale breathing technique. LV3, 1/1500, giant whale breathing technique level up. Physique plus 0.5, strength plus 0.3, agility plus 0.5 free attribute points. 3. This improvement brought the Duke a very noticeable sensation. He felt as though his whole body had expanded slightly, making him seem taller and stronger. Although not apparent to the naked eye, he could feel it himself in that instant. The Duke's overall attributes had now surpassed 8 points, and the comprehensive enhancement in all aspects marked a qualitative leap in his strength. During this period, He also observed other members of Nightingale. Duke found that the average attributes of medium-tier knight attendants were around 6 points, while high-tier knight attendants were about 7 points. If not for the presence of fighting spirit, he could have crushed high-tier knight attendants a month ago. Others had raised their body attributes to this level through years of painstaking cultivation. The Duke had not fully demonstrated his strength before these people, and usually kept a low profile, appearing to be nothing more than an unremarkable low-tier knight attendant. Now, having elevated the giant whale breathing technique to the 3rd layer, Duke successfully stepped into the threshold of a medium-tier knight attendant, significantly increasing the amount of fighting spirit his body could accommodate. He felt as if all the meridians in his body had been widened, making the movement of fighting spirit within more fluid, creating a feeling as if the roads had become broader. These were internal bodily changes, unobservable from the outside. The Duke pondered these internal changes, noticed that after advancing to a medium-tier knight attendant, due to broader meridians, he could use more fighting spirit at one time. Now, he could gather twice the previous amount of fighting spirit in his fist, making it as hard as iron, with incomparable strength. The amount of fighting spirit his body parts could contain was minimal before, unable to focus a large amount in one area, as internal meridians couldn't bear so much fighting spirit. But now, with broader and thicker meridians, the amount of fighting spirit they could simultaneously accommodate was increased, indirectly enhancing his strength. The Duke's meridians transformed at the instant the breathing technique level advanced, which would take others at least several years to achieve. If one's aptitude was poor, they might never cross this barrier in their lifetime. Basic swordsmanship, LV5 trait. Bleeding, the Duke also managed to grind basic swordsmanship to the maximum level during this period, gaining some free attribute points and activating a trait. Bleeding. When using sword weapons, a chance to affect the opponent's blood clotting function, the Duke looked at this information, unsure of the specific effect. The function of blood clotting can vary greatly depending on the duration and whether the effect is significant. If it can affect the opponent's blood clotting function for a long time, he could strike and then retreat, eventually waiting for the opponent to bleed to death. However, the Duke felt it couldn't be that simple, as achieving such an effect might be probable against an average person, but would be different against a robust knight. After practicing breathing techniques, the body generally becomes stronger, so the bleeding trait might have a limited effect. The Duke planned to observe more during future combats, since such attributes were better than nothing. This also made him think about more possibilities. Since basic swordsmanship had a trait after grinding to max level, other skills might too. Currently, only basic swordsmanship had a trait, implying it's probabilistic. The Duke glanced at his giant whale breathing technique, which was only at the 3rd level. Achieving max level was still far off, making him wonder what transformations might occur upon reaching it. After perceiving his enhanced body, he sliced a bit of magical beast meat, consumed it, and continued pile skill practice. You completed a session of giant whale breathing technique. Proficiency +2. Did the proficiency decrease? The Duke frowned. He had been using magical beast meat to aid in practice for some time, and until now the minimum increase was 3 points, encountering a 2-point increase for the first time. Duke thought about it and realized it was probably because he had been promoted to a mid-tier knight attendant, which made the magical beast meat less effective for him. The magical beast meat came from a mid-tier Gale wolf, a type of meat Duke often purchased. It seemed that as his strength increased, he needed higher-grade magical beast meat to have a satisfactory effect. Duke still had 4 pounds of magical beast meat left, and once he finished this batch, he'd need to buy more. He noticed that after his strength improved, he was able to consume more magical beast meat at once. He could eat more at a time without worrying about wasting it through incomplete refining. This way, he could maintain the previous speed of skill proficiency growth. But the consumption rate of magical beast meat also accelerated. Previously, he'd consume 2 or 3 pounds in half a month, but at this rate, he'd be consuming 5 or 6 pounds. Duke calculated that he would need to spend about 60 gold coins a month, which was way too much. He currently had just over 20 gold coins, only enough to buy a few pounds of mid-tier magical beast meat. I need to find a way to earn money, Duke thought to himself. Now that he had become a mid-tier knight attendant, his monthly salary had increased to 2 gold coins. This was already considered high for ordinary people, but not enough to sustain a knight's training. Most members of Nightingale relied on various odd jobs to earn money for training resources. In Fenkyu City, at the Adventurer's Tavern, Duke occasionally came here to have a pint of butterbeer, mainly to gather some recent news. The tavern was crowded with people of all sorts, and it was often possible to hear news from various places. "Did you see that big job recently?" a bearded man at a nearby table suddenly asked. "The big job catching the twilight deer," someone replied. "Of course, what's the interest in partnering up to try? Forget it, the reward is indeed tempting, 100 gold coins, but it's too challenging. The twilight deer is a mid-tier magical beast. While it's not aggressive, it's extremely adept at fleeing. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch it." True. Recently, all the adventurers in Fenkyu City have been heading to the Moonlight Forest, but no one has succeeded yet. Duke was intrigued and went to the counter, saying, "I want to see the quest for the twilight deer." Behind the counter was a well-dressed bartender who nodded with a smile, pulling out a parchment with the quest details. The bartender not only mixed drinks, but was also responsible for receiving and issuing quest commissions, possessing a strong background. Duke took the parchment, and after reading the quest details, he found out why no one had completed it yet. The quest required capturing the twilight deer alive. No deposit was needed to take on the quest. In completing, it would earn a grand sum of 100 gold coins. In this era, 100 gold coins could already make an ordinary person become quite wealthy. Duke then asked, "Do you have any information about the twilight deer?" Of course, for a fee, the bartender smiled slightly. The intelligence business at the Adventurer's Tavern was significant. As long as you were willing to pay, there were nearly no secrets you couldn't obtain. This was also the strength of the Adventurer Association, which had branches in many kingdoms with extensive information channels. Duke asked, "How much?" "1 gold coin," the bartender replied while polishing a glass. Duke thought for a moment and tossed out a gold coin. The price was a bit steep, but to increase the probability of completing the mission, he had no choice but to invest. With a wave of the hand, the bartender made the coin vanish, putting it away somewhere, and said, "Please wait a moment." He then walked into a room at the back, returning shortly with a letter sealed with wax. "Here's what you want." The bartender pushed the letter over. Duke took the letter and then left the tavern. Didn't attract any attention because this was a common scene in the tavern. Transactions that weren't of substantial amounts didn't draw interest. After returning to the manor, Duke opened the letter, discovering it contained detailed information about the twilight deer's habits and appearance, even illustrating what its droppings looked like. This kind of information was important to hunters, one of whose skills was to recognize what animals left behind from their droppings. The powder of the sky lantern flower is very attractive too. The twilight deer. Duke memorized all this information, then put the letter away. The next day he returned to Fenkyu City, purchased quite a few things, thoroughly prepared, and then set out with his longsword and longbow heading into the Moonlight Forest. The Moonlight Forest was the largest forest in the entire Vera Kingdom, bordering 3 provinces. This was a paradise for beasts and also inhabited a variety of magical beasts. Only knight-level warriors dared venture deeply here. To enter the Moonlight Forest, one needed to pay. Several entrances near Fenkyu City were guarded by Hardy's personal soldiers. One had to pay a tax of 10 silver coins to enter, regardless of the purpose. If someone sneaked in without paying and got caught, they'd be treated as a poacher and sentenced to the gallows. Duke approached the entrance ready to pay when the guarding soldier glanced at his leather armor and smiled. "Brother, you're with Nightingale, aren't you?" The leather armor he wore offered the best defense, so of course he wore it. The soldier chuckled, "Then you don't need to pay. Don't you know that members of Nightingale can enter the Moonlight Forest for free? Earl Hardy has granted this privilege." "I see," Duke replied, putting his silver coins back into his pocket, saving every penny counted. "On your way, good luck." The soldier waved. They often saw members of Nightingale entering for side earnings from hunting. Given their trained breathing technique, they were skilled and often successful. "Thank you for your service," Duke replied politely before entering the Moonlight Forest. As soon as he entered the forest, he felt the light dim. Sunlight squeezed through the dense canopy, casting only a few dappled spots on the ground. Enormous trees that required several people to encircle were everywhere, all growing tall and lush. The forest was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by melodious bird songs. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, tempting one to find a grassy patch to lie on and nap away the afternoon idly. Duke, naturally, had no such leisure. Soon, he noticed some markings on the nearby tree trunks. These were left by hunters who had previously been here, often used for guiding directions for themselves or others. To make future entries easier, Duke was well aware of these. They were basic knowledge for hunters. Hunting, level 1, 1/100, a new branch appeared on the skill tree, sprouting a fresh green bud. To Duke's surprise, identifying just a few hunter marks had led to the appearance of a hunting skill. Duke then ventured deeper into the forest, carefully observing his surroundings. During this process, his hunting skills improved slowly, as performing any hunting-related activities increased proficiency. Duke held a concise map outlining parts of the Moonlight Forest's periphery, noting terrain and key locations like water sources. These were accumulated from predecessors' experiences. Deeper areas are uncharted, as few venture into the heart of the Moonlight Forest. Duke wouldn't go deeper, only attempting to locate traces of the twilight deer in these outer areas. He planned that finding the twilight deer would be excellent, but even if unsuccessful, hunting other game could also earn some money. Duke mainly headed to crucial water sources, attempting to find clues around them. Since twilight deer have high demands for water, their activity usually centers around these sources. Duke spent the morning exploring 3 water points but still discovered nothing. He planned to explore the remaining 2 in the afternoon. If nothing showed up, he would have to give up. Duke wouldn't spend the night in the Moonlight Forest. It's too dangerous at night. He ate some simple dry food and drank some clean water before continuing. Duke arrived below a waterfall, cascading down a mountain like a heavenly river falling. Below the waterfall was a pool, clear and bottomless, with several green fish swimming beneath. Duke crouched in the grass by the pool, observing intently. Generally, water sources attract many beasts for drinking, often carrying certain dangers. Duke observed for a while, finding only 2 elk but no predators, and began exploring the area. He soon discovered some droppings, identifying them as left by the twilight deer through their shape. Duke immediately got excited. The droppings were relatively fresh, indicating the deer was nearby. He looked around, found some footprints, which were indeed twilight deer's tracks. Following the tracks forward, Duke finally saw the twilight deer munching grass under a tree ahead. Without making a move, he began adjusting his breathing, slowing his rate to meld seamlessly with the environment. Twilight deer is a mid-tier magical beast, lacking offensive and defensive prowess, but extremely fast. It's very alert. Once startled, it flees instantly. Duke's current speed wouldn't catch up. Humans are inherently hindered in forests, unlike these beasts. Duke lowered his body. Every step was premeditated, almost silent on landing. He synchronized his breathing with the wind, camouflaging his breaths within it. Duke's stealth was perfect. Even the perception-wise twilight deer remained oblivious to his presence. The process lasted about half an hour. Duke gradually reached his shooting range while the deer grazed leisurely. Duke squatted, waiting. He was within shooting range, needing a mountain breeze next. He would shoot while the wind blew, concealing his movements within its sound. Duke remained patient, knowing opportunities were scarce. Rushing would stun the deer into alertness, making reapproach difficult. A mountain breeze swept through, the forest rippling like a sea of green. The twilight deer sensed the breeze, slightly raised its head, squinting, savoring the peaceful moment. From afar, Duke had already drawn his bow and notched an arrow, its tip glinting coldly. He was completely at one with his surroundings, barely detectable without careful observation. Duke's bowstring was taut. He didn't rush his shot, still waiting for the wind to sheath the arrow for perfect execution. For about 10 minutes, Duke finally released the bowstring. The arrow shot forth, guided by the wind towards the twilight deer, silent and camouflaged within it. The arrow grazed the deer's back, leaving a wound from which blood seeped. The twilight deer immediately let out a soft cry, leaping over 10 meters away, vanishing from sight. Duke's shot wasn't off target but intentional. The arrow was poison, capable of paralyzing a bear within moments. The mission demanded capture, not killing, so Duke resorted to this method. He put away his bow and followed closely. The twilight deer was quick. Duke couldn't match its pace in the short term, its speed exceptional among mid-tier magical beasts. Due to its injury, Duke easily tracked it with hints. After tracking for a while, Duke noted the deer's traces growing denser, likely paralyzed, slowing down. Half an hour later, the twilight deer was completely incapacitated, lying on the ground struggling to rise. It looked fearfully at Duke approaching, its hooves clawing the ground weakly, unable to stand. Duke didn't hastily approach. It's a mid-tier beast. A charged kick could still hurt. He waited for it to lose consciousness entirely before going over to hoist it onto his shoulder. Done heading home. Duke was in high spirits. This deer was worth 100 gold coins, a significant haul. As he carried the deer out, sensing an anomaly behind him, he leapt a few meters away. An arrow stood where he originally was. Duke turned to see two leather-armored men looking at him maliciously. A man with a facial scar spoke. "Friend, we first spotted this wounded twilight deer and tracked it for a long time. You taking it isn't right." This amused Duke. "Why do you think the deer was injured? You were later arrivals based on who spotted it first." The scarred man sneered. "You Nightingale folks are domineering. This is Moonlight Forest. Killing you would go unnoticed. If you're smart, leave the deer and spare your life." Knowing I'm from Nightingale and still saying this. Today won't end peacefully. Duke sighed. He certainly wouldn't comply. Wearing Nightingale armor had them threatening, clearly not planning to let him live, whether he left the deer or not. The Duke immediately threw the twilight deer aside, then quickly took out his longbow and shot 2 arrows at the two of them. Scars and his companion reacted quickly and managed to dodge the arrows. 2 mid-level knight attendants. The Duke's arrows were just a test to gauge their strength from their speed. No wonder these two dared to make a move against him. 2 mid-level knight attendants were indeed strong, but unfortunately they encountered him. Scars and the other person exchanged a glance, then tacitly surrounded him from the left and right, simultaneously attacking the Duke. He had been coordinating for many years, and had done such things countless times. Killing members of the Nightingale wasn't new to them. The Duke saw them choosing close combat and realized they mistakenly thought he was only proficient in archery. Because his archery was indeed strong, generally requiring long-term practice. The Duke directly discarded the bow and drew his longsword. This scene made Scars and his companion pause for a moment, but with the arrow already in flight, they had no choice but to press closer, their longswords quickly approaching the Duke. The Duke's eyes were sharp, observing their movements clearly. Scars was on the left, the other on the right. Just as their longswords were about to strike, the Duke feigned retreat, then quickly twisted his body, adjusting his steps with an extremely strange movement, and swung a sword to the right. The man was startled, quickly switching from offense to defense with his longsword. The next moment, a powerful force came from the longsword, leaving the man astonished at the Duke's strength. Damn, could he be a high-level knight attendant? Scars and his companion both had this thought. He knew the Nightingale's high-level knight attendants, recognizing them all. The Duke was completely unfamiliar to them, obviously newly joined the Nightingale, which made them mistakenly feel overconfident. But from the first clash, they sensed trouble. After the Duke forced the man on the right back with one swing, he quickly thrust another sword, moving swiftly. The man had no time to react. While trying to stabilize himself with his sword, his neck was already pierced. The power and speed gap was vast, and they initiated close combat, leaving no room for regret. Scars, seeing this, felt his heart race, quickly retracting his longsword and extending a hand. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We are from the Eagle Eye Mercenary Corps in Fenkyu City." Misunderstanding my asterisk. The Duke didn't listen, advancing with his longsword. Scars quickly defended, but his strength was no match for the Duke, and he was slain within a minute. The Duke looked at Scars lying lifelessly on the ground, searched his body after confirming his death, and found a pouch containing only 5 gold coins. The other was even poorer, with less than a gold coin altogether, rather shabby. The Duke had heard that adventurers and mercenaries lived day to day, with no savings. They lived risky lives, never certain of seeing tomorrow, so they enjoyed their present, leaving little money on them. As for Scars' talk about the Eagle Eye Mercenary Corps, the Duke didn't care. In Fenkyu City, he didn't need to worry about anyone's background. The biggest power was Earl Hardy. Moreover, since this was deep in the woods, the bodies didn't need handling. The wild would take care of them by nightfall. The Duke then lifted the twilight deer from the ground and quickened his pace to leave. The smell of blood here was intense and would soon attract animals, maybe even magical beasts. Fenkyu City Adventurers Tavern. The Duke approached the counter and said, "I want to submit a mission." The bartender surprisingly remembered the Duke, somewhat amazed. "You captured the twilight deer?" The Duke nodded slightly, saying nothing. He had stored the twilight deer at his estate, The paralysis effect would last a while longer, and the deer was secure in a cage foolproof. Carrying the deer into the tavern would be too flashy. The bartender then produced a letter. If you truly completed it, go to the location in this letter. But I warned you. Going without completing the mission could be troublesome. Thank you. The Duke pocketed the envelope and left the tavern. Back at the estate, he opened the envelope and was puzzled by the address inside. The address in the envelope was Maple Hill Castle, the place of Earl Hardy's family. The Duke found it odd and even suspected the bartender was tricking him. If Earl Hardy required a twilight deer, he wouldn't need to post a task at the Adventurer Association. Just send his personal soldiers or someone from the Nightingale. But considering his Nightingale affiliation, he might avoid some trouble. He lifted the cage with the twilight deer, entering the castle. Stop, what business? The guard at the gate noticed the Duke from afar. His polite tone was thanks to the Duke's Nightingale leather armor. The Duke presented the letter. I'm here to submit a mission. The guard, curious, took the letter, understood upon seeing its contents and a symbol, and said, Wait here, I'll report it. Moments later, the guard jogged back, inviting the Duke inside. It was the Duke's first time entering Maple Hill Castle, noting the thick walls at the entrance and understanding their endurance over the years. Following the guard, twisting and turning, he arrived at an open area behind the castle. Miss, I've brought him, the guard announced. Dressed in armor, Vivian turned, holding a giant axe, and glanced at the Duke. All right, you may leave. The Duke hadn't expected the task to be issued by Vivian. He set down the cage and respectfully saluted. Considering their hierarchy, Vivian was still his superior. Vivian glanced at the twilight deer on the ground, nodding. Well done, barely any damage. Wait a moment, you'll receive your reward shortly. The Duke had no objections, remaining obediently in place. Vivian tilted her head, gazing at the Duke before suddenly speaking. You look familiar. Have you recently joined Nightingale? It had been 3 months since the selection and training, and Vivian barely remembered him, only a vague impression. The Duke nodded and said, Yes, Miss Vivian. Not bad. How's the progress on the giant whale breathing technique? Vivian asked casually. I've currently progressed to the 3rd level, the Duke replied. 3rd level? Vivian was somewhat surprised, carefully examining the Duke. She seemed to remember something and said, You seem to be the person who mastered the breathing technique the fastest, reaching the mid-level night attendant in 3 months. It seems your aptitude is quite good. Back then, when the Duke was the first to master the breathing technique, Vivian had a glimmer of hope for him. However, the Duke wasn't able to advance the breathing technique to the 2nd level within a month, which also meant he hardly had any hope of being promoted to an official knight. But now, just 3 months later, the Duke had become a mid-level knight attendant, indicating he still had some potential. Perhaps it's because I've been eating magical beast meat recently, which sped up my training progress, the Duke said. I see, it seems your body's absorption capability is quite good, so the effect of magical beast meat is better for you. Vivian pondered slightly. In fact, the effect of magical beast meat varies from person to person. It's not that everyone's breathing technique progress can improve significantly by eating it. Vivian then added, I didn't expect you to complete my commission task. You've only been in contact with the breathing technique for 3 months and managed to capture the twilight deer. It seems you are quite extraordinary. She was well aware of how difficult it was to capture a twilight deer, especially alive. The Duke's strength was average, yet being able to capture a twilight deer showed that he had outstanding qualities. It was just luck. By the way, Miss Vivian, why didn't you directly assign the task to us, but instead had it posted at the Adventurer Association? The Duke asked curiously. The Nightingale had many capable individuals, and capturing a twilight deer alive should be quite simple. Going through the Adventurer Association seemed like unnecessary trouble. Vivian said, The Nightingale belongs to the Acosta clan, not to me personally. I wanted the twilight deer for personal reasons, so I wouldn't let the Nightingale handle it for me. The Duke hadn't expected Vivian to be so clear about the distinction between public and private affairs, which was rather uncommon in this era. Particularly for nobles, using the Nightingale to capture a deer wouldn't even qualify as using their resources. Improperly, it could be considered a matter of course. After a while, a servant brought over a small golden box, handing it to Vivian. Vivian then handed the box over to the Duke. Upon receiving it with both hands, he felt the weight. And from the noise inside, it was apparent that it contained a pile of gold coins. This is your reward for this mission. Additionally, since you're one of our Nightingale, Do you want a bit of an extra reward? Vivian asked. The Duke was taken aback. Naturally, he was hesitant to ask for any reward. In his view, 100 gold coins fully compensated the effort put into the task, perhaps even more than deserved. Here's the thing, I'll teach you a combat skill. Whether you can master it or not depends on you, Vivian said. Combat skill. The Duke's spirit was uplifted. Didn't expect to receive training in combat skills. Combat skills are powerful abilities only usable by those who have mastered the breathing technique, essentially a higher-level utilization method of fighting spirit. The Duke's use of fighting spirit was still in the preliminary stages, which involved using it to strengthen the body, enhancing strength, speed, and so on. This was a relatively rudimentary but certainly practical application, sufficient for most people. But the world never lacked geniuses who used fighting spirit across more domains, developing various new applications. However, such combat skills are usually confidential secrets of each faction, something they cherish and typically don't pass on to others. Vivian teaching the Duke a combat skill implies she truly started valuing him, thus nurturing him in this way. This combat skill is called the dragon spine burning wave sword technique. It's my personal skill, so I can teach it to you. Without my permission, you cannot teach it to others, or I will reclaim it, Vivian said softly. Vivian didn't mention how it would be reclaimed, but the Duke could imagine that it certainly wouldn't be done gently. The dragon spine burning wave sword technique was Vivian's personal combat skill and not owned by the Acosta clan, so it didn't require Earl Hardy's approval. Seeing Vivian emphasize this point, the Duke thought of many things. Earl Hardy had a total of 7 children, and Vivian was the youngest, just 16 years old. The Hardy household was large and wealthy, and among so many children, some noble struggles were bound to be involved. Vivian's actions indicated she was also cultivating her own core followers for this reason, even though all she cared about was knight training and had little interest in power struggles. Being in the chess game, however, one cannot remain uninvolved merely by saying they're not interested. I understand. The Duke placed his right hand over his heart, bowing ceremonially. Vivian nodded gently and then said, "Mastering a combat skill is extremely difficult. Many never learn one in their lifetime. It requires significant talent. Teaching you this combat skill is also a test for you." She then began to detail the content of the dragon spine burning wave sword technique, which comprises 4 levels: initiation, proficiency, mastery, perfection. Each time the skill reaches a new level, there will be a qualitative change. The very first stage is to learn the advanced method of using fighting spirit, to learn how to attach it to the sword. This step is extremely difficult. Without sufficient talent, it is hard to learn and will weed out many who are not sharp enough. Fighting spirit can strengthen the body, and naturally it can fortify weapons. Even an ordinary iron sword, when infused with fighting spirit, can slice through iron like mud, greatly enhancing its attack power. However, this method consumes a lot of fighting spirit, and even a high-level knight attendant cannot use it multiple times. In fact, combat skills are predominantly designed for official knights. Knight attendants lack sufficient fighting spirit, making many combat skills unsustainable and generally usable only as a killing strike. Vivian placed the battle axe aside and retrieved a longsword from a nearby weapon rack, unsheathing it and pointing its tip to the ground. Immediately after, something shocking happened. The longsword in Vivian's hand suddenly erupted in a surge of flames, completely enveloping the blade, turning it instantaneously into a flame sword. The flames appeared extremely hot, and the Duke, standing several meters away, could feel a wave of heat. In actual combat, this kind of flame sword would be unstoppable. Perhaps only full body armor could defend against it. Don't be surprised if you can cultivate the dragon spine burning wave sword technique to perfection. You'll also be able to convert fighting spirit into flames to achieve such an effect. Vivian's cool voice emanated from the armor. Duke felt the intense heat at such close quarters and realized that fighting spirit was far more complex than he had imagined. He had never thought that the fighting spirit within his body could transform into actual flames, something that was beyond his comprehension. What exactly is the principle behind this? Duke's mind suddenly conjured this thought, always wanting to understand the rationale and process behind everything. But at this moment, he had no way to start, clearly lacking too much related knowledge. Not to mention that he didn't understand, even Vivian was unaware of the principle behind it, only reaching this effect through practicing the cultivation technique as described. The instruction of the combat technique lasted a full hour, with Vivian explaining all the content thoroughly. This combat technique had no written material. Everything existed in Vivian's head. Duke needed to be particularly attentive and remember every detail himself. Duke listened very intently, maintaining a high level of concentration throughout, striving to retain all the information. At this moment, he realized the benefit of having high spiritual power, which allowed him to stay focused for long periods and concentrate spiritually. Normal people cannot maintain long-term focus and will zone out occasionally. Treat the longsword as an extension of your body, Vivian slowly said. Even by the end of the lesson, Duke hadn't yet grasped the basics, but this was within Vivian's expectations. To grasp the basics so quickly would be extremely talented. She was among those few. She had only taken a few minutes to learn when she started. That's about it. Go back and carefully ponder the use of fighting spirit. Vivian placed the longsword back on the weapon rack and picked up her long axe to continue training. Duke naturally knew it was time to leave, and after expressing his gratitude with another bow, he left the castle under the guidance of a servant. Before leaving, he took another look at the long axe in Vivian's hand, realizing it wasn't something an average person could wield. Such a large axe, even if made of iron, would consume an unknown amount of pig iron. Moreover, this axe wasn't made of iron. Its layered textures were quite unusual. Duke glanced at his longsword, thinking that even if he had the same strength as Vivian, it would be challenging to defeat her. In any battle, the longsword he held would be instantly cut down by the axe. The disparity in weaponry was too significant. Furthermore, with Vivian in full armor, Duke couldn't fathom how he could defeat her. He had no chances at the moment. Carrying a chest of gold coins, Duke hurried back to the manor, not wanting to delay any further. Even in Fenkyu City, trouble could arise. If targeted, those people wouldn't dare make a move in the city, but being eyed would be a hassle nonetheless. As soon as Duke returned to his room, he sat in a meditative position, controlling the flow of fighting spirit within his body. He continuously familiarized himself with the control and operation of fighting spirit, attempting to attach it to the longsword, as Vivian had taught. Although this process was indeed challenging, Duke found he could sense the flow of fighting spirit quite clearly, enabling precise control over it. Could this also be due to spiritual power? Duke mused. Immersed in controlling the fighting spirit, he discovered that high spiritual power seemed to greatly aid in the practice of combat techniques. As long as one's spiritual power was high, extremely subtle operations could be performed when controlling fighting spirit. After approximately 3 hours, Duke held the longsword, and the blade emitted a faint white glow. At the same time, a new branch sprouted in his skill tree. Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword Technique, Level 1, 1/100. Duke breathed a sigh of relief. Once a combat technique was solidified in the skill tree, everything became manageable. No matter how difficult the combat technique was, constant grinding was the key. Immediately, Duke began grinding proficiency, realizing he needed to maintain the fighting spirit attached to the blade for a minute to increase proficiency by 1 point. Maintaining this state continuously depleted fighting spirit. With his current fighting spirit levels, he could sustain it for at most 10 minutes before exhausting it entirely. In an actual battle, where fighting spirit would also be consumed for combat, sustaining it for 10 minutes would be impossible. To quickly max out the combat technique's proficiency, Duke planned to practice the breathing technique every day after depleting his fighting spirit, restoring it while grinding the breathing technique's proficiency. This would also form a virtuous cycle, allowing both the combat technique and breathing technique to progress. Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword Technique Level Up, Physique plus 0.5, Strength plus 0.3, Agility plus 0.5. During this period, Duke stayed at the manor, seizing the time when there were no tasks assigned to focus on grinding proficiency. Every day consisted of eating and sleeping, supplemented by consuming magical beast meat, practicing the breathing technique, and honing combat techniques. After increasing the combat technique's proficiency, his physical attributes saw a substantial enhancement. Except for his spirit, all of his physical attributes now reached 8.7 points. At this level, any general skill would grant few attribute points. However, the Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword Technique provided a considerable amount, even at just level 2, indicating its exceptional nature. The more complex a skill, the more attribute points it can provide. With the longsword in hand and fighting spirit surging within him, it quickly attached itself to the sword. At a thought, the sword tip suddenly extended with a section of pure white fighting spirit, effectively lengthening the blade. This was the effect of the dragon spine burning wave sword technique after becoming proficient sword light. If the fighting spirit was sufficient, Duke could construct an entire sword blade with just the sword hilt using fighting spirit. In actual combat, sword light could prove remarkably effective. When opposing an enemy, both parties usually have a mental assessment of each other's weapon range. If without warning, the longsword suddenly extended, the attack range would enlarge significantly. The opponent's defensive range would shrink unexpectedly. In life and death battles, such changes are often difficult to respond to, and any slight inattention could result in the extended sword light piercing the throat. However, maintaining the sword light state also consumed fighting spirit rapidly. Duke could sustain it for at most 5 minutes before depleting all his fighting spirit. This state also increased proficiency more rapidly. 1 minute increased proficiency by 2 points, essentially the same, but it saved Duke some time in grinding proficiency. In Fengqiu City, Duke once again visited the Flying Eagle Commerce Association. The previously acquired magical beast meat had been nearly exhausted, and he needed to purchase another batch. This time, he planned to buy better quality magical beast meat, such as from higher-tier magical beasts. Al was still sitting behind the counter, resembling a small mountain, with layers of fat piling upon one another. Looking at the layers of fat, Duke suspected that this guy could probably survive without food for half a month, given that his body fat could sustain him for quite a while. "Do you have magical beast meat from higher-tier magical beasts?" he asked directly. Al grinned, the fat on his face starting to quiver. "Of course there is bone beef, 11 gold coins a pound." 11? Duke hadn't expected it to be so expensive. He originally estimated that high-tier magical beast meat would be about 8 or 9 gold coins a pound. This is bone cow meat, better than the usual high-tier magical beast meat. This is the only batch we have now. High-tier magical beasts are hard to come by, Al said. Duke knew Al wasn't lying. High-tier magical beasts are very powerful and usually dwell deep in the forest, in desolate areas, making them hard to hunt. But if you're willing to wait, perhaps in a while there will be a new batch. Recently, the Moonlight Forest has been unstable, with magical beasts occasionally appearing on the outskirts, and we've already sent people to hunt them, Al added. Moonlight Forest. Duke recalled the previous situation with the cavemen, feeling that there should be some connection between the two. Back then, the cavemen also migrated from the depths of the Moonlight Forest to the outskirts, and now magical beasts are emerging from there, indicating something has happened deep within the Moonlight Forest. With this thought, Duke felt even more compelled to enhance his strength quickly. He thought for a while before gritting his teeth and paying 55 gold coins to buy 5 pounds of bone beef, enough to last him a month. The blood and chi essence of high-tier magical beast meat is richer and should not be consumed in excess at once. You have completed a session of the giant whale breathing technique, proficiency +4 giant whale breathing technique. LV3, 467/1500. Looking at the information before him, Duke confirmed his suspicions. After an increase in strength, higher-tier magical beast meat is indeed necessary for better cultivation results. George handed a document to Duke, saying, "Duke, recently there have been frequent attacks by beasts and magical beasts near Bell Island Lake and surrounding villages and towns, and more personnel need to be stationed there. You also need to go and stay for a while." Duke took the document and after reading the detailed contents nodded, "All right." This document was signed by Vivian, and as a member of the Nightingale, it was his duty to carry out the assignment. Bell Island Lake is located to the west of Fengqiu City, on the edge of the Moonlight Forest, with numerous nearby villages and towns and a large population. The lake covers a vast area and is one of the most important water sources in the vicinity. Earl Hardy has always sent personnel to station there. Now, the need to send more personnel indicates an unfavorable situation there. After receiving the assignment, Duke prepared and set off with the team the same day. This journey to Bell Island Lake consisted of 2 squads, about 20 people, all at least mid-tier knight attendant level in strength. The group set off on horseback and arrived in Snow Ridge Town, the nearest town to Bell Island Lake, after spending a good part of the day. From Snow Ridge Town, the distant snowy mountains of the Moonlight Forest were visible, which is the origin of the town's name. The lake's water originates from these snowy mountains, flowing eastward to provide water for the Fenkyu City region. Duke and his companions stayed in town for a while, replenished supplies, and then continued into the Moonlight Forest. From the entrance, there were over a dozen of Earl Hardy's personal soldiers guarding, with strict defenses. Currently, outsiders are not allowed to enter the forest for hunting or gathering, as it's in a closed state. The other entrances, although accessible, were far from there. Riding leisurely on horseback, Duke proceeded forward. The paths in the forest were not conducive to rapid travel. It took the group half an hour to reach the lakeshore of Bell Island Lake. Duke dismounted, the reins leaving a shallow mark on his palm. He raised his hand to part the branches before him, revealing a sky-blue lake. The lake spanned a vast area, with the end not visible at a glance, the water surface mirroring the sky entirely, creating a mirror-like effect. There were a dozen wooden houses by the lake, surrounded by a wooden wall, likely a defense against beasts. Duke and his men were assigned to some newly built wooden houses, the fresh wood indicating they were recently constructed. Their task was straightforward, mainly to patrol certain routes in shifts and undertake night watch duties. The entire station comprised over 80 people, mostly Nightingale's night attendants, with some personal soldiers responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Duke received a patrol duty the same day, responsible for patrolling the eastern side of Bell Island Lake, with fixed patrol routes. Although termed a task, it was essentially about the veterans familiarizing them with the environment and important considerations. Duke quickly adapted, finding the tasks not difficult, and soon integrated into the way of life there. 5 days later, deep into the night, Duke stood on a makeshift watchtower, surrounded by blazing torches, with darkness enveloping the surroundings. These past few days had been calm, with nothing happening, so he quietly continued cultivating proficiency like before. The bothersome aspect of this was that he couldn't deplete his fighting spirit entirely each day. He had to retain at least 4 or 5 parts of it to address possible emergencies. This partly slowed down the progress of the dragon spine burning wave sword technique, as he couldn't fully engage in proficiency training. In the distance, a sound of water broke the lake's calm. In the dark, Duke's keen ears caught the slight sound, which would have otherwise gone unnoticed. The lake's water having sound was normal, as fish often leaped out. But tonight felt different, as Duke soon heard a dense series of faint water sounds, prompting him to blow the horn in his hand, waking up the campers. "What's happening?" George rapidly donned leather armor and drew his longsword, rushing out first. Duke said solemnly, "Listen carefully, seems like something is coming from the lake, a large number." The others didn't hear anything initially due to less keen hearing than Duke, but fell silent, listening closely, and soon heard it too. A soldier climbed a watchtower and hurled a torch, spotting the scene ahead by its light, shouting, "Fishmen! There are fishmen! It's an estimated 200 to 300. Everyone was on high alert while George began arranging defensive formations and delegating tasks. "Damn, it's fishmen," someone cursed. Fishmen usually live in groups and move in large numbers when they appear. These creatures typically build nests around a water source, obviously eyeing Bell Island Lake and seeing Duke and his people as threats to their nest, hence launching an attack. Single fishmen aren't frightening, their combat ability slightly stronger than militia, sometimes even weaker. But the vast numbers, rapid reproduction of fishmen are concerning. Moreover, fishmen possess no intelligence, are volatile and fearless in battle, willing to fight to the death. This is the most troublesome aspect of fishmen, one say. Battle starts, it doesn't end until one side is completely annihilated. It's an all-out fight to the death. Most people aren't protected by full-body armor. Even leather armor only covers some vital parts and doesn't offer complete protection. This makes it easy to get injured while fighting fishmen, and if you're not careful, you might suffer severe injuries or even lose your life. Fishmen are often very dirty, and any wound they inflict quickly gets infected. Infections in this era pose a significant threat to life. Fishmen also have the ability to contaminate water. Sources: similar incidents have happened before, leading to countless people downstream suffering from diarrhea, vomiting, and life-threatening conditions after fishmen polluted the water. If the fishmen occupy Bell Island Lake, the drinking water around Fenkyu City will be contaminated. For Duke and his group, They must eliminate these fishmen, both for the residents of their territory and for themselves. Everyone quickly climbed up onto the makeshift wooden wall. It's about 2 meters high, not very tall, but it can temporarily block these fishmen. The average height of fishmen is only about 60 to 70 centimeters, usually not able to jump over this wooden wall. However, their numbers are overwhelming, making the wooden wall unsafe. Duke wielded his bow and arrow, firing the first shot, piercing through a fishman's head. The death of this fishman did not instill fear in the others. The scent of blood instead spurred their ferocity, and they all screamed and charged forward. With wave after wave of arrows raining down, one fishman after another fell. Duke and his group haven't engaged in close combat yet. They are relying on this buffer distance to minimize the number of fishmen. As the battle continued, they realized the fishmen numbered at least 300, probably close to 400. A few minutes later, the fishmen reached the wooden wall. With limited manpower, the arrows could only eliminate a few fishmen. Once the fishmen reached the foot of the wooden wall, they leaped up, trying to stab the people above with their fish spears, but due to their short stature, they couldn't reach them. In a moment, the fishmen who had just charged to the wooden wall were shot dead, falling to the ground as corpses. More fishmen continued to charge forward, quickly piling up a layer of fishmen corpses at the foot of the wooden wall. The remaining fishmen trod on these bodies to continue their assault. Duke noticed the increasing number of bodies below, realizing the fishmen were gradually reaching them. He knew that close-quarter battle was inevitable. Indeed, these fishmen didn't use their brains. If they had focused on attacking the wooden wall, not so many would have died. Duke put away his longbow, drew his longsword, and decapitated the fishman in front of him with a single swing. Even after its head hit the ground, its protruding dead fish eyes stared at Duke, as if trying to bite him to death. As more fishmen surged the wall, everyone found themselves locked in fierce combat with them. Duke's strategy was clear. He prioritized preventing injuries over killing fishmen. His fighting spirit was entirely devoted to movement and defense, not attack, and he didn't use the dragon spine burning wave sword technique. The fishmen's attack power was already sufficient to handle them without the extra boost from fighting spirit, so avoiding injury was the main concern. Fishmen are fearless of death. Duke couldn't afford to trade blows with them recklessly. Close combat began soon, and screams soon erupted from the defending soldiers. Duke observed a young man, seemingly in his teens, plunging his sword into a fishman's head. But then, 3 fishmen impaled their spears into his stomach and pulled them out along with his entrails, a gruesome scene. The fishmen attacked without regard for their survival, fixated on driving their spears into enemy bodies. Duke and his group quickly found themselves in a dire battle, surrounded by fishmen as soldiers fell one after another. The air was thick with the stench of blood and fish, and torches overturned, igniting wooden huts into a blaze. Duke was already covered in green fishman blood, using the blazing light to survey the situation around him. By then, most people had formed small defensive formations against the fishmen, though some inevitably fell due to exhaustion or distraction. Duke lost track of how long the battle lasted. He felt numb, repeatedly dodging and striking down fishmen. Suddenly, a loud cry resonated from afar, causing the fishmen to hesitate momentarily before retreating swiftly. In a blink, only fishmen corpses remained around them. None alive. Like a tide, the fishmen had come swiftly and left just as quickly. Duke and the others couldn't pursue. The waters were the fishermen's domain, and they lacked the ability to chase and eradicate them. George gasped for breath, saying, "It must have been their tribe leader directing them to leave. Such losses have hurt them deeply. They'll likely abandon this place and choose another location for their den." Duke glanced around before falling into a brief silence. The casualties were heavy on both sides. Their losses were equally devastating. Out of over 80 people, fewer than 50 remained standing, with over 30 dead. The injured were countless, and more might die from infected wounds in the aftermath. The scale of such a brutal outcome was rare in all of Maple Hill County, a type of casualty not seen for a long time. This group, led by Duke, was meant to defend against potential magical beasts, never expecting to face a whole fishman tribe. To handle these fishmen with normal casualty rates, they would need at least a 200-strong force, much more than they had. Duke was relatively unharmed. Prioritizing defense meant he was merely exhausted rather than injured. The next day at dawn, people from Fenkyu City came to provide support, shocked by the scene they found. The ground was strewn with fishmen corpses, flesh scattered, a sight more brutal than many battlefields. Duke and his group returned to Fenkyu City to rest for a while, with others coming to guard the site in their stead. Soon, rewards and compensation were issued. Many of the deceased were Nightingale's men. Losses among Earl Hardy's elite were painful for him. Duke received a reward of 50 gold coins, along with a month of rest. Yet, the rest was theoretical. He wouldn't need to undertake any tasks if manpower was sufficient. But should an emergency occur, he'd be involved. Upon returning to the manor, Duke learned that Huon, who joined Nightingale through the selection process alongside him, had died. Days earlier, Huon was on guard duty in a small town when a high-level magical beast emerged from Moonlight Forest and attacked. Huon was decapitated while fighting to defend against it. After Duke learned of Huon's death, he still felt a bit sentimental. After all, they had entered the Nightingale together and were quite familiar with each other. Huon had climbed up step by step from being a slave. He had decent talent and worked very hard, yet now he had suddenly died like this. Duke realized that he was actually just like Huon, both ordinary people striving hard to live and to become stronger. If it weren't for his own skill tree, he would most likely have perished last night. In this era, the lives of ordinary people are so fragile, lacking the ability to cope with the whims of fate. Despite just experiencing a hard-fought battle, Duke didn't take much rest and continued to grind proficiency in the breathing technique and Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique. Duke is now working harder than before, allowing himself only 6 hours of sleep each day, fully immersing in training during the rest of the time. Duke held a longsword, a layer of white fighting spirit attached to the blade, with an extended white sword light at the tip. The entire blade's white fighting spirit continued to vibrate and rotate, exuding a captivating aura. This is the change that appeared after mastering the Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique to proficiency, the high-speed vibration. Duke felt for a moment and thought to himself, isn't this like a chainsaw? He discovered that the current effect is essentially akin to a chainsaw, with strong cutting and destructive capabilities. After mastering this ability, Duke could pose a threat to enemies even wearing full-body armor. Ordinary armor could only withstand for a while before being pierced under such a sword light. However, this also greatly consumes fighting spirit. While maintaining the vibration state, his fighting spirit gets depleted rapidly, lasting at most 3 minutes before being exhausted. He plans to use it as a killer move, not yet as a regular offensive method. Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique. LV3, 1/300, Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique level up. Constitution plus 0.2, Strength plus 0.2, Agility plus 0.2. Duke noticed that the attribute points gained from this level up were quite limited. Now his Constitution, Strength, and Agility all reached 8.9, just 0.1 short of 9. He vaguely felt that 9 should be a small checkpoint. Crossing it would likely result in a qualitative change. Based on his experience over time, Duke estimated that 9 should be the body attributes of an official knight level. Giant Whale Breathing Technique, LV3, 1471/1500. He glanced at the Giant Whale Breathing Technique's progress. Only a little more proficiency to level up. Staying up a bit longer tonight would max it out. Duke decided to forego sleep, pushing the breathing technique's progress first. By morning, Duke saw in his mind's skill tree a new green leaf growing on the branch, representing the Giant Whale Breathing Technique. This is the first time Duke has seen a skill growing 2 leaves. Previously, it would blossom after growing a leaf. Giant Whale Breathing Technique, LV4, 1/1700, Giant Whale Breathing Technique level up, Constitution plus 0.3, Strength plus 0.3, Agility plus 0.3 free attribute points. 3. Duke clearly felt that after reaching the 4th layer of the Giant Whale Breathing Technique, his physique had bulked up a notch. His entire stature was also taller than before, roughly from 1.80 m to about 1.83 m. Height enhancement was secondary. The body's muscles underwent a qualitative change. Duke took a deep breath, then grunted as his arm and shoulder muscles instantly swelled up, becoming much larger. With a thought, the muscles contracted back to their original size. By training this way, I feel I might not need fighting spirit to punch and kill an official knight. A thought suddenly popped into Duke's head. He still had 3 free attribute points left, valuable resources not to be used recklessly. If he put all 3 points into strength, this power might indeed punch and kill an official knight. The reason knights are stronger than ordinary people is not just due to greater body attributes, but mainly relying on fighting spirit to amplify body power and toughness. Duke continuing this silent development, given enough time, his body attributes could reach the utmost. By then, without relying on fighting spirit augmentation, just the raw physical strength alone would suffice to sweep most knights. As for whether he could rival a great knight is unknown, as Duke has yet to see one and doesn't know the power level of a great knight. When Duke gripped his sword again, it felt somewhat lightweight, like using a toothpick, feeling very awkward. He immediately thought of Vivian's giant axe, suddenly understanding why a noble lady like her would use such a weapon. For knights, as physical strength increases, ordinary weapons can no longer meet their needs. For now, Duke can only use the longsword he has. Vivian's giant axe is out of the question for the short term. That kind of axe likely required significant mineral resources, something he couldn't afford to forge. After reaching the fourth layer of the giant whale breathing technique, the next step was towards a high-level knight attendant. Duke estimated that at the current pace, it would take less than a month to become a high-level knight attendant. By then, he could aim for the official knight level. Duke always felt that reaching the official knight level would mean having some self-preservation capability, as now there's a constant feeling of insecurity. From the atmosphere around the manor, he sensed some tension. The higher-ups hadn't disclosed what might happen. But the perceptive Duke knew they must be aware of something, hence the defensive deployments across the territory. From cavemen to fishmen, and recent attacks by beasts and magical creatures of varying levels, all indicated something was happening in the Moonlight Forest. And Earl Hardy, Vivian, and others were likely aware, preparing for it all along. Recently, besides those recovering from injuries or just completed missions, there were few idle people in the manor. Nearly everyone was dispatched to various locations for tasks. Many of Earl Hardy's personal soldiers were also dispatched, combined with local militias, forming the basic defense strength. 2 days later, Duke received a task specifically assigned to him alone. Wood had disappeared. Upon learning of this, Duke immediately sought out George, who had informed him of it, for more details. After inquiries, he found out that inland town had also been frequently attacked by beasts and magical creatures recently, often resulting in citizens being killed or carried off. Several days ago, Wood chased after to rescue a child taken by a magical creature and then went missing, with no whereabouts known till now. George said, recently, manpower has been a bit tight. We can't send too many people to investigate this matter. Considering you're from inland town and an old acquaintance of Wood's, we'll arrange for you to investigate, with 10 soldiers to assist you. Duke nodded. He naturally had no objections and wanted to hurry over to investigate after understanding the situation. He knew that the sooner he got there, the better the chances of Wood surviving. Wood was naturally a benefactor to him, whether it was from the militia team selection and care or later recommendations. Wood could be said to be Duke's guide. Soon a squad of soldiers arrived. All personal soldiers of Earl Hardy, with a squad leader named Zorn. Young man in his 20s. Although Zorn was young, he had been in the militia team for 7 or 8 years, already considered a veteran with rich experience. There weren't many horses left in the manor, only enough for Duke and Zorn to each ride one, while the other soldiers had to proceed on foot. Duke donned the nightingale leather armor, equipped his longsword and longbow, waved his whip, and left the manor to head for inland town. In the days following Wood's disappearance, the people in inland town were somewhat on edge. The original militia team was also somewhat at a loss. With the elder Hansen temporarily taking on the role of leader, he was also someone who had stood vigil with Duke before. Hansen deployed defensive plans as before and sent people to look for Wood, but they always found nothing. These days were fairly peaceful, with no monster attacks encountered. If it were just ordinary beasts, these militia members could handle them to some extent. But for monsters, only the knight attendant could solve them. Ordinary people could hardly deal with them. Hansen was even mentally prepared to be eaten by monsters. If monsters indeed arrived, he planned to use his death to hold those damned beasts at bay. I'm big enough, even if the meat is a bit old. Those beasts should be full after eating, Hansen thought. Standing at the town gate, with an iron sword in hand, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. Hansen looked around and saw 2 people riding toward him from afar, with a team running behind them. He was very familiar with the leather armor of Earl Hardy's personal soldiers and recognized their identity at a glance. However, the young man at the front had different leather armor, not that of a personal soldier. Hansen found the person somewhat familiar but didn't think much of it, instead calling the militia team over to assist. When Duke approached the town, he slowed down, got off the horse after reaching the road in front of the town, and led the horse forward. Looking at this familiar town, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation. "Brother Hansen, long time no see." Duke greeted with a smile upon seeing Hansen. Hansen was stunned, then seemed somewhat skeptical as he looked at Duke, only realizing after a long time, "Duke, I haven't been gone long and you don't recognize me." Duke chuckled. "You've changed so much. When you were in the militia team, you weren't this tall, and you were so dark and thin." Hansen said bluntly. Duke smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Indeed, he had changed a lot in these months, so it was no wonder Hansen didn't recognize him right away. Back when he first crossed over, apart from a large skeletal frame, this body had no meat, and he was dark-skinned with a very low spirit. Now Duke was tall and strong, well-nourished, with a healthy complexion, looking like an entirely different person. Moreover, he wore nightingale leather armor, which was clearly of high quality, not something an ordinary person could afford. Plus, with 10 soldiers following Duke, it was impossible for anyone to connect him with the farm boy from a few months ago. Back then, Duke wore simple short clothes with a sickle at his waist, which Hansen still remembered vividly. Duke didn't delay and quickly inquired about Wood, learning some more specific information. Wood had chased the monster westward into the hilly area and disappeared after entering. The militia team had sent people to search but found nothing, and they were afraid to venture deep into the forest. The town's militia team was already short-handed, with only a few dozen people responsible for such a large area, making it very stressful. They reported the matter to Fenkyu City in a plea for help, as solving the immediate predicament was beyond their capabilities. Once Duke understood, he took Zorn and the others, leaving Endland Town directly and headed west to the forest in that direction. He was familiar with that forest as a local, knowing the mountainous terrain was complex. Duke and the team took over an hour to reach this forest. Upon arrival, they slowed down and carefully examined the surroundings for clues. Duke got off his horse and tied it nearby, instructing 2 people to guard it while he led the rest into the forest. Once inside the woods, he started investigating the surroundings, noticing that his hunting skill proficiency was increasing until it leveled up. Hunting, LV2, 1/120, Duke found that after the hunting skill leveled up, there were no attribute points gained. He realized that his current physical attributes were already at a high level, making it difficult for ordinary skills to improve them. He would have to see if there were any free attribute points after maxing out the skill. Although his physical attributes didn't improve, related hunting experiences flooded his mind. Duke absorbed these hunting experiences, learning more about tracking and tracing techniques. He found a few dried blood drops on a blade of grass, with a barely visible footprint beside it, only half complete. From this leftover footprint, Duke deduced the person's approximate height, which matched Wood well. Although it couldn't be confirmed, there were no other leads, so he had to continue following the direction of the footprint. Duke's group proceeded forward, quickly entering the deeper parts of the forest. He discovered new traces here, with sword marks on a tree, the marks very fresh. These were generally used to mark directions, preventing oneself from getting lost. Unknowingly, it was already dusk, and Zorn asked, "Mr. Duke, it's almost sunset. Should we return?" Duke felt he was close to finding Wood's whereabouts and didn't want to return, otherwise he would have to wait another night. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "You guys go back first. I'd like to continue looking alone." Continuing certainly had its risks, but Duke didn't dare to gamble. If Wood died because they waited a night, it would be too late for regrets. He'd rather take the risk alone and keep trying. After Duke's power enhancement, he can easily handle any magical beast, as long as it's not at the official knight level. He is not reckless, his actions are based on a certain level of strength. Zorn saw that Duke wanted to continue searching for Wood alone, so he chose to stay instead of leaving. Duke doesn't care whether they follow him or not, but he can't drive them away. For Zorn and the others, Duke is their temporary leader now. There's no reason for soldiers to abandon their leader and leave alone. If word got out, even if Duke doesn't mind, Zorn and the rest would be punished. This is the basic discipline expected of a soldier. At night in a cave, a bonfire was burning, illuminating the surrounding rocky walls. Leo, the leader of the wild wolf robber group, sat by the fire, struggling to chew on hard jerky, washed it down with a gulp of alcohol. This is their temporary base. Recently, they suffered significant losses due to the pursuit by Earl Hardy's personal soldiers. This all started with the issue at Endellan Town. Leo's men took control of a mine there, but the town's militia recaptured it, and the sub-leader Cole planned to seek revenge. The plan was originally good, but despite their numbers, they failed to take the town and were captured by the Nightingales. After that battle, the wild wolf robber group was severely weakened. Leo led the remaining members elsewhere to try and make some gains, but they hit a wall everywhere, and their numbers kept dwindling. Recently, the defense forces in Maple Hill County have grown stronger, so Leo, with his remaining dozen men, retreated into the depths of the mountains to recover, planning to try elsewhere later. A few days ago, Leo and his men encountered Wood, who was chasing magical beasts in the mountains. They have known each other for a long time and have a lot of grudges. Enemies meeting each other naturally made tempers flare. Leo, a high-order knight attendant, was stronger than Wood in rank, and with more men, they soon captured Wood. Leo didn't hurry to kill Wood. Merely killing him wouldn't vent the anger he had been holding in. He used many methods to torture Wood, keeping him barely alive. Leo planned to deal with Wood when he was about to leave, which would be a form of catharsis. He intended to leave the next day and settle things with Wood then. At that moment in the cave, Wood was hung up, covered in wounds, with many scabs on his injuries. All his fingernails had been pulled out, leaving him on the brink of death. Leo bit down hard on the jerky in his hand, chewing vigorously as he walked to stand before the hanging Wood. "You've been missing for so long. Why hasn't your revered Earl Hardy come to rescue you? This is the fate of being a lackey for nobility." Wood smiled faintly, saying nothing, possibly because he no longer had the strength to speak. Leo was enraged by his smile, picked up a whip from the ground, and lashed out again, adding another bloody mark to Wood's body. Wood showed no reaction, as if he was already accustomed to such beatings. Still fuming with anger, Leo lifted the whip to strike again, but suddenly sensed something and swiftly dodged. A cold arrow pierced the spot where he had been standing, embedding deep into the rocky wall. "Who's there?" Leo immediately became alert, picking up a nearby longsword. What a pity! Duke emerged from the darkness, sword in hand, the bonfire illuminating his youthful face. "Go." Wood suddenly mustered the energy to speak, struggling to get out a single word. Just uttering this one word had sapped all his strength. Looking at Wood from afar, Duke's pupils contracted, saying softly, "Uncle Wood, hold on a little longer. We'll be over soon." "So you're here for a rescue, are you from Nightingale?" Leo recognized the leather armor Duke was wearing and felt some confidence. They had over 10 men here, and he himself was a high-order knight attendant. Unless Duke was an official knight, he wouldn't be their match. This was stepping into a trap. Without a word, Duke charged forward with his sword, his attack intercepted steadily by Leo's blade. A high-order knight attendant. Leo felt the force from the longsword, roughly estimating Duke's power. But actually Duke had only swung his sword casually, not using his full strength. With a low roar, Leo's fighting spirit exploded within him, his power doubling as he forced Duke back with a sword swing. Indeed, a high-order knight attendant, enhanced by fighting spirit, unleashed formidable power. Soon, Duke became locked in fierce combat with him, with neither side gaining an upper hand. He relied mostly on the physical strength of his body, rather than using excessive fighting spirit. Being merely a mid-order knight attendant was unwise to compete with Leo in terms of fighting spirit quantity. He needed to reserve it for more crucial moments. Leo, like Cole, was clad in a full suit of white armor, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities and reducing the areas he needed to protect. Seeing Duke seemingly at his limit, Leo felt he had figured out Duke's strength. "Kid, you've got some nerve to charge in alone. Unfortunately, it takes strength to survive out here." Duke's lips curled slightly as he took a deep breath, causing his muscles to expand instantly, even straining his leather armor. This scene took Leo by surprise, a combat technique. Just as he found something odd with Duke, an immense force hit his sword. Now Duke truly displayed the effects of his 9-point strength, his body transformation paired with the burst of fighting spirit, instantly suppressing Leo. Under immense pressure, Leo fought desperately to defend himself. He assumed Duke was using some combat technique to temporarily boost his strength, planning to stall until Duke's state passed. Leo knew of certain secret techniques, generally with side effects, forcing him to endure until Duke could be easily dealt with. Taking a deep breath, Duke lunged forward with a thrust, the simplest forward strike in basic swordsmanship, devoid of unnecessary movement. Leo reacted swiftly, bringing his sword up defensively to block. Just as he believed he had successfully defended, a layer of white fighting spirit enveloped Duke's blade. A white sword light extended sharply from the tip, trembling violently. Seeing this, Leo's heart skipped a beat. He attempted to retreat, but the quivering sword glow was already before him, piercing straight into his face. Moments later, the sword light emerged from the back of Leo's head, his sword clattering to the ground as his body went limp, kneeling down. After Duke withdrew his longsword, Leo collapsed to the ground, his armor clanging against the stones, the sound echoing continuously within the cave. After a moment of silence in the cave, a bandit standing behind Duke approached silently with a dagger, aiming it directly at Duke's neck. Duke didn't even turn his head. He stretched out his hand and caught the bandit's neck like catching a chicken, then exerted force, and the sound of bones cracking was heard. The bandit died instantly, and Duke casually tossed the corpse aside without a second glance. The other bandits exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding, and immediately turned and ran toward the cave entrance. Duke watched them run towards the entrance but didn't chase after them. Two bandits were turned into porcupines by a few arrows the moment they reached the entrance. The others abruptly halted their steps upon seeing this. "There's someone outside." And a lot of them, the thought quickly surfaced in the bandits' minds. Duke stood behind them, watching them with a blank expression. A few bandits looked outside the cave, then back at Duke's cold face, and made the wisest choice, dropping to their knees on the spot. Zorn then led the soldiers in and tied up the remaining 7 bandits. Due to insufficient manpower, to prevent these bandits from having any other ideas, they dislocated all the bandits' arms, leaving them in a dislocated state. In this era, there was no such thing as human rights, and bandits certainly couldn't expect any humane treatment. These bandits, due to their dislocated arms, lost their ability to resist on the spot, making them easier to control. One of Zorn's comments slightly diminished the rebellious thoughts in the bandits' minds. Recently, there was a manpower shortage in the territory, and these bandits were likely to be used as slaves instead of being executed. For these bandits, as long as they weren't sent to the gallows, anything was negotiable. If they had to be slaves, so be it. At least they were alive. Some of them had originally been slaves, so it was like returning to their old profession. Wood was naturally rescued and received some emergency treatment on the spot. Although Zorn's team was small, they had prepared some basic medicines. After examination, it was found that Wood had no fatal injuries, but countless small ones. Had it not been for the physique of a mid-level night attendant, an average person would have been tortured to death long ago. While Zorn was treating Wood, Duke stripped the silver-white armor off Leo's body. Since the corpse hadn't stiffened yet, it was easier to strip the armor at that moment. Duke then wandered around the cave and found a delicate, small chest. Its surface was engraved with extremely complex patterns, which made just looking at it a bit dizzying. According to the bandits, this chest was Leo's treasure, and no one else was allowed to touch it. They didn't even know what was inside. After careful observation, Duke discovered that the chest was made of gold and mithril. Just the chest itself was likely worth 1,000 gold coins. If one considered the potential historical value, the price might be even higher. Duke couldn't figure out what the chest was, as he had virtually no knowledge of this world's history. All he knew was that there must be something hidden inside the chest. After some thought, Duke decided not to open it there. He'd deal with the contents after settling Wood first. After a brief treatment of Wood's injuries, Duke carried him out of the forest overnight, rushing back on horseback to the town of Inland. There was a priest in the town who usually treated the surrounding residents, and with the help of medicine, provided more meticulous treatment for Wood's injuries. Wood had been conscious all along, but fell into a coma after returning to the town of Inland. Duke also checked, and although Wood's heartbeat was fine, his body was too exhausted. In a stable environment, he fell into a deep sleep. After Wood's condition stabilized, Duke temporarily stayed in the town of Inland, living in a small wooden house next to the training ground. After closing the door, Duke took out the exquisite chest, which wasn't locked but used some extremely special internal mechanisms. After studying for a while, he pressed a sunflower on top of the chest, and the lid opened automatically. By this time, Duke had already donned the full armor he recovered, fully armed in case any poisonous darts flew out of the chest. None of the anticipated threats appeared, aside from layers of gold coins. There was an ancient brass ring at the top of the chest. Duke didn't pay much attention to the coins and instead picked up the brass ring. The brass ring looked very simple, resembling an ordinary brass ring with nothing special about it. However, Duke's attention was involuntarily drawn to the ring. After rotating it for a while, he discovered what seemed to be inscriptions on it. Why didn't I see these inscriptions before? Duke pondered this question. The inscriptions seemed to appear automatically, or more accurately, they appeared when Duke looked directly at them. When Duke wasn't looking, the inscriptions would submerge back into the ring. This mysterious scene piqued Duke's interest. The inscriptions on the ring were strange, written in a script he had never seen before. Duke patiently examined each and every inscription, remembering every stroke and structure clearly in his mind. Once he memorized all the inscriptions on the ring, a message floated into his mind. Duke was immediately startled, realizing the message originated from the ring. Moreover, at that moment, even though he didn't understand the ring's inscriptions, he comprehended their meaning. This phrase means a skin-adhesive membrane for elemental energy defense. Duke roughly understood the message, yet he was even more puzzled as to why he could suddenly understand the meaning of these unfamiliar inscriptions. Duke suddenly thought, spiritual power. He realized that perhaps this was a method of direct information transmission through spiritual power. All languages and writings are carriers of information, a way to convey messages. Spiritual power seemed to be a more effective means of information transmission, allowing the receiver to understand the entire meaning without any language or textual explanation. Holding the brass ring, Duke repeatedly rubbed it, pondering the previously heard group, wizards. On a whim, he chanted the inscriptions on the ring. Amercy Lorenza. The next moment, a wave of fatigue surged deep within his mind, and his vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Duke leaned on the table, barely managing to steady himself, as if his mind had just been struck by a heavy hammer. After regaining his senses, he found his clothes covered with a faint golden glow, not understanding its purpose. Duke looked at the brass ring on his hand and associated it with the information he just received, roughly understanding. After he chanted the words Amoko Yelensa, the ring extracted something from his mind and then activated. The faint golden glow on his body came from the power of the ring. Looking at the meaning of Amoko Yelensa, it is used to resist elemental type attacks. Elemental type, could it be magic power? Duke contemplated. He recalled hearing a minstrel say in the tavern before that the ring clearly belongs to mysterious items and is probably left behind by a wizard. Duke picked up his longsword and made a scraping motion on his arm, leaving a white mark. If he exerted more force, he could easily cut through his skin. This thin film of faint gold can't defend against attacks from cold weapons and doesn't seem very useful at the moment. Duke had never encountered enemies capable of using magic, so he probably wouldn't need it anytime soon. He wore the brass ring on his finger so he could activate it anytime he needed. Reflecting on the moment he went black, Duke guessed it might be due to his low spiritual power or just enough to activate the ring. If his spiritual power were lower, he might not have been able to activate the ring. Leo had placed this ring in the box, knowing its unique nature, but he didn't wear it, which indicates he wasn't clear on how to use the ring. Precisely, Leo's spiritual power was too low to meet the minimum requirements to use the ring. Leo most likely didn't discover the mystery on the ring and didn't see the words that appeared on it. Duke glanced out of the window, thankful there was no one outside, otherwise they would have seen him glowing gold. Quietly shifted his position, hiding in the corner of the room to avoid being seen. About 10 minutes later, the faint golden glow gradually faded. Duke realized the duration of this magic, under non-elemental attack conditions, could last 10 minutes. 3 days later, Wood woke up, his injuries not worsening, everything slowly improved. In November, the snow was falling heavily, covering the entire Jade province in silver. Besides purchasing winter clothes, such as cotton coats and cotton shoes for himself, Duke also bought winter necessities for Wood, Uncle John, and his family. In addition to clothes, there were various foods to ensure they could safely pass the winter. The entire Yining village received aid from Duke, with every household receiving cotton clothes, quilts, and some essential food to prevent any deaths from freezing this year. Since Duke's memory, every winter was a season of death. Someone always died from cold or starvation. Now, having some ability, he could do what he could for the villagers. Duke didn't stay in Yining village for winter. After settling the villagers, he returned to Hab's manor. The manor was more equipped, and daily practices were more convenient. At this time, fewer people were in the manor, and after winter, the entire Moonlight Forest seemed to calm down, with beast and magical beast attacks occurring less frequently. The Nightingale members earned a considerable break after a year of hard work, with only a few remaining for a rotating guard in the manor. Few like Duke, not scheduled for guard duties, stayed in the manor. Most returned to their hometowns or went to their purchased houses for winter. Many Nightingale members had houses in Fenkyu City, preferring not to live in the manor, especially in winter. Most have families, unlike Duke, who was a bachelor and indifferent about where he lived. Living in Fenkyu City was indeed convenient. For drinking or finding women, any turn would lead to the destination. Duke temporarily didn't want to buy a house. For one, they were expensive, and the manor provided everything, including free meals. Leaving would increase expenses. He had quite a few gold coins now, but was reluctant to squander them. Recently, most of his spending went ensuring villagers had winter essentials. Duke intended to use most of his money on cultivation. Magical beast meat was too expensive, so it had to be used sparingly. Giant whale breathing technique level up. Constitution plus 0.3, strength plus 0.3, agility plus 0.3. Giant whale breathing technique. LV5 1/2000, dragon spine burning wave sword technique level up. Constitution plus 0.2, strength plus 0.2, agility plus 0.2. Dragon spine burning wave sword technique. LV4 1/500, free attribute points. 3. Duke spent a quiet month alone in the manor, enhancing the giant whale breathing technique and dragon spine burning wave sword technique by 1 level over time. The giant whale breathing technique reached the 5th level. And a tiny pale flower sprouted between 2 green leaves on the skill tree. This marked Duke's successful entry into the high-level knight attendant tier, causing a transformation from the inside out. The meridians widened, becoming thicker, and the capacity for fighting spirit increased significantly. At this level, he could formally pursue the official knight realm. Many knight attendants remained stuck here their entire lives, unable to move forward. Limited talent makes this step difficult, even with magical beast meat. Duke's knight talent wasn't remarkable, but he needn't worry about that. Once the giant whale breathing technique reaches the 7th level, he can advance to become an official knight. The dragon spine burning wave sword technique also advanced to the great achievement realm, theoretically the highest level of this combat technique, yet the skill tree showed possibilities for further improvement. Duke stepped out of the wooden house, holding a longsword in the snow, activating the dragon spine burning wave sword technique, causing a layer of white sword light to envelop the blade, rapidly turning into flames, blazing on the longsword. This is the effect achieved after mastering the technique to the great achievement, with Duke's fighting spirit depleting rapidly, soon exhausting. Just promoted to high-level knight attendant, Duke's fighting spirit capacity was lacking. Only after cultivating the breathing technique for a while could sufficient fighting spirit be gathered for the combat technique. The surrounding snow and ice began to melt under the high temperature emitted by the flames. "I didn't expect you'd succeed so quickly." A cool voice sounded from the side. The Duke turned back and realized that Vivian had arrived at some point and was standing there, seemingly watching for a while. He realized he had been a bit careless, letting his guard down because he was in the manor. Fortunately, it was Vivian who came. If it had been an enemy, he would have inevitably suffered some losses. Vivian was still dressed in full armor, but she didn't have her giant axe, only a delicate longsword at her waist. "Miss Vivian." The Duke placed his right hand over his heart in salute. Vivian walked over and said, "I initially taught you this combat skill on a whim, wanting to see your potential. I didn't expect much, but I'm surprised you managed to train to this level. How's your progress with the breathing technique?" "I've recently reached the 5th level of the breathing technique," the Duke said. "Good, very good. The Nightingale has gained another high-ranking knight attendant. You have the potential to become an official knight," Vivian remarked after a moment of silence. "Are you planning to spend the winter here alone?" Vivian asked. The Duke nodded and said, "Yes, I have no other place to go." He had no relatives in this world, utterly alone. "Today, I brought some gourmet food and wine to visit the soldiers remaining at the manor. Seeing your name on the list, I thought to check in on you as well, and I ended up with a pleasant surprise," Vivian said. "Earl Hardy is very considerate of his own people, ensuring those who stay at the manor during these cold winter months receive some attention. Aside from good food and wine, there will also be some money given out. Earl Hardy is a straightforward person who never speaks too many pleasantries or makes empty promises. As long as there is merit, he gives rewards, usually in gleaming gold coins. This is one of the reasons many people are willing to risk their lives for him. As long as they do the work, they will be rewarded. Even if they die unfortunately one day, they need not worry about their families being unattended." The Duke now had some understanding of the surrounding situation and knew about the conditions of other territories. In many territories, soldiers do not receive such good treatment. Generally, it is taken for granted that personal soldiers sacrifice their lives for the Lord. Even if they die in battle, they only receive a small amount of silver coins as a consolation. The Jade Province does not currently have a duke, with Earl Hardy holding the highest title. At present, Earl Hardy's Maple Hill County is the largest, most well-armed and strongest territory. The Duke also learned that, apart from internal threats from bandits and magical creatures, there are external threats from other territories. Several surrounding territories are eyeing Maple Hill County covetously, always hoping to one day take a bite out of this piece of juicy meat. Maple Hill County is vast, with large plains that produce a lot of food. The Duke initially reaped wheat on those plains, which are the largest grain-producing areas in Maple Hill County. In this era of material scarcity, food is the most important strategic resource. Many territories are eyeing Maple Hill County, seeking to capture this grain-producing land. The Vera Kingdom turns a blind eye to the wars between these minor nobles, or rather, they do not have the ability to govern them. So far, apart from knowing that the royal family of the Vera Kingdom is the right clan, the Duke knew nothing about the royal family. The majority of the commoners in Maple Hill County, from birth to death, hardly hear any news about the capital. To them, who the king is does not matter. They only care about who their lord of Maple Hill County is. Vivian then checked on the Duke's training progress, having him demonstrate the giant whale breathing technique and the effect of the dragon spine burning wave sword technique once more. She seemed quite satisfied, then took out an exquisite oval glass bottle from beneath her armor and said, "This is the giant whale secret potion. You can use it. When practicing the breathing technique, apply a few drops to any part of your body to absorb it." The Duke took the exquisite glass bottle, which still held some warmth. Upon closer sniffing, he could smell a faint fragrance. Vivian explained, "The giant whale secret potion is specially paired with the giant whale breathing technique and can significantly accelerate your progress with the breathing technique. It's made with dragon saliva fragrance and the blood of the twilight deer as the main ingredients." The Duke only then understood why Vivian had issued the task of capturing twilight deer, originally thinking she meant to keep them as pets for fun. "Miss Vivian, I will strive to become an official knight soon, and will not disappoint your expectations," the Duke solemnly said. When Vivian took out the giant whale secret potion, she truly started treating the Duke as one of her own to train. Many nobles have control over the heritage of breathing techniques, and these techniques generally have exclusive secret potions that complement them so that the cultivation process becomes more efficient. However, the secret potions are generally extremely precious and scarce in quantity. The dragon saliva fragrance, which Vivian mentioned, is an expensive spice, an exclusive luxury of the royal family and grandees. Even the Flying Eagle Commerce Association finds it difficult to procure such an item. This small bottle of the giant whale secret potion given to the Duke was made at the expense of an unknown amount of dragon saliva fragrance, the value of which is immeasurable. Vivian did not say anything more. After giving the giant whale secret potion, she departed from the place. The Duke, holding the bottle of the secret potion, watched Vivian leave. He returned to the house and opened the bottle of secret potion, releasing an exceptionally enticing aroma into the air. The fragrance was not overwhelming, creating a very pleasant scent, and even his spirit felt much more relaxed. The Duke carefully dripped a drop on the back of his hand, rubbed it in, and began practicing the giant whale breathing technique. You completed a session of giant whale breathing technique practice, proficiency plus 17 giant whale breathing technique. LV5, 18/2000, the Duke widened his eyes at the number, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Eating high-level magical beast meat to aid practice. Only added 4 or 5 points of proficiency per time. Yet now he managed to increase it by 17 points in one go. At this rate, within less than half a month, the Duke would be able to elevate the giant whale breathing technique to the 6th layer. The Duke glanced at the potion in the bottle, estimating that it would last just for half a month. If he could have the giant whale secret potion to assist in practice every day, the Duke felt it wouldn't take long to reach the Great Knight's level. However, this was just a thought, as this bottle of giant whale secret potion was clearly Vivian's own, only gifted to the Duke on a whim. Another point is that, while the giant whale secret potion's current improvement effect is significant, it might not remain the same later on. Just like with magical beast meat, initially, mid-level magical beast meat had a better effect, but later it required high-level magical beast meat. The Duke was finding that the effect of eating high-level magical beast meat was already reduced. What used to add 4 or 5 proficiency points now only added 2 or 3. For him, he likely needed to eat transcendent-level magical beast meat to have a better effect. But transcendent-level magical beasts are of the official knight level of strength, and are generally even more formidable than official knights. The meat of such level magical beasts is no longer a matter of price, it is unavailable regardless of price. Spring is in full bloom, ice and snow are melting, and everything is reviving. In the moonlight forest, Duke crouched by a small stream and washed his face with the icy stream water. This water all came from the distant snowy mountains, all melted snow, bone-chillingly cold. Vivian and the other 3 were behind him, and after a simple meal of dry food, they continued heading towards the moonlight forest. Aside from Vivian, the 4 with Duke were all high-level knight attendants, possessing considerable strength. This time, they were on a reconnaissance patrol mission, aiming to understand the situation deep within the moonlight forest. Duke learned from Vivian that the higher-ups in Maple Hill County merely speculated that formidable monsters might have appeared within the moonlight forest, causing the series of events recently, but the specifics were unknown. The heavy snow blocked the mountains recently, making exploration impossible. Now that spring has arrived, they must go in to find out. Finding out the situation early would allow for some preparation, preventing things from being too passive. This time, Vivian personally led the team, enough to show her concern for the matter. Based on current speculation, the worst-case scenario is the appearance of formidable monsters in the moonlight forest. Such monsters are comparable to great knights, legendary beasts that ordinary knights cannot handle. If that truly is the case, Earl Hardy would have to seek assistance from the royal family of the Vera Kingdom. The appearance of such monsters has gone beyond his capabilities, and it isn't just a matter for the Maple Hill County territory. Duke and the others chose a particularly remote route, a path too difficult for horses. However, the advantage was that it bypassed many areas active with wild beasts and monsters, directly reaching the depths of the moonlight forest. With the strength of their group, walking in such a virtually untouched primitive forest was relatively easy. During the last winter, Duke, assisted by the giant whale secret potion, practiced the giant whale breathing technique. The 6th level, but the giant whale secret potion had also run out, and his cultivation speed returned to its former pace. He shamelessly asked Vivian about the giant whale secret potion, only to receive a rolled eye in response. Vivian's own stock was limited, just enough for her own practice, with none left to spare for Duke. After Duke improved the giant whale breathing technique, his constitution, strength, and agility attributes also reached 9.9 points. This seemed like another watershed. Crossing it would likely bring qualitative change. Duke always kept his 3 free attribute points unused. Later, the free attribute points are used, the higher the cost effectiveness. Unless absolutely necessary, they shouldn't be used hastily. Vivian still wore her full armor, with an oversized giant axe on her back. While moving through the primitive forest, her form was agile and her body extremely light, with no sign of the 500 to 600 pounds she carried. This was already their 3rd day in the moonlight forest, having crossed several hills and traversed large areas of the primitive forest. 2 days later, they finally made a discovery. Duke and the others crouched their bodies low, hiding within the dense bushes, observing ahead. Ahead was a flat valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a steep cliff to the north. Beyond the cliff was another flatland, and beneath the cliff was a rapid stream, its rushing sound audible from afar. In front of them, many simple tree shelters stood, with various humanoid creatures moving about. Goblins, cavemen, gnolls, wild boar men. Beck, the veteran, immediately recognized the types of these humanoid creatures. These humanoid creatures were all gregarious, previously widespread across the Vera kingdom, seen in many places. But as humans gradually grew stronger and occupied vast areas, the living spaces of these humanoid creatures shrank, living in these remote, deep forests. Duke was also seeing such a variety of humanoid creatures for the first time, finding it rather fascinating. Strange. These humanoid creatures usually operate in tribal forms. How can they gather together and coexist peacefully? Beck was puzzled. Whether goblins or cavemen, they were savage, primitive tribal groups. Not only were they hostile to humans, but also to each other. Normally, these races would be unable to coexist. They would fight to the death over living space. But now, these races living together baffled Beck and the others. "Look over there," Vivian whispered, pointing to a large wooden house in the distance. The group then observed carefully, realizing the wooden house was indeed unusually large, the door alone being 7 or 8 meters high. The size of such a door indicated a very large creature lived inside. The group realized that these humanoid creatures were living together harmoniously because a stronger being had gathered them under its banner. Duke thought of the previously seen cavemen and fishmen tribes, likely forced to move away and seek new habitats for this reason. What kind of creature? Beck was trying to recall what kind of creature had such intimidation, making several humanoid tribes willingly work for it. Before he could figure it out, the group already saw the answer. A 5-meter-tall ogre with greenish-blue skin emerged from inside. This ogre had 2 heads. Witnessing this, Duke instantly felt the surrounding air solidify, and even Vivian and the others seemed to stop breathing. Vivian didn't speak, but signaled with her eyes for everyone not to move or attract the 2-headed ogre's attention. Ogres themselves are strong humanoid creatures, often recruiting gnolls, cavemen, and the like as subordinates. Typical adult ogre has the strength comparable to an official knight and can easily defeat a knight-level caveman king. And a 2-headed ogre is even more terrifying. It doesn't belong to the formidable beasts category, but is almost there. Besides its exceedingly strong physical power, the 2-headed ogre has casting ability, making it a very rare humanoid creature. Vivian, considered a strong human knight, had virtually no chance against this 2-headed ogre. Her heavy full armor seemed like a thin sheet of paper before the spell-casting 2-headed ogre. Even without its casting ability, the 2-headed ogre's 5-meter-tall massive size possessed strength that an ordinary knight level could not withstand. Fully aware of this, everyone was understandably nervous. Luckily, the 2-headed ogre seemed not to notice the few hiding in the bushes and walked north. Along its path, nearby cavemen and gnolls all knelt to show respect. As it walked, its 2 heads muttered in an unintelligible language, as if arguing. When it was displeased, it crushed a kneeling caveman underfoot, making all the surrounding humanoid creatures tremble even more. Duke and his group remained utterly still in the bushes, not making a sound. Only when the 2-headed ogre disappeared into the distant forest did Vivian give them a signal, and they began to slowly retreat. They had figured out the situation here, and their top priority was to take the information back and then discuss countermeasures. From what they observed, the 2-headed ogre was evidently recruiting, amassing power. Once the 2-headed ogre had gathered enough forces, it was likely to expand its territory, inevitably causing troubles for the neighboring Maple Hill County. After Duke and his group had distanced themselves from that valley, they gradually increased their speed to make their escape. Sudden stench wafted from ahead, and Vivian, who was at the rear, frowned and warned, "Be careful." But it was already too late. Beck, at the forefront, noticed that the 2-headed ogre had somehow appeared ahead with a burly goblin standing behind it. Beck immediately sensed danger, stopped, and was about to retreat. The 2-headed ogre's mouths opened and uttered something, then raised its massive club and swung it down hard. The movement seemed slow, but was actually very quick. Beck was still attempting to retreat and hadn't fully moved when the club struck him right on the head. The 2-headed ogre withdrew the club, leaving behind a bloody, indistinct body, with bits of hair and flesh stuck to the club. The bloody scent spread instantly, and the 2-headed ogre seemed to revel in it, both heads starting to grin foolishly. "You go first, I'll delay them as long as I can." Vivian glanced at the horrific scene on the ground, picked up the giant axe from her back, and stepped forward to confront the threats. Vivian, at best, had the strength of an official knight, and alone it would be nearly impossible for her to handle the two-headed ogre and the goblin ahead. The goblin was most likely a goblin chieftain, with knight-level strength. Before Duke and the others could respond, many humanoid creatures appeared around them, even several high-level magical beasts. Clearly, they had been caught in this biological encirclement. Duke and his team did not know when they had been exposed, but from the enemy's setup, it seemed their position had been known for some time. The two-headed ogre isn't lacking in intelligence. Duke felt the pressure as he looked at the two-headed ogre ahead. Previously, encounters with fishmen, cavemen, or magical beasts involved facing pure physical prowess but lacked intelligence. But now, facing such a trap-setting creature was truly troublesome for him. Vivian, observing the situation around, realized it was almost impossible for Duke and the others to leave alone, and said, "You handle those around us, find a chance to escape. I'll hold off these two." With those words, Vivian charged forward with her axe, moving at incredible speed. The two-headed ogre remained motionless, while the goblin chieftain beside it came forward, wielding a long sword. Vivian's giant axe cleaved against the goblin chieftain's sword, the impact making the goblin chieftain stagger back a step before regaining balance. In its eyes, the goblin chieftain looked puzzled, its small brain unable to comprehend how this petite figure could unleash such power. Vivian moved with blinding speed, and with another axe swing, she broke the goblin chieftain's long sword in half. The goblin chieftain's face showed terror. It was about to retreat when the two-headed ogre swung its club down, assisting the goblin chieftain in blocking Vivian's continued assault. Vivian deftly sidestepped the swing of the club. Duke didn't have the luxury to watch the battle there. He was deeply embroiled in his own fierce fight. Though they were facing no knight-level foes, there were many high-tier knight attendant-level enemies, making their situation extremely arduous. The other two, seasoned soldiers, formed a temporary battle formation with Duke to fend off the encirclement. Vivian, for her part, was facing two foes alone and remarkably held the upper hand. But neither Duke nor Vivian felt any relief. They knew the two-headed ogre possessed casting ability. Until now, the two-headed ogre hadn't displayed its casting ability and was merely relying on brute physical power in battle. Why isn't it using magic? Duke pondered this question, quickly deduced that the two-headed ogre's casting wasn't without limits. It likely couldn't use magic endlessly. Likely, Vivian hadn't posed enough of a threat to force it to use its casting ability yet. Duke continued slashing at the goblins and cavemen swarming around him with his longsword until he was almost numb from the chopping. About half an hour later, their stamina was waning and some were already injured. This was not a good sign. Injuries could put them at mortal risk. Meanwhile, Vivian's giant axe emitted a potent white glow, turning completely white. A sweeping strike unleashed a flash of white light, and the goblin chieftain's head was instantly severed, a sanguine fountain gushing from its neck stump. The scene visibly stunned the two-headed ogre, causing it to hastily withdraw its assault and retreat from Vivian. Breathing heavily, Vivian realized that this move had drained a lot of her fighting spirit and couldn't be used frequently. The two-headed ogre's brains mumbled something to each other, seemingly reaching an agreement after a brief discussion. It discarded its club, and suddenly, a purple lightning ball materialized between its hands, surrounded by crackling electricity, incessantly flashing. Seeing this, Vivian knew things were dire. She raised her axe and charged forward, intending to interrupt the ogre's casting. However, the casting was much shorter than Vivian anticipated. The lightning ball instantly shot toward her. Vivian hurriedly adjusted her position to evade the lightning ball. Unexpectedly, the lightning ball changed direction, curving right to hit Vivian directly. It's homing. Duke, while dealing with nearby threats, noticed the situation and was taken aback. Vivian was struck by the lightning ball, sent flying, and her chest armor turned from silver-white to charred black, where she lay unmoving in the distant grass. The two-headed ogre ignored the far-off Vivian, whose fate was uncertain, and turned its gaze toward Duke and his two companions, picking up a huge club nearby to hurl at them. Always alert, Duke promptly shouted a warning, "Watch out, dodge quickly." He was quick to warn, but the club was quicker. A veteran failed to dodge and was instantly crushed into a pulp by the club. Duke watched as the old soldier died in front of him. his blood splattering onto Duke's face. Didn't have time to mourn, as he felt a gust of wind from behind carrying a stench. Without looking back, Duke pushed off with his foot, leaping a dozen meters away. The next moment, a dull sound came from behind him. Turning back, he saw the two-headed ogre closing in rapidly, trying to stomp Duke to death, but missed. Duke felt a sense of lingering fear. If not for his quick reflexes, he'd have been crushed into pulp. After missing its stomp, the two-headed ogre was visibly angry and grabbed the remaining old soldier nearby. Before the soldier could react, the ogre tore him in half, blood raining down. The two-headed ogre seemed unsatisfied, mumbling to itself in defiance and vowing to squash the bothersome pest ahead. Seeing the two-headed ogre about to charge, Duke breathed in deeply. Skill tree, add points. He allocated his last 3 free attribute points, 2 into strength and 1 into spirit. Free attribute points, 0. Duke felt an immense surge of power, a vast strength coursing through his body. This newfound strength gave Duke the illusion that nothing could stop him, that he could shatter anything with a punch. But he knew this was just an illusion caused by the sudden power surge. Overconfidence would be his downfall. He added a point to spirit in preparation for using the brass ring. Previously, activating the brass ring left him exhausted and nearly unable to fight. With extra spirit, he should use the brass ring's magic spells more effortlessly. The two-headed ogre had no idea of the changes occurring on Duke's side in such a short time. It picked up a nearby club and charged towards him, its footsteps causing tremors. Soon, the club was overhead, both ogre heads grinning as if already savoring the sight of mangled flesh. Duke held his longsword firmly, blocking the club's strike. However, cracks appeared on his longsword, threatening to break soon. The longsword was just an ordinary iron blade, and after enduring such intense combat, it would soon reach its limit. Damn it, Duke cursed, wishing for better equipment for the first time. The ogre, seeing its attack blocked, grew even angrier and raised its club for another strike. But its hand found nothing. Duke had vanished. Duke ditched the longsword, moved to the ogre's side and punched with powerful fighting spirit. The two-headed ogre, 5 meters tall, was hard to hit in a vital spot, or the punch would have hit its head. Duke's punch pierced the ogre's tough skin, creating a bleeding hole. The punch, fueled by all his strength and fighting spirit, was devastating. The ogre cried out in pain, swinging to fling Duke away. But he had already retreated. Critical damage dealt, the ogre sensed danger, forming a thunderball between its hands, then launching it. Seeing the ogre's hands move, Duke chanted the ring spell, covering himself in a layer of pale gold light. The thunderball hit Duke's chest. Duke felt the numbing effect. Vivian mentioned this thunderball was fast, even hard for a night level to dodge. Vivian's quick reaction was impressive, but she didn't expect it to track targets. Duke's chest tingled, a bit of pain, but no injury. The pale gold light dimmed, almost invisible. Unsure how much longer the light would last, Duke seized the chance to leap up. Aiming a punch at the ogre's head, his fighting spirit was low. This punch used up the last of it. Surprised Duke could still move, the ogre hesitated a moment. Quickly reacting, it formed another thunderball, hitting Duke and sending him flying. Duke was fast, but the thunderball was faster, hitting before his punch landed. The strike depleted Duke's pale gold light, and another thunderball was forming. Knowing another hit meant death, he activated the brass ring again, blacking out and collapsing, nose bleeding. The activation was clearly beyond his limits. His spiritual power failed. Barely succeeded, the pale gold light reappearing to block the thunderball. The ogre howled in frustration. Angry Duke wasn't dead, ready to stomp him out. Suddenly, a small figure appeared silently behind the ogre, wielding a giant axe glowing white. The ogre sensed something, swinging its club backward, but a flash of white light cut through. The small figure was knocked back, but the ogre's head flew off, its 5-meter body teetering before crashing down with a dull thud. Duke, struggling to stand, felt stabbing pain in his head, his willpower keeping him conscious. He knew he couldn't fall yet. Other enemies were approaching. If he fell now, he'd be cut to pieces and devoured by these humanoid creatures. Driven by sheer willpower, Duke ran to the unconscious Vivian, checking her breath, then hoisted her up and fled. Cavemen and goblins chased from behind. Normally, Duke wouldn't fear them. But Duke, now a spent force, was vulnerable. Even a weak caveman could kill him. He kept running, his legs numb, driven only by instinct, reaching a cliff's edge overlooking swift waters below. The Duke looked at the cliff below, estimating it to be over 20 meters high. Jumping might lead to survival, but not jumping would surely mean death. His physical resilience was already far superior to that of an ordinary person. In peak condition, jumping from this height likely wouldn't be fatal. However, in his current state, the outcome was uncertain, especially with Vivian on his back. The Duke had no time to think. The piercing pain deep in his brain told him he was at the point of collapse. He took a deep breath, summoning the last trace of fighting spirit within him to protect vital areas, then leaped off the cliff. The sound of wind, water, and cold river water, these were the Duke's final memories before he lost consciousness. The winter snow began to thaw, cold and warm alternating, and many parts of the moonlight forest remained blanketed in white. In the withered yellow grass, an occasional touch of green could be seen. Beside the grass, the river flowed gently, and two figures lay by the riverbank. A squirrel emerged from its tree hole, standing on a branch, nibbling a pine cone while looking at the people lying below. Fragments of the pine cone fell, landing on the Duke's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling pain all over his body, as if he'd been beaten by 18 strong men. After taking in his surroundings, the Duke refrained from moving, wary of broken bones. Seeing no immediate danger, he spent some time examining himself. The Duke discovered no major wounds and no broken bones. He couldn't help but marvel at his body's resilience. A fall from such a height without fractures was likely due to his high basic attributes. The Duke's bone density and muscle strength far surpassed ordinary levels, greatly enhancing his resilience. He even suspected that his unconsciousness was entirely due to overuse of his brass ring. Otherwise, he might have remained conscious after the jump. Though still experiencing some brain pain, it had lessened greatly, and he no longer felt faint. Unsure how long he'd been unconscious, the Duke estimated a considerable period, but his spirit had recovered well from the sleep. After lying for a while, the Duke got up to check on Vivian. After examining her, he found she was breathing, albeit slightly rapidly, indicating poor condition. Vivian's breastplate was blackened and fragmented, revealing scorched and tattered clothing beneath. The Duke lifted Vivian, carrying her to the nearby withered yellow grass. Lying on the soft, dry grass would be more comfortable. He began to remove Vivian's armor, which was far too heavy. It was no hindrance in daily wear, but after being severely injured, it became a burden. The armor's design was intricate, with internal structures allowing for easy removal. Carefully, the Duke removed Vivian's armor, finding it even heavier than expected, though each part was independently detachable. He felt awkward after removing the breastplate, realizing that Vivian had suffered an attack from a thunderball by a two-headed ogre, which blackened and damaged not only her armor, but also her clothes. Vivian's inner garment was white, now torn, revealing her smooth, pale skin underneath. With one glance, the Duke saw it all, exuding the vibrant essence of youthful femininity. He hadn't expected Vivian to be so well endowed. While armored, it was impossible to notice. But now her development was apparent. One hand wouldn't suffice. In contrast, Vivian's slender waist was elegant, with defined abdominal lines and excellent physique. The Duke didn't linger, beginning to treat the wounds on Vivian's chest, suspecting a couple of broken ribs. Vivian had chopped off the ogre's two heads with an axe while simultaneously getting hit by its club, seriously wounded. If not for Vivian's knight-level physique, she would have perished. The Duke searched the area, using previous life knowledge to find common herbs. Luckily it was spring. If it were deep winter, even herbs would be scarce. He found thistle, mugwort, dandelion, etc., washing them by the river, before chewing them into a pulp to apply on Vivian's abdominal wounds for bleeding and inflammation control. After finishing, he realized leaving Vivian lying there wasn't ideal, as certain views were too distracting for him to work. The Duke removed his linen clothes, carefully dressing Vivian. The clothes were loose on Vivian, giving her a homely, girlish appearance. Looking at the helmet on Vivian's head, the Duke decided to remove it. The moment he took off the helmet, he froze at the sight of Vivian's extraordinarily beautiful face, with lips that glistened invitingly. Having seen countless beauties online in his previous life, it was his first time seeing such an almost perfect face up close. Rumors had it that Vivian was the most beautiful girl in the Jade Province, and seeing her in person confirmed it. He hadn't expected Vivian to have such beauty, while she long kept it hidden under her helmet. Gently, the Duke placed Vivian on the grass, removing her leg armor and shoes. Her right leg had a noticeable fracture, and the Duke took off her white socks, revealing her soft, fair feet. The Duke searched around for dry grass and sticks, then splinted Vivian's broken leg. He didn't expect that despite Vivian's long-term training, her feet were so soft and elastic. Her legs had perfect curves, long and rounded. After doing all this, the Duke's stomach growled, making him realize his intense hunger. The severity of the hunger indicated he'd been unconscious for at least a day and a night. Sleeping by the river for so long without catching a fever was indeed fortunate. The Duke glanced around, suddenly noticing the squirrel above. The squirrel stopped nibbling its cone, sensing danger, and quickly disappeared with a few leaps. The Duke climbed up the tree, reaching the hole, and found numerous pine nuts and even some mushrooms. These mushrooms were edible, some dried, others showing squirrel bite marks. The Duke had no qualms, taking everything he found, filling his belly with some. The distant squirrel peeked from behind a branch, chirping angrily, seemingly accusing the shameless thief. "Stop calling out or I'll eat you too," Duke threatened viciously while cracking pine nuts. The squirrel in the distance immediately stopped making noise upon hearing the threat, then dashed away along the branches, keen on distancing itself from the villainous Duke. After eating some nuts, Duke certainly wasn't full but managed to replenish some energy. He looked at the pallid-faced Vivian lying on the ground, feeling a bit worried. Duke could eat some nuts, but what about the unconscious Vivian? These nuts were not suitable for feeding her. They were all hard, and feeding them to an unconscious Vivian was likely to make her choke. Duke, bare-chested, thought for a moment and walked to the riverbank, where the waters still flowed swiftly. The river was not deep, and its clear waters allowed him to see the blue fish swimming inside. Duke quickly came up with an idea and took out the dagger he always carried with him, as it was his only weapon left. His longsword and Vivian's axe had both been lost to the ogre. Duke, holding the dagger, stepped directly into the water, shivering uncontrollably from the icy cold. The fish in the water were agile, and it took some effort for Duke to catch 2 blue fish. He quickly gutted and scaled the fish, and then gathered some perilla and mint from the surroundings to use as seasoning. Duke noticed that Vivian's helmet was quite suitable to use as a pot. He washed the helmet by the river, filled it with some clear water, and then used a stone and his dagger to laboriously start a fire with some dry grass. After placing the 2 fish into the makeshift pot, the fragrance soon started to waft up, mixed with the fresh scents of perilla and mint. The soup gradually turned milky white, looking extremely appetizing. Once the fish was cooked, Duke cut off some fish meat with his dagger and tasted it, finding the flavor quite acceptable. Although he hadn't added any seasonings, sheer hunger made everything seem delicious. Duke ate a whole fish by himself, drank a few mouthfuls of the fish soup, and finally felt some warmth in his belly. It still wasn't enough to call himself full, but given the current circumstances, he was grateful to fill his stomach. Looking at the unconscious Vivian, Duke thought for a moment before peeling some fish meat from the remaining fish, chewing it to a pulp, and then feeding it to Vivian bit by bit. Though the method was somewhat unsavory, the situation offered no room for more refined approaches. Duke could only hope Vivian wouldn't wake up at this moment, or he feared he'd be stabbed on the spot. He fed her very slowly, alternating between small bits of fish and sips of fish soup, taking extreme care to avoid choking her. An entire fish took almost an hour to feed, and Duke sighed in relief upon finishing, not realizing that tending to someone was such hard work. After Vivian consumed the fish meat and soup, her complexion turned rosier, looking healthier, and her breathing gradually steadied. Duke glanced at the sky, aware of the unpredictable weather in the forest, with rain being a constant threat. Vivian had broken ribs and a fractured right leg, making movement difficult. If it suddenly rained, getting wet would likely worsen her injuries. Thus, Duke searched the surrounding forest, careful not to venture too far lest Vivian needed immediate care. He found some wide-leaved vegetation resembling banana leaves, chopping down a good many broad, heavy leaves with his dagger, and dragging them over to construct a makeshift roof atop the branches. This way, even if it rained unexpectedly, they wouldn't be drenched to the bone. After a short rest, Duke pondered their next move. The scenery looked the same in all directions, making it impossible to determine their current location, and he could only rely on the sun to gauge direction. However, without knowing where they were, it was impossible to decide which way to go. Duke decided to wait until Vivian's injuries healed and she regained consciousness before deciding their course. Meanwhile, he practiced the giant whale breathing technique to recover some fighting spirit, as strength was needed to handle potential threats. 2 days later, Vivian was still unconscious and had not awakened. Duke was quite fortunate today, having hunted an old wild boar and 2 piglets. He discarded the old boar, throwing its carcass down a distant cliff to avoid attracting high-level magical beasts. The old boar's meat was both sour and tough, making it inedible. Only the flesh of the piglets, mere months old, was fit for eating. Duke processed the piglets and buried their innards and other traces in a pit, erasing any signs of their presence as best he could. Duke had little fear of ordinary beasts, as, with his current strength, only magical beasts posed a significant threat. He roasted both piglets, consuming an entire one by himself, his first real meal in days that left him. Satiated, there was no means to store food for the long term in their circumstances, so the piglet's meat had to be consumed immediately. Like before, Duke chewed up the other piglet's meat for Vivian, feeling his heart race every time their contact brought his breath upon her face, sending a ticklish sensation. While feeding Vivian today, Duke suddenly felt her body tremble slightly. His heart skipped a beat upon realizing Vivian was now awake. In their current predicament, the atmosphere between them felt overly intimate, with Vivian feigning unconsciousness and Duke obliging her with pretended ignorance as he continued feeding. Vivian, now conscious, couldn't fully control her instincts, occasionally pressing her lips against Duke's hand during feeding. Every time this happened, Vivian's body would shiver slightly, her hands clenching instinctively. Clearly nervous, her heart rate accelerated and her breathing quickened. Duke completed the feeding with an awkward air. The process was smoother now that Vivian was aware. Yet, even after the feeding, she continued pretending to be comatose, perhaps uncertain how to handle the situation. Vivian understood that Duke was saving her, leading to mixed feelings within her. As Duke wiped the grease from Vivian's mouth, he noted her body involuntarily reacting with slight movement. Feigning unawareness, Duke washed Vivian's helmet used as a pot, filled it with water, and continued boiling it over the fire for future use. In such conditions, he steadfastly avoided untreated water, a habit ingrained from a past life that kept him shielded from many invisible bacteria. After completing these tasks, Duke began practicing the giant whale breathing technique nearby. The forest was serene, with breezes gently blowing, bird songs in the distance, and the sound of trickling water nearby, all contributing to a backdrop of peace and tranquility. At dusk, the Duke continued to light a fire and roasted the leftover small wild boar to warm it up a bit. After heating it up, the Duke cut a small piece of the boar meat with a dagger and went to Vivian, preparing to feed her again. Vivian's eyelids fluttered slightly, sensing something, and she quickly opened her eyes and said, I can eat myself." At this moment, Vivian seemed like a startled little rabbit, looking a bit flustered. Unlike her usual image as a female knight, she now resembled a girl next door. The Duke awkwardly scratched his head, then handed the meat to Vivian, who accepted it and began eating slowly. Afterwards, the Duke continued to cut the small wild boar's meat with a dagger and handed it to Vivian. The whole process was silent, neither of them spoke, and Vivian did not dare to look at the Duke. Vivian noticed the clothes she was wearing and realized she was in a vacuum state inside, understanding that the Duke had already seen everything. She felt even more shy, her face reddening like a ripe apple. It was then that the Duke noticed that Vivian in armor and out of armor appeared to be almost two different people, giving off a completely different impression. After a while, just as the Duke was about to hand over more meat, Vivian softly said, I'm full, you eat, thank you." The Duke, also feeling hungry, did not hesitate and began eating himself. Vivian touched the herbs on her belly and looked at her right leg, which was bound with sticks and treated with medicine, feeling a bit moved in her heart. She was aware of the situation at that time, and it was indeed rare for the Duke to carry her instead of fleeing alone. If not for the Duke, Vivian would not have survived till now, nor would she have received such meticulous care. The Duke did not think too much about it. Vivian had helped him, so he wanted to save her, pure and simple. If Vivian hadn't chopped off the two-headed ogre's head, the Duke would never have escaped. After eating, the Duke pulled some herbs from the surroundings, chewed them and placed them on a broad leaf, saying, "Let me change your dressing." "Ugh, I'll do it myself." Vivian, like a startled rabbit again, seemed to think of something and became shy. "You can't even sit up conveniently now. Several ribs are broken and your leg dressing needs changing, which you can't reach. Just lie there, I'll do it." The Duke spoke with sound reasoning, in a tone that left no room for dispute. To his surprise, Vivian didn't argue, merely replied with a soft and lay down, turning her head to the side, her face flushed red. The Duke gently rolled up Vivian's clothes, stopping at a certain point, then carefully scraped away the herbs from her abdomen and applied fresh ones. While applying the herbs, his fingers inevitably brushed against Vivian's skin. The Duke could feel the young girl's body trembling slightly, but had no choice but to push through and finish applying the medicine. Next was her right foot. The Duke cautiously rolled up Vivian's pant leg, revealing her fair, slender, and rounded long leg. After carefully removing the sticks, he held her foot, gently scraped off the herbs, washed it with clean water, reapplied the herbs, and secured it with the sticks. Vivian remained silent throughout the entire process, eventually closing her eyes out of shyness, tightly gripping the edge of her clothes with her hand, her toes occasionally tensing up uncontrollably. After changing Vivian's dressing, the Duke sat nearby to continue practicing. Neither of them spoke. Only their breaths could be heard. After a while, Vivian asked, "What was that golden light on you before?" During the battle with the two-headed ogre, Vivian had noticed it, but the situation was urgent then, and there was no time to ask. "It was this." The Duke raised his hand, showing the brass ring. "You actually have a demonized item," Vivian said, a bit surprised. "Is this thing called a demonized item?" The Duke was hearing the name for the first time. Vivian said, "Demonized items are things left by wizards, imbued with spells enchanted by wizards, usually only usable by wizards." "But I'm not a wizard," said the Duke, puzzled. Vivian explained, "If a person has the qualities of a wizard, they too can activate demonized items through their own spiritual power. My father is like that." "Your father, the Earl?" The Duke thought of something. Recollecting what the minstrel had said before, that Earl Hardy had a red glove capable of causing deadly bursts among nearby people. It seemed that red glove was an attack-type demonized item. "I see, perhaps I should have told you about this earlier. If I had known about the brass ring, it would have been much easier dealing with that ogre." The Duke recalled the hard-fought battle, feeling it was a pity, but what happened had happened and there was no way to change it. Vivian shook her head. "It's no use, I can't use it. Do you know why I so want to become a great knight? Isn't it to get stronger?" the Duke asked. "It's not just because becoming a great knight makes you stronger. More importantly, once I've practiced the giant whale breathing technique to the 9th level, my spiritual power will increase a bit, and by then, I'll have the qualifications to become a wizard. My spiritual power is not far away from crossing the threshold to becoming a wizard," said Vivian. Vivian couldn't provide an exact value, but the Duke, thinking of his own experience, guessed that the threshold must be around 7-something. A normal person's spiritual power level is 5, and Vivian was probably around 7, just a tiny bit shy. "Can you tell me more about wizards? Isn't the Earl a wizard?" the Duke asked. After learning about the existence of wizards, he had developed some fascination with them. Having witnessed the magic power of the two-headed ogre, the Duke's desire to pursue the path of wizards grew even stronger. Since extraordinary power existed in this world, and he also possessed the appropriate qualifications, he wanted to harness extraordinary power, to tread the extraordinary path, breaking free from the mortal cycle of life and death. "Father is not a wizard, he just worked for a wizard in his youth and thus knows a bit about these things. According to my father, that red glove was merely an unsatisfactory experiment discarded by the wizard and given to him as a reward." Vivian then talked with the Duke about many things, and the conversation between them gradually opened up, no longer as awkward as before. The Duke learned that there indeed were wizards in this world, but they were extremely rare. The Vera Kingdom was situated on the Florence continent, where wizards were very rare and hard to come by. Even if they did exist, common folk could not encounter such beings, nor find out about the existence of wizards. The Acosta clan, to which Earl Hardy belongs, used to be just a small viscount, and its territory was far from as large as it is now. However, after following that wizard for a while, and participating in the war between the Vera Kingdom and the Gondor Kingdom, Earl Hardy gained considerable military merits, and was promoted to Earl. Although that wizard has since left, Earl Hardy has steadily developed his power with the experience and resources accumulated during that time. He has encountered numerous assassination attempts and crises, but with his knight-level power and his red glove, ordinary knight-level assassins pose no threat to him. Vivian is Earl Hardy's youngest daughter and also his most beloved child. The main reason for this is that Vivian is the most gifted in wizardry among his children, or rather, the closest to the threshold of becoming a wizard. As long as Vivian can become a great knight and enhance her spiritual power, she will qualify to become a wizard. For most ordinary people, their innate spiritual power is insufficient to become a wizard. Even within wizard organizations, descendants of wizard clans often need methods to enhance their spiritual power from a young age, so they can start higher when they enter. The only method Earl Hardy knows to enhance spiritual power is to cultivate to the great knight realm. As long as my spiritual power is sufficient, Father can secure an opportunity for me to become a wizard. Vivian said. Earl Hardy received a promise when he worked for that wizard. If one of Earl Hardy's descendants has good wizard aptitude, he can contact that wizard to potentially join wizard organizations. How is spiritual power tested? Duke pondered and asked, wanting to know how Vivian knew about her own spiritual power. Father has a spiritual power scale compass. You just hold it to test your spiritual power. I'll help you measure it when we get back. Vivian said. This spiritual power scale compass also came from that wizard and is merely a small experimental instrument. The so-called wizard aptitude actually refers to a person's innate spiritual power intensity. It is normally divided into 10 grades, from 1st to 10th, and reaching the 3rd grade means meeting the basic requirements for spiritual power. Vivian's spiritual power scale measures at 2.8, just a hair's breadth away from the 3rd grade. For an ordinary person, her level of spiritual power is already considered quite high. In fact, according to Earl Hardy, spiritual power alone is not the entirety of wizard aptitude. It is just a basic judgment standard. True aptitude also takes into account factors like perception and logical thinking ability, as spiritual power does not represent everything. But these aspects are hard to quantify and evaluate, so often spiritual power is tested instead. Vivian looked at Duke and said, "The fact that you can use demonized items shows your spiritual power is quite good. If I can join a wizard organization, I'll also help you see if there's an opportunity for you." Duke nodded without saying anything. Naturally, he hopes to join a wizard organization and become a wizard. But it seems that even Earl Hardy might not have much influence in front of wizards, so not much hope should be pinned on it. He has already made up his mind. Even if he cannot reach wizards through Vivian, he will pursue the path to becoming a wizard by himself. In the meantime, Duke can only enhance his own abilities as much as possible, raising everything he can at present to the limit. Only with strength can one have the capital to discuss the future. If wizards do exist as a group, it means there are many with casting abilities. Duke is well aware that this signifies a world of high danger, and without sufficient strength, one can easily run into trouble. At night, the cold wind brought a chill from the distant snowy mountains. Duke was still bare-chested since he had given his clothes to Vivian. He could only endure the cold wind. The full body armor set aside was metal, providing no warmth. Instead, its excellent thermal conductivity made his body heat dissipate faster. Vivian looked at Duke sitting beside her, then at the clothes she wore and said, "Come here." "What's up?" Duke turned his head in confusion. "Come here, sleep here." Vivian patted the grass beside her. Duke hesitated but understood Vivian's intent, though he dared not approach for a moment. After all, this world is highly hierarchical. He is a commoner while Vivian is the Count's daughter. "Hurry up." Vivian huffed impatiently. Duke thought about it, and since he had already seen everything, there was nothing more to mind. So he lay down next to her. As soon as he lay down, Vivian carefully embraced him, trying to cover him with her body as much as possible to shield him from the wind. The fine linen clothes Vivian wore was soft and somewhat thin. Touching the soft parts inevitably stirred one's imagination. "Don't get any ideas, sleep." Vivian noticed this, blushing slightly, and scolded him softly. Duke lay obediently, not daring to move, letting Vivian hold him as they kept warm in the cold wind. They said nothing that night, feeling each other's breaths and listening to each other's heartbeats as they fell asleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Duke slowly woke, finding themselves tightly embraced, likely a natural reaction to the cold at night. Vivian lay on his chest, sleeping soundly. Duke lowered his head and ended up looking into an abyss. Soon, Vivian's long lashes fluttered, and she slowly awakened. "What's this?" Vivian mumbled groggily. Embracing tightly in the early morning, Duke's age made him naturally hardy. Feeling uncomfortable, Vivian thought it was a branch, reached to touch it, and quickly realized, hurriedly pulling away with a red face. Duke awkwardly scratched the back of his head, helpless, as it wasn't something he could control. He then made an excuse to find breakfast, gathering some wild fruits outside. The fruits tasted not very good, quite sour and astringent, but they could replenish some vitamins, so they had to do. Vivian didn't mind either, showing none of a noble lady's airs, and ate the ugly wild fruits without a fuss. She was even tougher than Duke. She had endured countless hardships in daily training, or she wouldn't wear armor weighing several hundred pounds all the time. With 2 days of rest, Vivian's ribs were not fully healed, but no longer hampered normal activity. Her broken right leg wasn't fully healed, still making walking difficult. Duke and his companions planned to start slowly moving out today, trying to first exit the moonlight forest and reach populated areas. As long as they could encounter people, understanding their position and returning to Maple Hill County wouldn't be difficult. Duke recalled the map overall. Maple Hill County is located south of the Moonlight Forest. They definitely could only go south. Going north would require crossing the entire Moonlight Forest, and the direction would be wrong too. Now, Duke only hoped that their position was closer to the outskirts of the Moonlight Forest. If their current position was too far north, it would take a long time to walk out of the forest. "How are you?" Duke helped Vivian up and assisted her in putting on that set of armor. "I'm okay, no problem." Vivian originally had no trouble walking, but once she donned the armor, the pressure on her right leg increased, making walking somewhat difficult. "I'll carry you." Without waiting for her to refuse, Duke crouched down, signaling for Vivian to get on. Vivian hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips, but eventually allowed Duke to carry her. In fact, as a night-level warrior, she could bear the pain and continue walking without issue. But at this moment, even Vivian wasn't sure why. Her usual strong demeanor as a night-level warrior seemed somewhat more fragile now. So heavy, Duke felt the weight as soon as he carried Vivian, but given his nearly 12-point strength, it was still quite easy for him. Vivian earnestly explained, "The armor is heavy." "Indeed." Duke quickly nodded, not daring to say anything else. After checking the direction, Duke began walking south. Vivian kept a constant watch on their surroundings, always alert to movements around them. She could often detect signs of beasts and magical beasts in advance, warning Duke to steer clear of these areas, the two cooperating seamlessly. The journey was much smoother than Duke had anticipated, occasionally encountering some clueless beasts or low-level magical beasts. There was no need for Duke to make a move. The Vivian on his back would use small stones to fend off these little creatures. Beasts and magical creatures weren't foolish. Once they realized these two humans weren't to be trifled with, they would flee far away. Knowingly, night fell, and Duke and Vivian found a cave devoid of any signs that fierce beasts had once lived there. With a few pieces of resin collected along the way, Duke easily lit a bonfire, and they sat around it cooking a hodgepodge meal in Vivian's helmet, including mushrooms, wild vegetables, fish, and other items, surprisingly palatable. Vivian, upon learning that Duke was using her helmet as a pot, didn't say anything. Later, Duke enthusiastically offered to use his helmet as the pot, only to be met with Vivian's disdainful expression, apparently thinking Duke's helmet was too dirty. Compared to Duke's helmet, Vivian was more accepting of using her own helmet for cooking. At night, shortly after having dinner, the two cuddled together to sleep once more. The forest lacked entertainment options, or rather, in this era, the majority had no evening activities besides procreation. After spending this period together, Vivian was not as shy as before, directly clinging tightly to Duke to sleep at night. Duke continued to carry Vivian through the forest. Vivian's fracture had nearly healed, thanks to the strong recovery abilities of a night-level physique. But neither mentioned it tacitly. Duke still carried Vivian every day. "Who goes there?" Vivian suddenly sensed something and called out while looking ahead. Soon, a middle-aged man with a bow and arrow emerged from behind a tree, dressed in linen, appearing to be a commoner. "Who are you folks?" The man remained cautious with his bow drawn, yet did not launch an attack. Realizing the man was just an ordinary person without aggressive intentions, Duke and Vivian explained, "Sir, we're adventurers, accidentally got lost in the Moonlight Forest, and have been wandering for many days without finding our way out." Duke then showed his adventurer badge, which is easily obtainable for anyone trained in the breathing technique at the Adventurer Association. After inspecting Duke and Vivian's armor, the man accepted their explanation with some skepticism. In his view, both had the powerful capabilities of knights and had no reason to deceive him. If they were indeed malicious, they could simply kill him without needing explanations. I see, follow me. It's another 2 hours to get out of the forest, the man said. The two sides soon began to converse, learning the man's name was Doyle, a resident of the nearby Yadai village. Yadai village is a small village on the border of Silver County, which lies east of Maple Hill County and is sizable as well. The Lord of Silver County is Earl Santos, a powerful figure commanding over 1,000 personal soldiers. In recent years, there have been many frictions between Silver County and Maple Hill County, though no large-scale conflicts have erupted yet. Once Duke and Vivian figured out their location, they felt somewhat relieved, as it wasn't very far from Maple Hill County. It had been swept eastward by river water in the northern Moonlight Forest and then traveled southward through the eastern Moonlight Forest to Silver County. After conversing with Duke and Vivian, Doyle gradually lowered his guard. He could tell from their heavy, full-body armor that they were extraordinarily powerful adventurers. 2 hours later, as Doyle had said, Duke and Vivian followed him out of the forest, spotting a village in the distance. It was lunchtime, and thin smoke rose from the village. Doyle warmly invited Duke and Vivian to his home for a meal, which they initially declined politely before eventually agreeing to. Aside from the couple, Doyle's family included a son, a daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter. Lunch consisted of simple steamed chestnut rice and some commonly found seasonal wild vegetables, a typical meal for ordinary citizens. Duke and Vivian ate sparingly, taking only a little bit, understanding the scarcity of food for commoners and being too embarrassed to eat much more. Had they not been penniless, Duke would certainly have contributed some money. Vivian planned to send some supplies over from her territory as a token of thanks once they returned. That afternoon, just as Duke and Vivian were preparing to leave, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves and many footsteps approaching from afar. Doyle's expression immediately turned tense, urging Duke, Vivian, and his daughter-in-law to hide inside the house and not come out. "What's happening?" Duke inquired. "It's the personal soldiers of Earl Santos," Doyle replied gravely. Both Duke and Vivian were confused about why the arrival of Earl Santos's personal soldiers made the entire Yadai village so tense. Children and women all hid, every household firmly closed their doors, and no one dared step outside. Uncle Doyle then explained a bit, and only then did Duke and the other understand that the personal soldiers under Earl Santos were notorious for their violence, often oppressing the commoners. The composition of Earl Santos's personal soldiers was quite complex. Only a part of them were locals from the territory, with many being mountain bandits, robbers, and adventurers taken in by Earl Santos. These people were not originally from Silver County and had no emotional ties to the commoners within the territory. Coupled with their inherently unsavory backgrounds, they could easily revert to their old ways whenever the opportunity arose. This led to the sheer terror the local commoners of Silver County felt towards these personal soldiers, highlighting the great psychological shadow their past experiences had cast on them. Ed was the village chief of Yadai village, already over 60 years old, which was considered elderly in this era, and his hair was already white. He hobbled over in front of this group of personal soldiers, smiling apologetically. "Sirs, is there anything we can help you with?" The group of personal soldiers was roughly the size of 2 companies, with nearly 30 people in total, led by a company commander. The company commander jumped down from his horse, approached the village chief, and smiled. "There is indeed something we need your help with. Recently, His Lordship Earl has ordered us to eradicate the bandits nearby." "Have you seen them?" The village chief thought for a moment and said, "I've only heard of those bandits. They haven't been prowling around Yadai village." "Right. We've been looking for them all day without finding them, so we need your help." The company commander said, How can we help?" The village chief hesitated and asked. The company commander sneered, "I think you've pretty much lived long enough. Living further isn't much use. Might as well lend me your head for a bit." Upon hearing this, the village chief was so frightened that he quickly stepped back, waving his hands. "Please, officer, don't joke with someone insignificant like me." The company commander ignored his words and instead turned to the soldiers behind him, saying, "Yadai village was attacked by bandits, all villagers died, and we fought to the end to eradicate the bandits." "Understood." "Understood." The soldiers behind him immediately grasped the meaning upon hearing this, drawing their swords and charging into the surrounding houses and started slaughtering the commoners. You, The village chief, angry and fearful, pointed at the company commander with a trembling hand, unable to speak a word. The company commander couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the village chief anymore. With a twitch of the muscle on his face, he drew his longsword and was about to finish off the village chief. As he swung the longsword, just about to hack down, a pebble flew over, striking his wrist with immense force, causing the longsword to fall to the ground. "Who is it?" The company commander was shocked as he looked at the two figures in full armor stepping out from a distant house. Ignoring the sharp pain in his wrist, he quickly retrieved the longsword from the ground and stepped back. In this era, anyone able to wear full armor was a tough character, which not only indicated that the person had great strength but also suggested they had significant background. Vivian was furious. "You dare massacre innocent civilians, killing the good for credit. Is this how Earl Santos manages his personal soldiers?" The company commander felt a chill hearing Vivian mention Earl Santos. Their actions clearly crossed societal lines, and if Earl Santos found out, they would inevitably be sent to the gallows. The company commander steeled his heart, dismissing all else, and shouted, "Everyone over here! These two are tricky, take them both down. Don't let any of them escape." He suspected Duke and the other might be adventurers, and since there were outsiders here, they couldn't let them escape. Otherwise, once news got out, the consequences would be severe. The soldiers from elsewhere, upon receiving the order, immediately rushed over, charging towards Duke and the other two. Though Duke and Vivian were clad in armor, they had no weapons in hand, which led the soldiers to think they could handle them. Duke and Vivian exchanged a glance and, very much in sync, took action at the same time. These soldiers were ordinary people who had never practiced any breathing technique, appearing too fragile before Duke and the other. In just a moment, 5 to 6 soldiers were down before Duke and the other. With the strength they possessed, even ordinary punches and kicks were enough to take these soldiers down. Duke and Vivian casually picked up the longswords from the ground and slowly walked towards the distant soldiers. Around 20 of them were over there, retreating step by step in the face of Duke and Vivian's advance instead. The soldiers had already discerned that both of them were knight-level powerhouses, breaking out in a cold sweat instantly. The strength Duke exhibited was also formidable and was also regarded by them as a knight-level powerhouse. The company commander's face changed many times, finally managing a flattering smile. "There seems to be some misunderstanding. We thought you were bandits, hence the attack. How about this? I have over 200 gold coins over there. Let's consider it as a token of respect. Both of you as an apology. We can pretend nothing happened here. How about that?" The company commander cursed internally as well. Damn it. How did they end up encountering 2 knight-level toughies in this remote little village? Truly rotten luck. They had entirely given up on the idea of taking down Duke and Vivian, as they, being seasoned veterans, naturally knew that their current manpower wasn't even enough to fill the gaps in a knight-level's teeth. "Dream on!" Vivian shouted angrily, stomping her foot, and dashed out before anyone realized, instantly appearing before the company commander. With a single swing of the sword, the company commander's head flew high, and the surrounding soldiers scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing for their lives, never considering avenging their commander. Seeing them slaughter women and children with her own eyes, Vivian had no intention of accepting these bribes. It only made her feel even more furious. After these soldiers fled, Duke and the other two did not pursue them further, as there were other issues that needed addressing at the moment. The soldiers were smart, dispersing on horseback and fleeing, making it very difficult for Duke and Vivian to kill them all. There were several corpses lying in the village, belonging to both those soldiers and a few villagers. Vivian thought for a moment and said to the village chief, "I am Vivian, daughter of Earl Hardy of Maple Hill County. You should come with me to Maple Hill County. I will arrange for you to obtain commoner registration." The village chief hesitated for a moment, not doubting Vivian's words but sighing, "We've lived here for generations, to go to Maple Hill County. If you don't go, there will be trouble later. As a noble, I'm most familiar with how nobles operate. If Earl Santos learns of what happened here, he will first execute those soldiers and then you as well," Vivian persuaded. Why is that?" The village chief was a bit confused. "For the sake of face," Vivian said solemnly. "Nobles care most about face. Earl Santos could never allow outsiders to learn of his personal soldiers falsely taking credit for killing innocents. Once it spreads, he would be utterly disgraced. Rather than letting an earl fall from grace, he would certainly take the more straightforward approach, which is to wipe out all who know, including you. The villagers of Yadai village obviously do not understand the nobility. They do not know that nobles can resort to any means to achieve their goals. For Earl Santos, compared to maintaining the reputation of his domain, a small village is really nothing. The matters here will inevitably not be concealed. In the end, they will certainly be discovered by Earl Santos. Even if they could have killed those soldiers just now, the disappearance of these soldiers would still attract others to investigate. With the mental fortitude of the ordinary villagers of Yadai village, a little questioning will reveal the entire process of the matter. There isn't even a need for torture. By then, no matter what these villagers say, they would find it hard to escape death. From the moment those soldiers arrived in the village, the fate of these villagers was already sealed. Vivian instantly figured all this out, which is why she suggested that the villagers leave with her. Generally speaking, commoners are not allowed to leave the confines of their domain freely. Most are bound to the land. Even when moving between different cities within the confines of the domain, commoners need to report and apply, and only after permission can they go to other cities. To move freely within the entire kingdom, aside from nobles, adventurers from the Adventurer Association also have such privileges. As the Count's daughter to Earl Hardy, with her power, it was extremely easy for Vivian to settle some commoners. However, the villagers of Yadai village never thought of leaving from beginning to end. Even though they almost faced a massacre today, many were still naively hoping that nothing would happen. Duke and Vivian persuaded for a long time, but only Uncle Doyle's family of 5 was willing to follow. This was still after Uncle Doyle's son persuaded them, including Doyle himself. He was unwilling to leave the village. In fact, both Duke and Vivian could understand. After all, they had just come to this place, and suddenly asking these people to follow them to an unknown domain was indeed a bit too much. Most people's activities in their lifetime are just around the village. Maple Hill County is an extremely distant place for them, filled with unknowns. In the end, Vivian had no choice but to leave with Uncle Doyle's family. Uncle Doyle's family had a donkey. His wife, granddaughter, and daughter-in-law sat on the donkey cart. The cart didn't have too many things, they didn't have much property, and they quickly finished packing. "Sister Vivian, you come up to sit too," Uncle Doyle's little granddaughter Yala invited. "I won't go up. The armor I'm wearing is very heavy." Vivian smiled and declined. With the weight she was carrying, the donkey wouldn't be able to go very far. Uncle Doyle's son was named Fock. He followed behind the donkey cart, looking back at the village. His face was full of worry. Fock, in his 20s, had traveled south and north with the Commerce Association over the past few years and had more experience. He knew that what Vivian said was likely to become a fact, which is why he desperately persuaded his father to leave. Fock had no doubt about Vivian's identity. He recognized that the armor Vivian wore was actually made of starlight iron. He knew that starlight iron was an extremely rare mineral with a price higher than gold of the same weight. In other words, Vivian was essentially wearing hundreds of pounds of gold, and once Fock thought of this, he had no doubts about Vivian's identity as the Count's daughter. Fock looked at the distant village and said, "I don't know how those soldiers will distort the facts when they return, the people in the village." Duke understood his meaning. Those soldiers would certainly exaggerate and distort the facts to shift the blame. He sighed and said, "We've done all we can. Now we can only hope that Earl Santos has a shred of humanity left." It took Duke and his party half a month to finally reach a border town within Maple Hill County, Loba Town. Loba Town was different from other small towns. Normally, the military presence in small towns was just militia, but here it was guarded by the personal soldiers of Earl Hardy. Due to its location on the border, the defensive force was stronger, and 3 squadrons of troops were stationed here, totaling over 40 people. Combined with the more than 80 local militiamen, it was quite a considerable force. For the soldiers here, their main purpose was to be able to convey information back if a war broke out. "Halt!" An arrow landed in front of the group. A squad of 10 personal soldiers appeared ahead. The captain was a middle-aged man with a full beard. Uncle Doyle's family was very nervous. Fock tightly held onto his daughter, using his body to protect her as much as possible, to ensure that if an arrow came, he could use his body to block it. "Are you coming from Silver County? Present your merchant credentials or other travel permits. Otherwise, I will detain you for the crime of illegal migration," said the squad leader, his hand already on the sword hilt. Vivian came forward from the back, Before she even spoke, the squad leader's expression changed immediately, and he knelt on one knee. This squad leader had seen Vivian before and had a deep impression of her armor. On the contrary, the soldiers alongside him hadn't seen Vivian before, looking somewhat bewildered. Vivian merely glanced at them, her voice cold. "Provide us with 2 carriages." After saying that, she gestured for Uncle Doyle's family to follow her, heading into Loba town. Uncle Doyle's family saw all these soldiers kneeling honestly on the ground, keeping their heads down, not daring to look at Vivian. Only then did they have a personal understanding of Vivian's noble identity. During this period of interaction, they had only regarded Vivian as a very friendly female knight, without associating her with the lofty nobility. When Vivian appeared in Loba town, the whole town was like a boiling pot, with the local civilians, merchants, militia, all coming out, wanting to see what Earl Hardy's daughter, rumored as such, looked like. Unfortunately, Vivian's armor covered her tightly, and the crowd could only see a suit of armor. On Vivian's indication, Uncle Doyle's donkey cart was proactively purchased by a merchant for a high price of 20 gold coins. They were to continue their journey by carriage. Taking this donkey along would have been too troublesome. Uncle Doyle held that bag of gold coins, looking at the gleaming gold inside, still feeling a little incredulous. Since when was a donkey so valuable that it could sell for a whole 20 gold coins, enough to last their family many years? Normally speaking, it was very difficult to find 2 carriages in a place like Loba town. But since Vivian had spoken, getting this done wasn't difficult at all. 2 carriages soon appeared in front of Vivian. She and Duke took one, Uncle Doyle and his family took the other. Duke and his party didn't linger long in Loba town. After restocking some supplies, they embarked on their journey back to Fenkyu City. Uncle Doyle's family was driven by Falk, who was steering the carriage. Falk had abundant experience driving when he worked at the Commerce Association. On Duke's side, it was naturally Duke who drove the carriage. He had previously maxed out his riding skills, and the experience he gained naturally included carriage driving. From Loba town to Fenkyu City takes about 5 days. The roads of this era are quite difficult to traverse, greatly affecting travel speed. The journey was peaceful, with not many disruptions. At night, the 2 carriages nestled together, forming a makeshift defensive construct. A bonfire crackled, with a pot perched upon it, simmering some vegetables, preserved meat, and other stuff. Duke gazed at the pot, couldn't help but glance at Vivian's helmet. Noticing his gaze, Vivian pursed her lips and smiled, reaching out to tap Duke on the head. Uncle Doyle's family saw this scene, but didn't know what was happening, nor dared to ask, silently enjoying the vegetables and preserved meat in their bowls. Upon confirming Vivian's status as a count's daughter, they went from initial disbelief to reverent awe. This is something ingrained in the bones of commoners, hard to change. From that day on, they became much more cautious when speaking to Vivian, and conversation couldn't be as natural as before. On the carriage, Duke and Vivian lay side by side, both having removed their armor, as sleeping in it was too torturous. Vivian had long changed into a white undergarment, bought in Loba town, but she still kept Duke's linen clothing, saying she'd wash it before returning it to him. Vivian naturally turned to hold Duke. Just like back in the forest, neither spoke, perhaps knowing such days wouldn't last long. Upon returning to Fenkyu City, it would be hard for them to sleep together like this again. The news of Vivian's safe return quickly spread across Fenkyu City, with word spreading to other places as well. Ever since Vivian disappeared into Moonlight Forest a month ago, Earl Hardy had been continually sending people in to find her. Ultimately, only Vivian's axe and several skeletonized corpses were found. The only good news for Earl Hardy was that the corpses were male, while Vivian remained missing. The corpse of the 2-headed ogre was also discovered. And marks at the scene roughly pieced together the sequence of events. From deductions, Vivian seemed to be alive but fled severely injured. Throughout the month, Earl Hardy mobilized countless people. Even the Adventurer Association released many relevant tasks. Anyone who could find Vivian would receive extremely generous rewards. Unfortunately, Vivian was still not found, although the Moonlight Forest saw the extermination of many humanoid creatures. That night, Earl Hardy hosted a grand ball to celebrate Vivian's safe return. At the ball, Vivian still donned armor, refusing to wear noble garments, fearing the troubles it would bring. If she wore the ball gown, many would constantly invite her to dance. Wearing armor saved her a lot of hassle, freeing her from managing her expressions, feeling at ease. In this event, Duke was hardly mentioned. Many didn't even know a knight's attendant had accompanied Vivian back. It was exactly what Duke wanted. He didn't wish to be exposed to many, preventing troublesome situations. For him, keeping a low profile and quietly developing was ideal. Throughout the ball, Duke remained largely unnoticed, indulging alone in the feast's fine wines and dishes, unwittingly devouring much. Anyway, those attending the ball prided themselves on their status, and none came truly to eat, leaving Duke to enjoy the food. Duke clutched a roasted Gale wolf leg, dripping greasily, when a blond young man approached, winking at him. Duke didn't recognize him, feeling slightly baffled. After swallowing the magical beast meat, he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Rain Acosta." Rain grinned. "Rain Acosta?" Duke felt he heard the name somewhere, recalling when Vivian mentioned his name while sharing a bed. Earl Hardy had 7 children, Vivian was the youngest daughter, and Rain ranked 6th. Rain, at only 18, had the smallest age gap with Vivian, so they naturally became familiar. Most other children were already married, building their own forces, seldom interacting with Rain and Vivian. Escorting Vivian back along the way, you must have suffered a lot, given her ferocity. Rain glanced around, seeing Vivian wasn't nearby, and whispered. Duke thought carefully, not feeling the escort was suffering. Instead, he rather enjoyed it. But he couldn't say that, so he replied earnestly, "Serving Miss Vivian is my duty." "Come on, I know my sister well. She's so fierce. When I provoked her as a child, she'd chase me across the city, brandishing a sword. I couldn't beat her, getting trounced when caught." Rain recalled his childhood with lingering fear. Duke didn't know how to respond, quietly gnawing at the wolf leg. Vivian never acted like that around him. Rain noticed Duke's hesitation in speaking, yet continued chatting himself. Duke found this noble young master unpretentious, akin to any ordinary teenage lad in Fenkyu City, speaking openly. Vivian had told him Rain had a wild nature, rarely involving himself in family strife, indifferent to family power struggle, idling constantly. He either hunted or loitered about, lax in his breathing technique training, only managing a low-tier knight attendant rank. Duke didn't understand why Rain targeted him for. Conversation, pondering a moment. Realized he kept distance from Vivian since entering the city, showing no odd behavior. As the ball neared its end, Rain patted Duke's shoulder. "Next time, I'll invite you to Hab's Manor for drinks." Duke was bewildered by the sudden familiarity, feeling Rain was overly sociable. Vivian discreetly passed by him, whispering, "Ignore him, he befriends anyone in 3 minutes." As the ball concluded, Duke returned to the manor with a heavy box, to his long-missed room. The box was filled with gold coins, 1,000 in total, a reward from Earl Hardy for his safe escort of Vivian. Duke grabbed the gold coins from the box. His heart not much stirred, only contemplating how to transform these gold coins into his own strength. Giant whale breathing technique, LV6, 1156/2300. He glanced at the skill tree. The progress of the 6th layer of the giant whale breathing technique was already halfway next. With the assistance of magical beast meat, he would be able to break through to the 7th layer in about half a month. The next morning, Duke went to the Flying Eagle Commerce Association and met Al, the Mountain of Meat, again. Al squinted and smiled when he saw him. "Duke, long time no see." Duke nodded and said, "Can you get the meat of a ranked magical beast?" He now had plenty of gold coins on hand. They were useless just lying there. Turning money into strength as soon as possible was the right path. Ranked magical beast. If you want it, we can get it, but it will take some time, roughly 50 gold coins per pound. The price might fluctuate. Al gave a rough price estimate. Exact costs were uncertain and would need to be confirmed through the Commerce Association's internal channels. "I want 10 pounds, Duke said directly. "All right. You don't need to pay a deposit, just wait for my message. Once there's news, I'll send someone to notify you at the manor," Al said with a squinting smile. A 500 gold coin deal wasn't a small transaction. Naturally, this put him in a good mood. During this time, Duke had been wholeheartedly cultivating at the manor, even declining some of Vivian's invitations, solely to break through to the 7th layer of the giant whale breathing technique. He picked up a piece of blackened meat by his side and shoved it into his mouth. This was the meat of the black rock turtle, a ranked magical beast, which the Flying Eagle Commerce Association had acquired through some special channels, ultimately priced at 60 gold coins per pound. After Duke received these 10 pounds of black rock turtle meat, he began a closed cultivation session. You completed a session of giant whale breathing technique training, proficiency +5 giant whale breathing technique level up, constitution +1.1, strength +0.3, agility +1.1 giant whale breathing technique. LV7, 1/2500, free attribute points. 0 at the moment the giant whale breathing technique was broken through, Duke felt the life seed in his abdomen vibrating, constantly emitting waves of heat that reverberated through his body. Every time these waves reverberated through his body, Duke's meridians, bones, and flesh underwent changes, as if being baptized again and again. At the knight attendant stage, the life seed remained dormant, and it would not awaken until promotion to knight level. Once the life seed awakened, it could continuously compress the fighting spirit within, transforming the gaseous fighting spirit into liquid drops. On the surface, it seemed like a lot had emptied from within, but more space was provided, allowing the body to accommodate large amounts of fighting spirit. Duke estimated based on his internal condition that, when the entire interior was filled with liquid fighting spirit, the amount of fighting spirit could be more than 50 times that of a high-ranking knight attendant. This massive gap in fighting spirit quantity was terrifying and was one of the reasons why an official knight's strength far surpassed a knight attendant's. Looking at the skill tree, Duke saw the branches of the giant whale breathing technique was still flowering, indicating he had to grind up to the 8th layer to bear fruit. It was said that reaching the 9th layer would enable one to become a great knight, a realm that even Vivian hadn't reached yet. Duke was now just 2 layers away from the 9th layer. Going forward, he needed nothing more than to immerse himself in hard work. After grinding the breathing technique to the 7th layer, many basic attributes had been brought about. All the physical basic attributes had already surpassed 11 points, and his strength had surpassed 12 points. Duke could sense that once he accumulated enough fighting spirit, Vivian probably wouldn't be a match for him either. An ordinary knight found it difficult to elevate all physical attributes to the peak as he did. Duke relied on the skill tree's assistance for his physique, strength, and agility attributes to all improve. Vivian might have greater strength than him, but it was likely that Duke now surpassed her in constitution and agility. This scenario was dictated by the ordinary person's training method, making holistic improvement challenging. 2 days later, Vivian arrived at Habs Manor, becoming an official knight in just half a year. Vivian felt a sense of defeat for the first time, encountering someone with knight aptitude superior to her own. Considering Duke's wizard aptitude, everything seemed explainable then. Individuals with wizard aptitude are exceedingly rare. For them, practicing breathing techniques was indeed simple. Vivian brought a wooden box saying, "This is a gift for you." "This is." Duke placed the heavy wooden box on the ground, and upon opening it, found a longsword inside. The longsword appeared ancient from the outside, containing numerous details upon close inspection, many areas intricately carved with complex patterns. Duke picked up the longsword and discovered it weighed at least 200 pounds, impossible for an ordinary person to wield. After unsheathing the sword, he found its entire blade was black, incredibly sharp to the touch. Duke merely brushed against it, causing a cut on his hand, some blood oozing out. Given his current physical state, without fighting spirit protection, it was tough for ordinary weapons to pierce his skin without effort. This weapon, named the Black Sword, is forged from celestial cyan gold and was once a treasure of an ancient kingdom's royal family. It has been passed down for a long time. My father bought it at an auction a month ago as a gift for me. But I still prefer my star axe, so this sword can be your bargain, Vivian said nonchalantly. Holding the sword, Duke lightly clashed it against another longsword nearby, which broke upon contact. Having such a weapon in hand would provide an advantage in battle, at the very least eliminating concerns over equipment disparity. Celestial cyan gold pairs excellently with fighting spirit, allowing you to channel more fighting spirit, enhancing your combat skills. Vivian said, ordinary steel swords couldn't hold much fighting spirit, presenting a limitation for knight-level combatants, preventing them from fully leveraging their abilities when executing combat skills. Duke swung the black sword around, growing fonder of it, enjoying himself as he laughed with the sword. Seeing Duke's antics, Vivian couldn't help but giggle, then took out a palm-sized disc, saying, "The spiritual power scale compass I mentioned earlier, measure yourself with it." Duke's eyes lit up as he sheathed the black sword, taking the disc and asking, "How do I use it?" "Just hold it, you don't need to do anything." Just wait a moment, Vivian said as she looked at the compass, curious to learn Duke's spiritual power level. Duke held the spiritual power scale compass, watching its needle spin faster and faster within. The needle gradually slowed, halting before a scale, though Duke didn't recognize the text behind the scale. The Duke found the text on the dial somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the same type of script that appeared on the brass ring. 4th level aptitude, indeed not bad. Vivian stared at the dial and said, 4th level. The Duke calculated mentally. His spiritual power was 9.1, which was 4 points higher than the average person's 5 points. This suggests that each point increase in spiritual power aptitude elevates 1 level. There are 10 levels of spiritual power aptitude in total, which means a 10th level aptitude has 15 points of spiritual power. 15 points. What kind of monster possesses such aptitude? The Duke thought to himself. His highest attribute now was strength, which was barely over 12 points. A person naturally born with 15 points of spiritual power was beyond the Duke's comprehension. Is a 4th level aptitude considered good? The Duke asked. It's certainly good for ordinary people, but in the wizard community it wouldn't be much. It's just barely reaching the threshold, Vivian replied. She then took several bottles from a bag she carried and said, after these events, I've had some insights, and I'll be going into seclusion for some time to charge into the great night. Here, take these giant whale secret potions. The Duke was dumbfounded at the 6 full bottles of giant whale secret potion in front of him. Each bottle was even larger than the last time. So many. Aren't you using them yourself? The Duke asked. Vivian laughed and said, I still have plenty. Father won not just the black sword at the auction, but also a large piece of dragon saliva fragrance, enough to make giant whale secret potions for the 2 of us for a while. In her words, she had already started considering the Duke as one of her own. The Duke was no longer just a subordinate to her. Even ordinary Nightingale members, no matter how great their achievements, could not have deserved so many giant whale secret potions. Vivian had been very busy since her return. As the commander of Nightingale, she had many matters to deal with and arrange. She also settled Uncle Doyle's family, allocating them a piece of land near a small village by Thank City. With this land, Uncle Doyle's family could live quite comfortably, and they were exempt from taxes for 5 years. Most peasants don't own their own land, so Uncle Doyle's family was getting quite favorable treatment. The Duke's treatment had greatly improved too. As a knight-level power, he was a significant figure in any noble faction, worth cultivating. If he wished, just a word from him would have many nobles extending olive branches. However, the Duke would not betray Earl Hardy in defect. His goal was not to spend half a lifetime in luxury. The Duke pursued greater strength and longer life. These were difficult to achieve in his past life, but here, anything seemed possible. Most ordinary people in the Vera Kingdom have a lifespan of around 50. Living to 60 or 70 is considered aged. Knight attendants who practice the breathing technique typically live past 70, official knights close to a century. The Duke had heard from the people at the Adventurer's Tavern that legendary great knights could live to 120, some even to 150. As for wizards, their lifespans were even longer, enough to witness several generations rise and fall. The Duke was naturally not content with the lifespan of an official knight. Centenarians were common enough in his past life, nothing special to him. Although he did not live to 100 in his past life, this made him yearn even more for a long life. After Vivian left, the Duke practiced basic swordsmanship with the black sword, mainly to familiarize himself with the sword's weight and feel. Once the body becomes familiar, using the black sword in battle will be more effective. After completing basic swordsmanship training, the Duke opened a bottle of giant whale secret potion, dripped a drop on the back of his hand, and spread it before commencing breathing technique cultivation. You completed a giant whale breathing technique cultivation, proficiency plus 13 at this rate. In about half a month, he could cultivate to the 8th layer, not far from the 9th layer Great Knight realm. The Duke continued his cultivation leisurely, steadily, and step by step, gradually forming drop after drop of liquid fighting spirit within. After finishing breathing technique cultivation, it was time for the dragon spine burning wave sword technique training, which wasn't far from completion either. During his time outside, he had to conserve fighting spirit and couldn't expend it freely, so the technique's progress hadn't progressed much. Now that the Duke was back at the estate, he could freely expend his internal fighting spirit to use this technique. He went to the flat ground outside the house. After his fighting spirit was activated, a circle of flames appeared on the black sword, burning fiercely. This was why he went outside to cultivate. If he wasn't careful indoors, he might burn down the wooden houses on the estate. With the increase in his internal fighting spirit, he could use the technique many more times every day. He calculated in his mind, and in roughly 10 days, he could grind this technique to level 5, likely its max level. Life at the estate was very calm and peaceful, with 10 days passing in the blink of an eye. Since reaching night level, the Duke's position within Nightingale was different from before. Apart from Earl Hardy and Vivian, no one else had the authority to give him orders or assign tasks. Night-level experts typically oversee regions or handle troublesome issues. Minor problems don't require his involvement. The Duke was happy to have leisure time, taking advantage of this quiet period to grind proficiency. Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique level increased, Constitution plus 0.3, Strength plus 0.1, Agility plus 0.3 free attribute points plus 1 Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique. LV5 trait. Breaking the Sky, Breaking the Sky. When using the Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique, you can trigger fighting spirit attached to the sword to form Sword Kai free attribute points. After grinding the Dragon Spine Burning Wave Sword technique to max level, several pieces of information appeared in the Duke's mind. Besides basic attribute enhancements, he also gained 1 free attribute point. This was the same as before. The only difference was that after reaching max level this time, he acquired a new trait. The previous bleeding trait didn't seem very practical, as the Duke wasn't counting on bleeding to defeat enemies. But this time's trait was different, allowing him to use Sword Kai. Unable to contain his curiosity, the Duke began to experiment. With a thought, a circle of flames instantly enveloped the sword. He swung the longsword, and in the manner emerging in his mind, condensed the fighting spirit on the sword into Sword Kai, unleashing it. Instantly, a 2-meter-long red sword Kai flew out, slicing a target 20 meters away into shreds. The sword Kai exploded upon contact with the target, causing the entire target to shatter and combust, strewing sparks all over the ground. After the Duke's experiments, he was quite satisfied with the Breaking the Sky feature, as it provided him with an additional attack method. The sword Kai of Breaking the Sky not only had an intense slicing ability, but also contained explosive energy bursts, making it a powerful attack method. More importantly, it filled the gap in the Duke's mid to long-range attack repertoire, as he previously could only resort to long-range attacks with a bow and arrow. However, bows and arrows were easy for night-level experts to defend against, and rarely yielded good results. Typically, by donning full body armor, one could essentially ignore the threat of ordinary arrows. But the Breaking the Sky Sword Kai was different. Ordinary armor could not defend against it, and if hit, it would cause severe injuries. Subsequently, the Duke conducted further testing and concluded that the effective attack range of the Sword Kai was 30 meters. Once beyond this range, the Sword Kai would automatically explode, unable to be projected further. In terms of fighting spirit consumption, if his body was brimming with fighting spirit, 1 Sword Kai would consume about 1/8 of it. Under normal circumstances, the Duke's body had enough fighting spirit to use 8 Sword Kai attacks. Despite being an official knight, with ample fighting spirit inside him, he still could not use too much fighting spirit. If he were at the knight attendant stage, he would likely struggle to unleash even 1 Sword Kai with all his might. The Duke contemplated for a moment and began to control the amount of fighting spirit he attached to the sword, gradually reducing it. He found that even with reduced fighting spirit, he could still use Sword Kai, though its power would be significantly lessened. After a night had passed, the Duke's fighting spirit was nearly exhausted, but he had gained sufficient understanding of using the Sword Kai. The next day, a piece of news spread, causing a sensation throughout Maple Hill County. Vivian had successfully been promoted to Great Knight, becoming the first Great Knight in Jade Province in 50 years and the only female Great Knight in Vera Kingdom in nearly a century. Earl Hardy did not keep the news discreet or intentionally conceal it. Instead, he actively spread the news and also relayed it to the distant Vera royal capital. With just the strength of a Great Knight, Vivian could be granted the title of Viscount, although she did not have any territory yet. Vivian naturally didn't care for the Viscount title, nor did Earl Hardy. Their purpose was to inform the nobles around Maple Hill County that they had a Great Knight stationed deterring any improper thoughts and intimidating the dishonest. For those nobles, they too had knight-level experts offering protection, so other nobles' knights posed no direct threat to them. But a great knight was different. They were almost legendary figures, and knights simply could not withstand a great knight. If Vivian were to directly attack the dens of those nobles, she could easily remove their noble heads. This is what most intimidates the nobles. Ordinary battles and conflicts were of no consequence to them. They wouldn't face much threat. But the presence of a great knight could directly threaten their lives, thereby altering their views and strategies concerning Maple Hill County. As for the authenticity of the news, there was no need for these nobles to investigate. For the church personnel of Vera Kingdom would be responsible for verification, and their results would undeniably be true. The process of granting Vivian her Viscount title required many steps, and many steps involved examining her strength. Ab's Manor training ground. The Duke, clad in armor and wielding the black sword, fiercely clashed with Vivian, who held the star axe, constantly producing the metallic sound of weapon collisions. This was after Vivian's successful promotion. Having completed a series of tasks, she came to find the Duke. Her first words were, "Let's have a duel." The Duke naturally had no reason to refuse and readily agreed, also wanting to see the strength of a great knight. He discovered that Vivian's strength and speed had greatly increased, estimating it should be around 12 points, with strength approaching 13 points. In terms of physical attributes, there wasn't much surpassing the current Duke, but it was enough to surprise him. The Duke linked his physical attribute enhancements to the skill tree, while Vivian strengthened her power solely through hard practice, an impressive feat. "Try out that sword Kai you mentioned," Vivian said, her fighting spirit strong and imposing. "It's a bit dangerous." The Duke thought for a moment and said, "Considering the sword Kai's strong lethality, it could cause accidental injuries after being unleashed beyond his control." "It's fine, go ahead," Vivian laughed. The Duke said, "Then be careful." He swung his sword, the fighting spirit attached to the blade instantly transforming into a red crescent flying outwards. The Duke intentionally controlled the amount of fighting spirit, much less than usual, to avoid injuring Vivian. Vivian's eye flickered, and she immediately stretched out her hand, forming a large amount of white fighting spirit. Under her control, the fighting spirit quickly converged into a white shield before her. As the shield formed, the sword Kai reached her, exploding upon contact with the shield, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, the shield before Vivian was gone, with scattered sparks surrounding her, leaving her unharmed. "Your sword Kai is impressive," Vivian praised. She was genuinely admiring the Duke's talent, amazed by his self-devised technique, which had surpassed the original content of the dragon spine burning wave sword technique. "Is your fighting spirit shield an ability acquired after becoming a great knight?" the Duke asked. Vivian nodded. "Exactly, after becoming a great knight, I can expel fighting spirit, and there are many ways to apply it. I'm still exploring. The fighting spirit shield was merely one way to use it." The Duke pondered for a moment. His sword Kai was also a form of expelled fighting spirit, although it required the longsword as an aid. A great knight could directly maneuver their vast internal fighting spirit to the external body, attaching it or aggregating it outside. "I found that by attaching fighting spirit externally, it can achieve a similar effect to your demonized items. Just not as strong as the effect of magic," Vivian said. As she spoke, she manipulated the fighting spirit within her to envelop her entire body, emitting a dull white glow, as if generating a mist. This fighting spirit also provided some defensive effect against energy-type attacks, though not as potent as the defense of magic power. The Duke realized that a great knight possessed a certain degree of magic resistance. If faced with that two-headed ogre, Vivian at the great knight level would most likely defeat it soundly. Vivian only needed to use fighting spirit to cover her body, forming a protective shield, and after directly absorbing the initial thunderball, she could quickly dispatch the two-headed ogre. Nevertheless, when confronting a foe with stronger casting ability, this method might not be effective. A great knight relies on a massive internal reservoir of fighting spirit, projecting it externally to offer some defense against magic. However, more magic spells aren't always as direct as the ogre's thunderball, often being more unpredictable and hard to guard against. For instance, Earl Hardy's red glove is such that you won't even know when he's made his move. "Can I try out your demonized item?" Vivian asked, looking at the brass ring in Duke's hand. She wanted to test whether her spiritual power was sufficient to use the demonized item after being promoted to Great Knight. Duke nodded, taking off the brass ring and placing it on Vivian's finger. Vivian looked at the brass ring on her hand, and after a moment she said, "I can see it, floating text, Amakoilensa." As soon as she spoke, a layer of golden light appeared on her body, similar to what Duke had experienced before. Vivian rubbed her temples, showing some signs of fatigue, and said, "The Morian language inscribed on this is written with spiritual power. Only those with sufficient spiritual power can see it and directly comprehend its meaning through spiritual power." "Where is the Morian language from?" Duke asked, hearing the name of the text on the ring for the first time. "This is also what my father told me. Morian language is a common language among wizards. My father has an introductory book on Morian language, which I learned a long time ago. I'll teach you later," Vivian said. After Vivian's spiritual power aptitude was tested to be good when she was young, Earl Hardy deliberately trained her, teaching her Morian language early on, just to use it for future opportunities. Duke and Vivian exercised together for a while afterward, both sweating profusely. That night, Vivian brought a quaint book, with its cover resembling tree roots and having many tentacles, looking very peculiar. Duke reached out to touch them and found that the tentacles were alive, automatically brushing against his fingers. Vivian seemed unfazed by this, smacking the tentacles away before opening the cover. The text inside was similar to the symbols on the ring, resembling tadpole-like glyphs, which made his head spin a little. Vivian started from the basics, patiently teaching Duke this language. Duke realized that mastering this script wasn't too hard. There were only 32 basic letters. Once he learned some fixed combinations and pronunciations, it was quite easy to pick up. After he grasped some basic grammar, a new branch appeared on his skill tree. Morian language, level 1, 1/100. As long as there's a progress bar, it's manageable, Duke thought to himself. No matter how difficult this language might be, as long as he grinds hard enough, he'll max out eventually. Before they knew it, they spent the whole night learning the language, and Vivian's golden hair hung down like a cascading waterfall. She only took off her helmet in front of Duke. "Let's stop here for today. You keep the book and ask me if you don't understand anything," Vivian said, looking at Duke with clear and beautiful eyes reflecting the candlelight. Duke checked the Morian language progress, which was already halfway through. As long as he stayed in the learning state, he could increase his proficiency quickly. Vivian, originally ready to leave, suddenly turned around and threw herself into Duke's arms, hugging him for a moment before leaving. 3 days later at Maple Hill Castle, under Vivian's guidance, Duke met Earl Hardy. The last time at the ball, they only had a brief encounter, with hardly any communication. Earl Hardy was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face, looking very serious. His hair and beard were already graying, and his whole demeanor was imposing. Duke noticed that Earl Hardy indeed had a red glove on his left hand. The design of this red glove was unique, with many embroidered patterns, looking like something a noblewoman would use. "Father, I want Duke to join us in the summoning ceremony," Vivian whispered. Earl Hardy turned to look at Duke, his gaze seemingly penetrating Duke as he stared at him for a long time. Eventually he spoke, "All right, but you mustn't speak out of turn without permission. I haven't seen Wizard Grace in 20 years. It's essential to show respect, and you mustn't offend her." Vivian was not wearing her armor today but dressed in a white gown with golden embroidery, a classical attire for noble maidens. Her attire today was quite formal, and it was Duke's first time seeing Vivian like this. "Rest assured, Earl, I won't speak out of turn," Duke said respectfully. Vivian had already informed him about today's matters before bringing him here. The so-called summoning ceremony was a method left by Wizard Grace for Earl Hardy to contact Grace from afar. However, this method could only be used once, which is why Earl Hardy had never used it all these years. He had faced numerous crises and was often in life and death situations, yet he never used the summoning ceremony for assistance. Earl Hardy was waiting for this day, for a descendant with wizard aptitude to appear. It was not until Vivian's birth that he finally had hope. For Earl Hardy, neither territory nor wealth mattered. If a wizard appeared among the family descendants, it would be a great opportunity that could change the destiny of future generations. In the face of such an opportunity, territory and wealth were insignificant. Earl Hardy had painstakingly planned for this goal for many years. His generosity towards his subjects stemmed from his disregard for these material things, not caring about external possessions. Most nobles were stingy, madly pursuing wealth to the extreme, unable to afford better treatment for their people. Duke recalled having plenty of wheat cakes in the fields, and finally understood. Because of Earl Hardy's unique experiences, his vision was different from ordinary nobles, and so were his pursuits. Originally, Earl Hardy didn't allow Duke to participate, but because Vivian persistently pleaded, he reluctantly agreed. As a father, Earl Hardy surely noticed Vivian's unusual behavior, but he didn't show it. Instead, he seemed quite satisfied with Duke. Because Duke was naturally gifted with wizard talent, had excellent knight aptitude, and came from a very clean background, his growth trajectory was clear from a young age. Such a person made Earl Hardy feel reassured. More importantly, he knew that if both parents had wizard aptitude, their offspring were highly likely to possess wizard aptitude too. This was the main reason Earl Hardy didn't exclude Duke. The summoning ceremony took place in the castle's basement, with just Earl Hardy, Vivian, and Duke. Above them, several knight-level guards stood watch. There was no need for protection underground. With the three of them, no one could really cause trouble. In the dim basement, several ancient brass lamp holders had a few candles lit, providing some dim yellow light. In the center of the basement, the ground was etched with grooves that formed a complex circular pattern. Earl Hardy held a bottle of mysterious potion in his hand, popped the wooden cork, and poured the light golden liquid into the grooves. The Duke stood silently behind, sniffing but not detecting any scent. The golden liquid emitted no special odor. Earl Hardy carefully cupped the bottle, slowly pouring its contents without spilling a single drop outside the grooves. When the last drop of the golden liquid fell from the bottle, the grooves were full of the golden liquid, which shone under the candlelight. Subsequently, Earl Hardy stood in front of the grooves, taking out a dagger to cut his palm, letting some blood drip into the grooves below, mixing with the golden liquid. With the bloodline of the Acosta clan, I request an audience with Lady Grace. The summoning ceremony requires the bloodline of the Acosta clan to be completed. The blood of others is useless. Earl Hardy had originally prepared for several generations without wizard qualifications, never expecting he would witness the day to perform the summoning ceremony himself. Watching the blood drip from his palm, he couldn't feel the pain, only immense excitement. He had waited 20 years for this day. After the golden liquid and blood merged in the grooves, it gradually emitted a faint purple glow. The light turned into purple mist, gradually converging, intertwining as it spiraled upwards. As the mist ascended above the basement, it gradually spread, forming a faint purple mist area. In the mist appeared a pair of white, rounded legs crossed. Looking further up, a voluptuous woman wearing a purple bathrobe gradually emerged. Hidden behind the mist, her specific facial features were indistinct, with some key parts also obscured. "Little Hardy, why have you become so old?" A seductive voice came from within the mist. Earl Hardy was somewhat excited, a wry smile on his face upon hearing this. "Lady Grace, I'm just a mortal. After 20 years I should be old." Has it been 20 years already? The Florence continent is a lovely place. I've had a delightful time there," Grace said lazily. "The years serving you were also the most important time of my life," Earl Hardy said earnestly. Grace seemed to be lounging on a sofa. Her crossed legs moved to a lounging position on the sofa, her long rounded legs raised. "So, what brings you to me? I recall I gave you one summoning ceremony. There's no second chance." "Honored Lady Grace, my daughter Vivian Acosta has become a great knight and possesses 4th-level wizard qualifications," Earl Hardy said, kneeling on one knee. Grace yawned. "Understood, let her come over so I can see the child." Vivian promptly walked over, lifting her skirt slightly and curtsied. It was a noble etiquette. "Such a cute little girl, I like her. She can join our Thorn Holy Tower." Grace's voice came from the mist, filled with affection for Vivian. Having specially dressed up, coupled with a pitiful expression, Vivian presented an obedient girl image. "Thank you, Lady Grace. I have a friend too. He also has 4th-level wizard qualifications. May I ask if you could accept him too?" Vivian pleaded. "Is it the handsome fellow next to you?" "That won't do. Accepting you was based on a past promise." "Though he's quite handsome, 4th-level qualifications aren't enough for me to accept him," Grace said slowly, denying Vivian's request. Vivian wanted to say more, but the Duke quickly restrained her, smiling to signal her not to act impulsively. The Duke didn't want Vivian to miss such an opportunity because of him. It was the result of Earl Hardy's careful planning over so many years. If he caused Vivian to anger Grace and lose the chance to join the Thorn Holy Tower, the Duke would bear guilt for a lifetime. "Eh?" Grace's voice came from the mist at that moment. "Handsome fellow. Don't you have Black Sail's token in your hand?" "Black Sail? Token?" The Duke looked at the brass ring in his hand, feeling puzzled. Grace said, "The demonized item in your hand is Black Sail's token. With it, you can directly join Black Sail." Many wizard organizations use this method to recruit, producing batches of demonized items to circulate. Those with wizard qualifications often come into contact with these demonized items. This is also a hidden principle of our wizard plane. I call it the wizard aggregation principle. Even a person with wizard qualifications who is of humble origin will, because of their qualifications, eventually come into contact with things related to wizards and will eventually walk the path of a wizard. For instance, your encounter with me now is also a manifestation of this principle. The three listened attentively as Grace spoke. Even though some terms were not clearly understood, they tried hard to remember them, planning to clarify them when the opportunity arose. The world they inhabited was called the Wizard Plane, with 7 continents. The continent where the Duke resided was named Florence Continent, a remote land in the Wizard Plane's southern hemisphere and the smallest continent. Due to the lack of resources necessary for wizards on Florence Continent, there was almost no wizard activity. Mostly ordinary people lived there. The most common extraordinary power was the Knight's, though the Knight's power was insignificant before the wizards. Grace's wizard organization, named Thorn Holy Tower, was located on the west coast of the Appalachian continent, to the west of Florence, 6 times the size of Florence Continent. Black Sail is also one of the 4 great wizard organizations on the Appalachian coast, with immense power. The Duke looked at the brass ring on his hand, surprised to learn its provenance, and more importantly, its actual purpose was recruitment, automatically attracting wizard-qualified talents worldwide for Black Sail. Initially, Leo obtained this ring, but due to the lack of wizard qualifications, he didn't unravel its mystery. By chance, the Duke acquired this ring and discovered its secrets after having it in his possession. "All right, the summoning ceremony time is almost up. I need to quickly initiate a teleportation array to bring Vivian over." Grace's voice echoed from the mist, with the white legs visible in the purple mist. Vivian glanced at Duke upon hearing this, about to say something when Grace's voice came through. The temporary spatial passage established through the summoning ceremony can only accommodate 1 person. Grace could see right through Vivian's thoughts, cutting off her idea directly. "Then what about Duke?" Vivian looked worried. "He can take a ship to the Appalachian coast. It'll just be a bit later than you," Grace said. Vivian frowned. She had heard of how dangerous sea voyages could be, especially such a long one from one continent to another. The entire journey would be filled with various dangers and uncertainties, and whether the ship could successfully reach the west coast was unknown. After a moment of thought, Vivian said, "I'm sorry, Lady Grace, I've decided to travel to the west coast with Duke by ship." When Grace heard this, she fell silent. "Vivian!" Duke and Earl Hardy instantly became anxious, with Earl Hardy even glaring at Duke, as if wishing he could eat him alive. Duke tried to persuade, "You don't have to do this, you go first, I'll follow shortly." But Vivian shook her head. "No, I can't let you embark on such a journey alone, I wouldn't be at ease." Letting her take the safe and quick spatial passage while Duke crossed the ocean alone was something she couldn't do. Grace said, "Vivian, you should think it over. Through the spatial passage, you can instantly reach the west coast, while taking a ship will take several months. If some special circumstances arise, it could take even longer. The sea is home to many mysterious and powerful creatures. It's the territory of the sea race. Even wizards cannot act recklessly there. Are you sure you want to give up this chance?" With determination, Vivian said, "I want to sail with Duke. I'd rather sleep forever in the sea with him than live with regret for the rest of my life." Duke sighed, knowing that no one could dissuade Vivian now. A moment later, Grace said, "Very well, I like you even more now, young lady. Youth is really wonderful. Should you arrive at the Thorn Holy Tower, I'll personally take you as a student." "Vivian, hurry and thank Lady Grace." Earl Hardy was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Vivian hurriedly bowed, knowing well the weight of these words. Originally, Grace promised Earl Hardy that one of his descendants could join the Thorn Holy Tower, but becoming her student was a completely different concept. Even in the Thorn Holy Tower, Grace was a highly esteemed wizard, and many wizard apprentices of the 7th and 8th grade yearned for the chance to become her student but had no opportunity. Now, she had given Vivian such a chance. showing she truly cherished this somewhat stubborn young girl. In that case, I look forward to our future meeting. Vivian. Grace's voice faded into the mist, gradually becoming ethereal. The purple mist gradually dispersed, and the basement slowly returned to its previous state, everything once again calm. Vivian. Duke was somewhat heavy-hearted, not knowing how to express himself. Vivian's actions left him unsure of how to repay her. Vivian smiled slightly. Don't you think that experiencing a sea voyage is a fine thing? Earl Hardy approached, glanced at Duke, snorted, and then took off his red glove, handing it to Vivian. Father, I can't take this. You need it for protection. Vivian hurriedly refused. This red glove was Earl Hardy's most important item, which had saved him from numerous crises over the years. With heartfelt earnestness, Earl Hardy said, "Child, this was always yours. I just kept it for you for a few years. I'm quite safe in the territory and don't need demonized items. You are about to enter the wizarding world, and it's dangerous there. You need this more." In the end, Vivian accepted the red glove, wearing it on her right hand where it fit perfectly. Originally, Earl Hardy wearing this feminine red glove seemed incongruous and had been privately mocked by many. Now, with Vivian wearing it, it added a touch of mysterious allure to her girlish charm. The enchantment on the glove can stop an opponent's heart and cause their blood to clot temporarily. Earl Hardy glanced at Duke while saying this. If this boy ever treats you poorly, use this glove. Humph. Earl Hardy's gaze at Duke was as sharp as a dagger, seemingly hoping Vivian would use the red glove to take Duke's life, as if it would be akin to doing it himself, venting some of his pent-up frustration. Vivian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Over the following month, Earl Hardy assisted Duke and Vivian in preparing for their departure. Parad Province, the southernmost province of the Vera Kingdom, also boasted the most ports. With various ships available, Duke and his companions needed to take a ship to the Appalachian west coast, yet ships capable of such long-distance journeys was scarce, even in Parad Province's ports. Earl Hardy looked everywhere, leveraging numerous connections and networks, and finally secured some reliable information, settling the ship arrangements. During this month, Duke focused on mastering skills, advancing the giant whale breathing technique to the 8th level. Just one more level, and he could ascend to the rank of a great knight. Giant whale breathing technique level up, Constitution plus 0.3, Strength plus 0.1, Agility plus 0.3. Giant whale breathing technique. LV8, 1/3000, free attribute points. Duke examined his attributes on the skill tree, noticing that attributes like Constitution were becoming difficult to improve. Even after elevating the breathing technique to the 8th level, it only brought minimal attribute enhancement. Further advancements would likely become even harder. He considered directly adding the point to Spirit, but after some thought, decided to hold off, leaving it for flexibility in future situations. More importantly, Duke understood the value of free attribute points, aiming to enhance spiritual power through other means first, maximizing value by using them afterward. During this period, Duke also returned to Widening Village and Inland Town, bidding farewell to Uncle John and others, informing them of his journey to distant lands and potential long absence. He specifically requested Earl Hardy to look after Mr. Wood and the villagers, giving Mr. Wood a considerable amount of gold coins. These gold coins were intended for the villagers' use, with Mr. Wood acting as custodian, available for any needs that might arise in the future. The Duke only took away more than 300 gold coins and a few valuable gemstones. If he were to take all the gold coins, it would be too heavy, not suitable for a long journey. The Duke tried it out, and he would have to carry a huge chest filled with gold coins and take it everywhere with him. Not only would it be inconvenient to carry, but it would also easily attract attention and cause some trouble. After consideration, the Duke handed over the remaining hard-to-carry gold coins to Mr. Wood, so that he and the villagers could use the money. The villagers had no ability to manage money. Giving it to them would harm them. Giving it to Mr. Wood was just right. Even if this money runs out, Widening Village is still under the care of Earl Hardy, and there won't be any major problems. In early March, on the vast plains of Maple Hill County, some peasants were working in the fields. Now was the time for sowing wheat. Aunt Anna murmured while sowing. Little Duke said he would go far away. How far is far? Probably leaving Jade Province. Uncle John looked at the vast, endless fields ahead, as if seeing the scene of ripe wheat in a few months. He had a vague feeling that perhaps by the time the Duke returned, he would no longer be in this world. But when the Duke returned, he would surely still see the vast plains with the waves of wheat rolling. Ruijin Port is the largest port in Perid province. From a geographic perspective, it's like a corner extending out from the Florence continent, surrounded by sea on 3 sides. The Duke and his party took over a month to travel from Jade province to here. Earl Hardy personally came to see them off, bringing a team of elite guards from his territory. They had been in Ruijin Port for some time, just waiting for the agreed ship to arrive. The ship that should have arrived 5 days ago had no sign yet, but this was actually normal. The situation at sea changes rapidly. Very few ships can arrive at the next port exactly on time. Delays of some kind are common. The port was filled with various types of ships, with ships arriving and leaving the port at any time. Most were flat-bottomed, single-masted sailboats, usually used for coastal trade, not for long-distance voyages. The Duke even saw some oar-powered sailboats, relying solely on a small sail and manual rowing for propulsion. These small boats were very nimble, but had a small cargo capacity. There were quite a few in the port, shipping various goods back and forth. The Duke and his party were naturally not waiting for a small boat. Setting out on the vast sea for several months, or even starting at half a year, required at least a multi-masted ship. The port was always bustling. Every day a group of sun-darkened sailors would disembark, eagerly charging towards the port's pubs and brothels after unloading their goods at the dock. These sailors often stayed at sea for a long time, and once they earned some money, they would immediately spend it at the dock and go back to sea for months, cycling like this. For them, there's no such thing as saving money. The sea's conditions change in an instant, life and death are uncertain, and no one knows if they will see tomorrow's sun. During these days at the port, the Duke also saw some sailors saying heartfelt goodbyes to some prostitutes, seemingly already old acquaintances. 2 days later, a giant ship over 30 meters high sailed into Ruijin Port, drawing countless people's attention and amazement. Only Ruijin Port could accommodate such a large ship. Ordinary small ports were too shallow. Such a large ship had too deep a draft to dock at small ports. The ship's deck had 2-story-high ship towers at the front and back, serving as lookout towers and the captain's navigation and living quarters. Below the deck, it was not apparent how many layers there were, but visually it looked like 5 or 6 layers high. A ship like this could carry a large amount of cargo, and when docked at Ruijin Port, it looked like a behemoth compared to other ships. The Duke knew the ship they were waiting for had arrived. Once the ship docked, some sailors began to disembark, unloading many wooden crates from it. The Duke noticed that these sailors were burly and had indeed studied the breathing technique as knight attendants, strong and vigorous. Even the ordinary sailors had such skills, so there must be even greater strength on the ship. Earl Hardy then went over to explain the reason for their visit and presented a pass-like document bearing the royal seal of the Vera Kingdom. This ship was contacted through Earl Hardy's channels with the Vera Kingdom's royal family, costing a significant fortune. A burly middle-aged man with a thick beard walked from the ship. This was the ship's captain, named Blake. Captain Blake, after hearing Earl Hardy's explanation, tucked away the pass, turned to glance at the Duke and Vivian, and gestured for them to come over. "You're going to the West Coast as wizard apprentices?" Captain Blake asked. The Duke and Vivian exchanged a look and nodded. Blake frowned and asked, "Have you ever eaten beauty shells?" "Beauty shell, what's that?" The Duke was puzzled. "It's a delicacy favored by wizards carrying the curse of the sea. If anyone dares to eat beauty shells and board my ship, believe me, I'll hang them from the mast," Captain Blake said through clenched teeth, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. The Duke was even more curious about this beauty shell, but seeing Captain Blake's fierce dislike for it, he chose not to ask more. "All right, get on board. We won't be staying here long." "We're leaving today," Captain Blake said, glancing at the sky. He then shouted to the sailors in the distance, "Hurry up, guys, father." Vivian turned to look at Earl Hardy, her voice choked with emotion. She had always thought of herself as a strong girl, but at this moment, a feeling of sadness arose that she couldn't suppress no matter how hard she tried. Earl Hardy's usually stern face showed a rare, soft expression. He patted Vivian's helmet-covered head and said, "Go, child, this day was bound to come. Once you're there, learn to adapt to the rules there. Do you remember the saying from the Vera Kingdom? The wolves eat the sheep without asking the sheep's name." Earl Hardy had spent some time with Wizard Grace and knew that the world of wizards wasn't so. Wonderful, if you can't adapt to its rules, you'll be eliminated by the environment there. The Duke had also heard this saying but didn't have a deep understanding of it yet. He just silently memorized it in his heart. My Lord Earl, I will take good care of Vivian, the Duke said earnestly, but Earl Hardy didn't even spare him a glance. Duke could only smile helplessly, unfazed. After all, he couldn't expect any goodwill from Earl Hardy, and if it weren't for him, Vivian wouldn't be joining him in this sea venture. The farewell didn't last long, as the surrounding sailors quickly finished unloading the cargo. Those who went to the port to replenish supplies also returned, and it was time to set sail again. The ship, named the Eclipse, used Ruijin Port as a temporary stop along the way, not spending much time there, with only a tiny amount of cargo to unload. Their main purpose in stopping here was to replenish supplies. Food and fresh water were essentials that could never be in excess. Whenever there was a chance, they would try to stock up on as much food and water as possible. After Duke and Vivian boarded the ship, they were greeted by the navigator named Botan, who was a slender man seemingly well-cultured, quite unlike the robust sailor's demeanor. Your quarters are on the first deck, I'll take you there, the navigator said as he led the way. Duke and Vivian attracted many gazes, sparking curiosity in some. Both of them were clad in full armor, an uncommon sight aboard the ship. Duke felt it fortunate that Vivian was in armor, otherwise she might have faced some trouble on the ship. The ship was mostly populated by men. Even among the passengers, there were hardly any women. After heading below the deck, Duke had to walk with his head lowered, unable to stand straight. Being about 1.85 meters tall, the cabin's height was too low for him. Duke and Vivian shared a room with a bed on each side, the room measuring a mere 10 square meters, leaving little space after the two single beds were in place. There were no windows in the room and ventilation was poor. Staying too long in such an environment might make anyone sick. And this was just on the first deck. Conditions only worsened further below where most sailors lived. Feeling the blanket on the bed, Duke found it damp, and some places even moldy. Vivian's was the same, leaving them helpless, so they decided to sun them while they still had daylight outside. They hadn't considered this earlier, otherwise they would have bought their own blankets before boarding. Fortunately, they both were in excellent physical condition, so sleeping without a blanket wasn't an issue. The ship's dining room was also on the first deck, reserved only for passengers. Sailors ate elsewhere, distinct from passenger areas. Upon entering the dining room, Duke and Vivian found it spacious and tidy, with food organized in baskets and wooden barrels. There was a decent variety, including smoked meats, fruits, and breads, even several barrels of beer. These all required separate payment and weren't cheap. But Duke and Vivian's gold coins were more than sufficient. There were already a few people eating in the dining room, dressed in various styles, clearly from different regions. Duke and Vivian kept a low profile, saying little, and took some bread, smoked meat, and fruits back to their room. A man in a black robe passing by cast a glance at Duke's ring and Vivian's red glove, smiled but said nothing. Duke and Vivian noticed his gaze and felt a suffocating pressure as it brushed over them. It was only after he walked away that the feeling gradually dissipated. The black-robed man didn't intentionally exude malice, but instinctively caused a sense of tension. For Vivian, who was already a great knight, to feel such a threat indicated the terrifying power of the black-robed man. Duke realized that, as he expected, the ship concealed many unknown forces. Past experiences no longer applied, and he needed to maintain awe and respect for anybody and anything. The days at sea were rather dull. Duke and Vivian spent their time in the room, silently practicing their breathing technique to accumulate strength. When they felt stifled, they would go up to the deck for air. Initially impressed by the sea's beauty, the novelty soon wore off after half a month, with the endless blue sky, white clouds, and azure sea growing monotonous. During this period, Duke noticed several people carrying demonized items, mostly young men and women, all wary of each other. Unaware of the magic power of each other's demonized possessions, they were all very cautious. Duke's defensive type was relatively benign, while Vivian's red glove was extremely dangerous. One might not even know how they died. In the dead of night, Duke continued practicing the breathing technique in the room, while Vivian lay asleep nearby. Giant Whale Breathing Technique. LV8, 1523/3000. He still carried the Giant Whale Secret Potion, perfect for passing the time with little else to do on the ship. At this pace, it would only take about 10 more days to elevate the breathing technique to the 9th level, allowing him to successfully reach the Great Night Realm. Vivian's recent tests had uncovered many ways to release fighting spirit, providing a good defense against magic powers. Knowing this, Duke was even more eager to advance to the Great Night, boosting his means of self-defense. The eclipse sailed on even at night. A faint engine hum heard below, its power source unknown. Duke discovered the ship was built from an unknown, very hard wood, likely necessary to support the vessel's weight. He secretly tested it with the black sword, which could only leave scratches on it without fighting spirit. Then, suddenly, Duke heard a song, its source outside in the sea, its melody long and mournful. Vivian immediately sat upright, her legs, clad in white stockings, crossed in concentration. "What's with the song?" Duke asked. Vivian replied, "It's probably the sea race. I've read legends of hearing such songs from them while sailing." Sea race. Duke knew almost nothing about them, unaware of the possible consequences of encountering them. In legends Vivian read, ships meeting the sea race came to no good end. As the song's presence grew, the eclipse gradually came to a halt, hurried footsteps heard within the cabin, suggesting lots of activity on deck. The Duke and Vivian had already taken up their weapons, keeping an eye on the situation outside, ready to fight at any moment. They both remained in the room, realizing that going out to investigate out of curiosity would not be a wise choice at this time. On the deck, Captain Blake stood gravely at the ship's bow, observing the surrounding sea where constant splashing sounds indicated a large number of creatures rapidly approaching. Several sailors carried large chunks of cured beef and a barrel of wine to the deck. Blake instructed the sailors to throw everything overboard, then spoke in standard Maurian language. "Honored sea race, these are gifts for you. We mean no disturbance and will leave this sea region soon." He watched the sea intently, hoping for a response. Without a reply, daring to sail was risky. If a sea race member was hurt by his ship, leaving would be impossible. Captain Blake, having roamed the seas for many years, had encountered several such situations. Before each voyage, he'd conduct a sacrificial ritual, and there was a statue at the ship's bow, depicting a goddess of the sea race. Usually, the sea race wouldn't trouble anyone upon seeing this statue, but today, mysteriously, many surrounded the ship. Captain Blake didn't wait for a response. Instead, a water-formed arrow shot toward him. Being a Great Night Realm strongman, Blake reacted instantly, dodging it. Unfortunately, the sailors next to him weren't so lucky, as a water arrow pierced one's head. Soon, countless water arrows shot from below, attacking those on deck, who either rolled or defended themselves with weapons. Duke listened carefully to the commotion outside from inside the cabin. He realized the deck was under attack. More crucially, he heard crawling sounds from around the ship. Something was climbing aboard. On the deck, Captain Blake calmly directed the crew in defense and counterattack. Odd-looking sea race members climbed onto the bow, wielding swords, harpoons, and engaging in close combat with sailors. The shapes varied, some with snake bodies and lizard heads, others with double feet, 4 arms, and fins on their backs. The surface of most sea race creatures had slimy membranes allowing faster, less resistant swimming. Upon boarding, they quickly turned to massacre. Though the sailors practiced the breathing technique, their strength was not great, mostly mid-level or upper-level night attendants. A few were night-level. However, sea race members were at least night-level, with many possessing great night-level strength. Captain Blake, while fighting, also watched the sea surface where magical flashes could be seen. He shouted below deck, "Everyone come help. If the ship sinks, none can escape." As captain, Blake knew well the ship's people, aware many were formidable. Relying solely on him and the crew wouldn't solve the crisis. He needed the passengers' help. All were on the same ship. None could remain unaffected. Duke and Vivian exchanged glances, opening the door but staying put, waiting to see what happened. Most people on the deck's lower level did the same, not venturing out rashly. They weren't foolish, not knowing the situation outside. Going out recklessly might lead to death. Sometime later, Duke noticed a door opening at the corridor's end. The black-robed man seen earlier at the dining hall emerged. As he passed Duke's room, he said, "You wizard apprentices who haven't mastered meditation technique shouldn't go out and waste your lives. Stay in the room." "Thank you for the reminder, sir." Duke quickly replied, respectfully thanking him. Duke knew something of the wizard path. Becoming a wizard required practicing meditation technique. The man, knowing Duke's and Vivian's situation at a glance, was evidently a wizard practicing meditation technique, deserving basic respect. I am Reagan. The black-robed man's voice drifted from afar. Reagan stepped onto the deck, surveying the scene. Blood covered it, bodies of sailors and sea race creatures lay around. A sea race member, not knowing better, charged at Reagan wielding a long blade. Unhurriedly, Reagan produced a test tube with purple liquid from his robe and uncorked it while chanting strange syllables, dizzying to hear. As the purple liquid dripped, small rubber-like figures formed. The purple rubber figures lacked facial features, standing at 60-70 cm tall, gelatin-like, transparent bodies. Every drop transformed into such a figure. In moments, over 20 purple figures had populated the deck. As the sea race member charged forward, several purple figures grabbed its limbs and head, tearing it apart easily, blood spraying everywhere. The purple figures, seemingly following Reagan's command, began to deal with sea race members boarding the deck. Even great knight-level sea race members were defenseless against the purple figures. Their weapons were ineffectual. The figures' bodies were highly elastic, immune to ordinary attacks. Moreover, their immense strength easily overwhelmed sea race members, driving them back. Roar! A grating scream emitted from the sea, followed by indecipherable angry language. Reagan stepped onward, rising higher with each step, as if an invisible staircase lay ahead. He reached outside the ship, flanked by several floating purple figures. Reagan addressed the sea in Morian language. This ship is under West Coast protection. Do you wish to initiate war with West Coast again? Silence followed on the sea. Moments later, a fish-tailed human sea race member surfaced, a water column beneath lifting her to Reagan's height. The sea race was female, with distinct female traits, key parts covered by shells. Her face conformed strikingly to human aesthetics, deep blue eyes. Someone on this ship ate a beauty shell. We can seize thee. Attack, but you must hand over the one who consumed the beauty shell. The sea race surprisingly spoke in Morian language. Beauty shell. Reagan frowned, feeling the situation was a bit troublesome. The beauty shell is a special sea race creature, very small, only about the size of a palm, and extremely rare. When wizards consume beauty shells, they can increase their body's adaptability to water elements, making it suitable for wizards who have in-depth research into water elements. However, there is a curse of the sea on the beauty shell. It is said that beauty shell is extremely important to the sea race, and anyone who eats it will emit an aura that can be sensed by the sea race from a great distance. Reagan frowned because, in past wars between wizards and the sea race, a peace treaty had been signed stipulating that the sea race has the right to deal with those who have eaten beauty shells. If someone on the ship really ate a beauty shell, Reagan could not forcibly protect them, nor could he violate the previously signed peace treaty. In that case, you can send someone to find out who ate the beauty shell. You must not harm anyone else, Reagan finally compromised. Since someone foolish enough dared to eat the beauty shell and step into the sea, he couldn't control it anymore. Reagan then said to Captain Blake beside him, "Call everyone to the deck." Soon, under Captain Blake's notification, people below the deck came one after another to the deck. Of course, quite a few people still didn't show up from below, and Captain Blake couldn't call them up either. Duke and Vivian had actually been waiting at the entrance below the deck, eavesdropping on the entire process. When he saw those purple little figures near Reagan's body, he couldn't help but feel a bit amazed, not knowing what they were. Beautiful sea race girl came onto the deck, leaving a trail of water with her long fishtail on the deck. Many people curiously looked at this sea race girl, and many sailors were even mesmerized by her beauty, unable to take their eyes off some parts, completely forgetting they were just in a life and death crisis. The sea race girl looked at every person on the deck, and when she came to Duke, after making eye contact, Duke clearly felt a bit dizzy. He realized the other must have done something to him, but he just didn't know what it was. "He's not here." The voice of the sea race girl was incredibly ethereal. She glanced at the entrance of the deck and slowly went down. About 5 minutes later, a scream was heard from deep below the deck, made by a man. Everyone felt a bit tense hearing the scream. It was just too miserable. The scream continued, and it was getting closer to the deck. Soon, everyone saw the sea race girl again, with a blonde-haired youth floating behind her. Duke had some impression of this blonde youth, also someone with demonized items, just not much contact. At this moment, countless blue tentacles extended from the sea race girl's body, deeply embedded into the blonde youth's body. You could see the tentacles wriggling continuously under the blonde youth's skin, as if devouring his flesh. Seeing this scene, Duke couldn't help but take a step back, instinctively wanting to stay away from the sea race girl. There were at least hundreds of tentacles pierced into the blonde youth, many in vital places. Normally, a person would have died in such a condition, but the blonde youth not only was alive, but also very conscious. His screams did not stop. The intense pain from all over his body had distorted his face. One of the tentacles even pierced out from his eye, seemingly wriggling in his brain. Everyone instantly woke up seeing this scene, and the sailors who were previously mesmerized by the sea race girl's beauty were now shaking in fear. The sea race girl looked expressionless at the crowd on the deck and softly said, "Found him. We will eternally imprison this guy's soul at the bottom of the sea. This is the punishment for daring to offend the dignity of the sea race." Silence fell over the deck as everyone watched the sea race girl leave. The surrounding sea race also retreated, and the continuous sound of water could be heard as they submerged into the sea. Seeing that the matter was over, Reagan took out the test tube, and the purple little figures around turned into droplets of purple liquid and automatically drilled into the test tube. After plugging it with a cork, he returned to the room below the deck, and many people watched him with respect. Duke looked at the dark sea in the distance, realizing for the first time that there were indeed many things more terrifying than death. Compared to the blonde youth, the sailors who fell on the deck were extremely fortunate. At least they didn't experience too much pain. And that blonde youth, before he officially embarked on the wizard's path, was to be eternally imprisoned under the sea and tortured continuously. Duke couldn't even imagine what kind of pain that would be, fearing his soul would become twisted. He had already made up his mind that if someone dared to offer him beauty shells in the future, he would definitely teach them a lesson. After the matter here was over, everyone gradually returned below the deck. The sailors began cleaning up the corpses and blood stains on the deck, checking the corpses of those sailors for loot, and the lucky ones could find a few silver coins. After emptying their pockets, they would lift the corpses, chanting, "Have a good sleep, mate." With a plop, the body was thrown into the sea, marking the end of a sailor's life. The sailors had no sad emotions among them. They were all people who had braved the sea for many years and had long been accustomed to such things. "Poor Towns," he said before going to see that after this run, he would have saved enough money to marry Paulina. Was still waiting for him at the harbor. Two sailors chatted while carrying a corpse. Duke did not linger here for long. After returning to the room and sorting out his thoughts, he continued practicing. This time, he truly realized how dangerous the world was. Without enough power, you would be like those sailors who could die unnoticed any day. Even becoming a great knight was just an insignificant role, not worth mentioning. The blonde youth, also a quasi-wizard apprentice with demonized items, was utterly powerless in front of the sea race girl, only to be slaughtered. Duke did not want to become the next, nor did he want to find himself in such a situation one day. His desire to become a wizard was now stronger. Only by becoming a wizard could he wield greater power. Vivian was no less struck than Duke. Deep down, she still felt a tinge of pride after becoming a great knight. After all, the entire Vera kingdom had few great knights, especially such a young female great knight. But everything that happened today showed Vivian a new world. She finally understood why her father was so obsessed with pursuing the wizard's path, regardless of the cost, to have the family descendants embark on this road. Inside the first deck, Duke stood in the room, bowing his head and arching his back to practice the breathing technique. His posture looking extremely uncomfortable. Over this period, he had already gotten used to this environment, entering a state of practice even though it was uncomfortable. Giant whale breathing technique level increased. Constitution plus 0.4, Strength plus 0.2. Agility plus 0.4, Spiritual power plus 1 free attribute points plus 2 giant whale breathing technique. Level 9, Talent. High-level water element affinity, high-level water element affinity. The body has a higher affinity for water element in Duke's mind. On the branches of the skill tree where the giant whale breathing technique was, a fruit had ripened and then suddenly fell off. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Previously, the fruits of other skills would remain hanging even after ripening. After the fruit of the giant whale breathing technique ripened, it directly fell, disappearing once it landed in Duke's mind. After disappearing, it appeared that there was only a ripple in his mind, and as the ripple spread out it dissipated, returning his mind to its previous calm state, as if nothing had happened. Superficially, Duke looked the same as usual, but he could feel that the world around him seemed to have changed slightly. He could sense the presence of something more around him, like tiny particles that were invisible and untouchable, yet they undoubtedly existed. Is this the water element? Duke thought to himself. Due to being in the vast ocean, the water element was extremely dense around him. In Duke's senses, the environment around him was filled with water element. Especially on the vast sea outside the ship, the water element was in abundance, as if the entire world was composed of water element. Giant whale breathing technique. When Duke learned this breathing technique, he understood that it originated from imitating the breathing method of giant whales, creating this breathing technique. After Duke maxed out the giant whale breathing technique, its unique feature gave him a high affinity with the water element. Duke pondered for a moment, as his past skills, upon reaching the max level, would always grant a trait, which generally required the corresponding skill to exert its effect. For example, bleeding and breaking the sky required a sword to work. But this time, what he acquired was a talent ability, after maxing out the breathing technique. Rather than gaining a trait, he gained a talent. He could sense it for a while yet hadn't found its use. Perhaps it could be utilized after he became a wizard. After grounding the giant whale breathing technique to the 9th level, it signified stepping into the threshold of a great knight, with some improvements in his attributes. Compared to the power boost brought by becoming a great knight, Duke instead felt that these improvements were nothing significant, with the emerging trait and the 2 free attribute points being the most important. Free attribute points. 3. Duke glanced at his body's attributes. All basic attributes had surpassed 12 points. The maxed-out giant whale breathing technique provided him with 2 free attribute points, which was not an insignificant harvest. Upon promotion to a great knight, his spiritual power automatically increased by 1 point. Vivian, who had been guarding beside him all the time, was relieved to see Duke successfully advance to great knight, exclaiming, "Your knight qualifications are even better than mine. It only took you half a year to become a great knight." She was well acquainted with Duke, having personally taught him the initial breathing technique. To become a great knight in such a short time. Perhaps few people in the history of the Vera Kingdom could achieve it. Even becoming a great knight is just this. Compared to wizards, it's still too weak. Is the knight's path ending here? Duke asked. He was eager to know whether there were new realms beyond the great knight. Vivian pondered for a moment. It said that the known peak is the great knight. There is no mention of realms beyond that. But perhaps when we reach the west coast, we could get to know some new things. The Vera Kingdom lacks the path of succession beyond the knight, but it doesn't mean other places do not have it. Duke temporarily noted this down, planning to pay more attention to it in the future. Having the skill tree with him, he wouldn't miss any means to enhance his power. A month later, on the deck, Duke and Vivian were here enjoying the sea breeze, needing fresh air after being cooped up in the cabin. Captain Blake was nearby. His face changed upon feeling the sea breeze just past, and he said to Duke and the others, "Quickly return to the cabin, a big storm is coming." A big storm? Duke looked at the clear sky and the calm sea, not seeing any sign of a big storm. Captain Blake said, "The sea breeze that just passed is very humid. I have already smelled the scent of the storm." While others were still in doubt, Duke chose to believe the captain's words and directly took Vivian back onto the deck. He even made a trip to the dining room, gathering quite a bit of food to bring to the room just in case. If indeed a big storm appeared, reaching the dining room might become difficult. Captain Blake quickly commanded the crew into action, and all were positioned all over the ship ready. Among these crew members, many could also smell the scent of the storm. It's the sense developed from years of experience at sea. The weather at sea cannot be judged by the eyes. The weather changes rapidly, and by the time you see it, the storm would have already arrived. It's only possible to detect it through some small clues and make preparations in advance. Half an hour later, the sky, which was previously cloudless, quickly became overcast. The sky darkened immediately. The light around became extremely dim, as if it was already late at night. As a loud thunderclap boomed overhead, everyone on the ship realized that the weather was about to undergo a drastic change. The muffled thunder rolled, with the sky filled with dark clouds and lightning. Each time the thunderclap echoed, lightning spread across the sky like a spider's web. Sailors looked up from the deck, seeing the sky filled with electric light, the scene resembling apocalypse punishment from the gods. Captain Blake arrived at the control room, steering the ship himself. He focused on the surging sea ahead, grasping the helm as if he had become one with the ship. Moments later, with a loud thunderclap, heavy rain began to fall from the sky, and the sea waves started to surge violently. The ship rocked with the waves on the sea, causing many on the ship to lose their balance and fall, being thrown to one side before they could stand up again. Many sailors were already tying themselves to certain places in advance, as without ropes for securing, people would be tossed overboard. Both Duke and Vivian clung to the bed corners, barely avoiding being thrown out, gripping the bed corners with their formidable physical strength. These beds were fixed to the ground and could be used as a grasping point. The storm had just started, with 100-meter-high waves gradually appearing on the sea, under which the ship looked incredibly small, like an ant. In the control room, Captain Blake stood firmly there, gripping the helm tightly, without a hint of fear as he watched the colossal waves rise ahead. He even began to sing. The 100-meter-high giant wave crashed down, submerging the entire eclipse. If an ordinary ship encountered such a situation, it would surely break apart instantly, smashed into splinters by the giant wave. However, after the wave passed, the eclipse emerged unscathed from the giant wave, soaring high before crashing back onto the sea surface. Duke grabbed the corner of the bed with one hand and Vivian with the other, to prevent Vivian from being thrown out. The room was already filled with seawater, and the bed had long been soaked. Duke finally understood why the quilt was so damp and moldy from the start. Both of them, great knights, were tossed around like ragdolls, let alone the others. Some of the weaker ones had already fainted, lying soaked in the seawater that seeped in. A few unlucky ones were bleeding from the forehead, unconscious on the floor, and it was unclear if they were still alive. After the baptism of the giant wave, a few more sailors were missing from the deck, and not even a shadow could be seen. The captain was still steering the ship, singing an unknown song that sounded like some ancient fisherman's tune. In the next moment, the entire ship suddenly rose, with giant waves surging below, carrying the ship atop them. As the giant waves raced forward, the ship moved with them forward. The sea below seemed incredibly far away. The captain could even see several small islands on the horizon. A moment later, the giant wave descended, and the ship crashed back onto the sea surface. This impact caused over a dozen more people to lose consciousness on the ship. Even Duke couldn't hold onto the bed corner, slamming heavily against the ceiling. Vivian was the same. The two quickly grabbed each other's hands and then embraced tightly. They were already prepared for the ship to break apart, holding onto each other beforehand to avoid being washed away in the sea. Duke recalled that, when they first boarded the ship, his black sword could only leave some scratches on the hull. Thankfully, this ship was made from this type of wood, otherwise it would have surely disintegrated in such a storm. Duke and Vivian held hands, regaining their grip on the bed corner. Amidst the relentless up and down tossing, who knows how much time had passed, Duke even began to feel a little dizzy. With his great knight-level body, he could barely withstand such stormy waves, let alone others. About 2 hours later, Duke didn't even know when the ship calmed down. He and Vivian lay by the bed, submerged in seawater, which had seeped in and reached the same height as the bed. After realizing the ship had calmed down, Duke and Vivian stumbled out of the room and onto the deck. Once outside, they saw clear skies with not a cloud in sight, and the surrounding sea was calm as if nothing had happened. Several sailors were tied by ropes, lying unconscious on the deck, some even foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Captain Blake, with a wet pipe in his mouth, strolled out casually, glanced at Duke and Vivian and said, "It's all right now, the storm has passed." He then walked over, kicking awake the fainted sailors as he passed by, waking them up along the way. Once the sailors gradually revived, they didn't have time to count who was missing and began inspecting the ship for damage, while also clearing the seawater that had entered the ship. Duke and Vivian didn't stay idle either, helping with the efforts, using buckets to continuously carry seawater to the deck and throw it overboard. This was also helping themselves, otherwise they would have to sleep in seawater at night. A few hours later, most of the seawater in the ship was cleared, though there was still quite a bit left at the bottom. Many goods were soaked in that seawater and were obviously ruined. If the merchant who owned those goods found out, he would surely be heartbroken. This trip was a complete loss. The goods were a minor issue. Surviving such a storm was already a great blessing. After conducting a count, the sailors found that 2 unfortunate souls had broken their necks during the storm and had tragically perished. Duke watched as they carried out the bodies, searched them, and then tossed them into the sea. It's impossible to keep corpses on a ship. They must be thrown out quickly. Otherwise, if an infectious disease were to break out, it would be a major problem. Duke, feeling something, approached the sailor who had just searched the bodies and asked, "How about selling me that ring?" This sailor, with dark skin and holding a ring set with a red gemstone, rolled his eyes slyly and tentatively said, 20 gold coins. Deal. Duke agreed immediately, stuffing 20 gold coins over and then taking the ring from the sailor's hand. The sailor hadn't even realized when the ring was gone from his hand. Suddenly filled with regret, he knew he had priced it too low and the ring's value must have been higher than he imagined. But by then, it was too late to get the ring back. He could only swallow this silent loss. Duke hadn't even examined the ring yet, but put it away immediately. The person who had just died was a wizard apprentice, and this ring was indeed a demonized item. Duke had obtained a demonized item for only 20 gold coins, definitely a huge win. Vivian also noticed, and the two of them didn't say a word, quietly returning to their damp room. The quilt was completely soaked, basically unusable, and had been placed on the deck to dry, unlikely to be fully dry in a short time. Duke took out the ring, caressing it for a moment before sensing a message of spiritual power. This is actually a space ring. Duke was somewhat surprised after comprehending the information. He then used his spiritual power to examine the ring, quickly entering a space where he saw some miscellaneous items piled up. Clothes, food, water, and over 100 gold coins. The weight and size of the coins were different from those in the Vera kingdom, indicating a likely difference in gold content. Duke felt a bit disappointed after checking, realizing that the person was quite poor and didn't have anything valuable. However, obtaining this ring in itself was already a huge gain. The space within the ring was only 1 cubic meter in size, equivalent to a box, but this box is portable. Duke attempted to store his black sword and star axe, but they wouldn't fit. Only small miscellaneous items could be stored. "Then could you help me put these in?" Vivian asked, holding her small bundle which contained some personal clothing. Fortunately, this bundle was made from the hide of a certain magical beast, which itself had waterproof properties. Otherwise, the clothes inside would have been soaked in the storm. Duke took the bundle, and with a thought, it entered the space ring. He used his spiritual power to glance inside, seeing both white and black clothes, even some black lace ones. 1 month later, Duke stood on the deck, faintly seeing the shadow of land on the horizon. After that big storm, the Eclipse had endured several bouts of bad weather. Fortunately, the ship was sturdy enough, stumbling through the winds and waves. "Ahead is the west coast," Captain Blake said, puffing on his pipe. He and Duke was somewhat familiar by now, and Duke often came to the deck to chat with him, taking the opportunity to learn a lot about the west coast. The west coast is actually a broad concept, referring to the coastal areas on the western side of the Appalachian continent, encompassing a wide range. There are no nations here, only cities, each belonging to various factions. The 4 largest forces on the west coast are the 4 great wizard organizations, namely Thorn Holy Tower, Black Sail, Doomsday Bell, and Silver Hand. Besides these 4 wizard organizations, there are also many medium and small wizard organizations with varying strengths. In addition to wizards, there are also a large number of ordinary people on the west coast, forming a relatively peaceful coexistence under a series of rules jointly established by the 4 great wizard organizations. According to Captain Blake, long ago, wizards used to treat ordinary people like livestock, killing them at will. Later, due to the massive reduction in population, the wizard community faced a shortage of new forces, prompting a gradual change. After all, the new forces of wizards primarily come from ordinary people. Only when the population is large enough can enough wizards with excellent aptitude be born. However, some ancient wizard clans still disdain this, believing that pure wizard bloodlines can produce more outstanding offspring, and there's no need to favor ordinary people. This is just the general situation of the West Coast. The actual internal situation is more complex, with each city differing, requiring Duke and the others to slowly understand it themselves in the future. The Eclipse docked at a place called Jade Bay, which is a crescent-shaped port where many ships are anchored. Onshore in the distance, the city appeared large with many tall buildings. Duke saw columns soaring into the sky. Estimated to be over 1,000 meters tall, it's said to be the wizard tower of a powerful wizard. "This is it, fellows," Captain Blake waved his pipe as a farewell gesture. Duke and Vivian waved back, then disembarked, stepping on land for the first time in over 3 months. As soon as they landed, they still felt a bit disoriented, as if they were still rocking on the ship. This is a kind of dislocation effect from spending too long at sea. The city beside Jade Bay is called Dusk City, which is Silverhand's territory, dominated by them. Naturally, there are also many wizards from other wizard organizations in the city. Normally, there isn't significant warfare between the 4 great wizard organizations. A little friction occurs occasionally, but it generally doesn't affect the cities inside. After all, there are industries from various factions in the cities, and any influence wouldn't be good for anyone. Duke and Vivian looked at the people coming and going around them and the distant, grand city buildings, momentarily feeling lost, not knowing where to go. "Let's go into the city and have a look," Duke thought and said, and Vivian had no objection. There's a very straight road from Jade Bay to Dusk City, wide enough for 10 carts to travel side by side, though it's unclear why such a wide road was built. Duke and Vivian had just reached the road's entrance when they saw a pumpkin-shaped carriage approaching, driven by an elderly man with gray hair. The old man opened his mouth and said, "Get in the carriage. Lady Grace has been waiting for you a long time." Lady Grace? Duke and Vivian was somewhat surprised, not expecting Grace to have sent someone to wait for them here. But neither of them boarded the carriage immediately, as they did not know the old man, unable to confirm his identity. Duke and Vivian hadn't told anyone about their business, but there's no guarantee that wizards couldn't use some means to find out such information and set a trap. The old man understood their hesitation and laughed, saying, "I am Weber, Lady Grace's steward at her estate in Dusk City. If you're worried about the carriage, you can follow behind it. I'll lead you to Lady Grace's manor. This is Silverhand City. You don't need to worry about safety." Silverhand is among the 4 great wizard organizations, one relatively righteous, with a style closer to the early white wizard group. In the chaotic times long ago, black wizards and white wizards were 2 opposing groups with entirely different ideas. There aren't strict divisions between black and white wizards now, at least with a basic stable order inside the city. And outside the city, it can sometimes be even more chaotic than during the chaotic era. In the city, everyone is a white wizard. Outside the city, anyone can become a black wizard at any moment. At this time, Reagan suddenly appeared behind them, saying, "I know Weber. He is indeed Lady Grace's steward. Rest assured, Silverhand cities have strict laws, and law and order are much better than in other cities." "Lord Reagan, thank you for the reminder." Duke and Vivian turned around hurriedly to salute, not expecting Reagan to disembark a bit later than them. Reagan himself is a Silverhand's wizard. This place is like his home turf. Reagan only smiled a bit without saying much. With a flash, he disappeared, apparently heading into the city. Since Reagan had proven Weber's identity, Duke and Vivian didn't hesitate and boarded the pumpkin carriage. As Duke stepped into the carriage, he recalled that even Reagan addressed Grace as Lady, implying that Grace has a very high status even among wizards. The space inside the pumpkin carriage was sprawling, revealing what seemed like a living room of at least 100 square meters. Inside, they felt no bumps at all. This, Duke and Vivian was stunned upon entering and seeing the scene before them. There was even a fireplace on the opposite wall, with flames burning inside, adding warmth to the place. Carefully, Duke and Vivian walked over, sitting on the soft sofa, with several kinds of unfamiliar fruits, colored oddly, placed on the table in front. They didn't expect such a large space inside the small pumpkin carriage. There were windows on both sides, and by drawing the curtains, they could see the scenery outside the carriage. The pumpkin carriage was riding along the wide road and reached the city gate. Dusk City has a total of 6 city gates, and this is just the southern gate. The southern city gate is enormously large, with 2 50-meter-high doors wide open. On both sides stand 2 blue ogres, each 10 meters tall. Ogres. Seeing the ogres, Duke and Vivian were reminded of some unpleasant memories. Back when they encountered the 2-headed ogre in the moonlight forest, it nearly wiped out their group. Duke and his companion had to fight with all their might to kill the ogre. The 2 ogres guarding the city gate here are completely different from those of the Vera Kingdom, where ogres are generally 3 meters tall. The 2 ogres before them are a full 10 meters tall, projecting an overwhelming sense of oppression, with undoubtedly immense strength. These 2 ogres appear to be the gate guards, constantly watching the comings and goings of people. No one at the city gate seems to be conducting any inspections, as if anyone can come and go freely. Duke speculated that there might either be some hidden methods of inspection or none was needed at all. He felt the latter was more likely. As long as the forces within are strong, there's no fear of anyone causing trouble. As long as no one dares to cause trouble here, that's when it's truly safe. After the pumpkin carriage entered the city, Duke and his companion leaned against the window, curiously observing the scenes outside. Everywhere they looked, there were things and creatures they had never seen before. "Is that an elf?" Vivian noticed a young girl with pointy ears and transparent wings floating in the air, explaining something to the surrounding children, with a candy store behind her. Duke also noticed there were many different types of creatures here, including even cavemen. However, unlike the wild cavemen they had seen before, the cavemen here clearly displayed good intelligence, dressed decently, and refrained from babbling. The pumpkin carriage moved quickly through the city, the surrounding scenery constantly retreating, with the view ahead changing. Duke found that to his surprise. Dusk City had mountainous areas, with exquisite manors built on many small hills. People were active inside, and faint sounds of music could be heard, as if a party was underway. Grace's manor was located here, and the pumpkin carriage wound its way up the mountain road to a small estate at the summit, softly illuminated with warm yellow light. Once the pumpkin carriage arrived here, it stopped. And Weber said, "We're here, you two." "Thank you." Duke and his companion thanked Weber once they got off the carriage for bringing them here. In newcomers, they maintained the most basic courtesy to everyone. After disembarking, Duke looked back and could see the lights of countless homes below, with Dusk City glowing everywhere. After parking the carriage, Weber led the two of them into the estate. Duke noticed a patch of land to the right of the estate entrance, where various unknown plants were neatly arranged. The leaves of these plants seemed alive, as they all appeared to turn towards them as they entered the estate, trembling continuously. "That's troll grass, which can be used to brew wine. Lady Grace is very fond of this wine and hence decided to grow some in the estate herself." Weber explained from the front. Weber came to the door and bowed, saying, "My lady, I've brought them." Let them in," Grace's languid voice replied, reminiscent of the summoning ceremony. Duke and his companion walked in immediately, seeing Grace sitting at the head of a long table, still wearing a purple bathrobe, with her long legs crossed and extending from underneath it. "Lady Grace," Duke and his companion greeted her with respect. "Sit down." Grace smiled and glanced at Vivian. The two of them obediently found seats on either side of the long table, facing a variety of exquisite dishes, glossy and emitting a rich aroma. "How was it? Did you have fun at sea?" Grace asked. "It was okay," Duke replied. He pondered for a moment, thinking that if facing such a massive storm counted as play, then it was just okay. Grace then turned to Vivian and said, "Vivian, take off your helmet. It's a pity for such a lovely young girl to be cooped up in an iron pot all day." Vivian obediently removed her helmet, her golden hair cascading down like a waterfall, revealing a flawless face. "Seeing you in person, you are even more adorable." Grace admired Vivian even more, wanting to pinch her cheeks. She then said, "As promised, I will take you as my student. You'll have to work hard from now on." "Lady Grace, I will definitely work hard and not let you down." Vivian nodded earnestly. She glanced at Duke across the table, seemingly contemplating something. Grace directly stated, "Don't even think about it. Taking Duke in would only bring trouble for me. I can bring you in because I know your background. If you cause any trouble, I can take responsibility. But I can't guarantee that for Duke. He holds a token of the Black Sail. If he enters the Thorn Tower and something happens later, I don't want to bear that responsibility." Though Grace held a high status within the Thorn Tower, such a position required her to be accountable for her actions. To her, it's unnecessary to take on potential troubles for a stranger like Duke. "Lady Grace has already helped us plenty. I am also very grateful to her. If there's anything you need from me in the future, just let me know." Duke expressed his gratitude. Grace nodded and said, "I have already contacted someone from Black Sail for you. They'll come to take you tomorrow." "Thank you, my lady." Duke thanked her once more. "Don't be too happy just yet. Although Black Sail is a powerful organization, it's not an easy place to be. Originally sea pirates, they were once a notorious black wizard organization. Even though it's not the same now, their training methods are still not gentle. However, if you can make it through, you'll experience significant growth. So work hard, young man. Don't let Vivian outpace you too much. Or that wouldn't be good." Grace remarked with a hint of something in her tone as she sipped her red wine. Duke thought about it and understood her meaning. After becoming Grace's student, Vivian's growth would undoubtedly outpace that of typical wizard apprentices. If he doesn't accelerate his pace, the gap between him and Vivian will only increase. Once the gap becomes too large, they'll drift further apart. Creatures from different worlds seldom share common ground. Grace becoming Vivian's mentor also meant becoming her second parent. She naturally set tests for Duke as well, since not everything was up to Vivian alone. "I will give it my all," Duke nodded silently. Then it was time for dinner. Mostly with Grace speaking, while Duke and his companion listened quietly, learning various basics they needed to keep in mind. They would be spending the night in this estate, parting ways to their respective destinations tomorrow. Duke was to head to Black Sail, while Vivian would begin her studies at the Thorn Tower. Jade Bay, Duke returned here once again, ready to head to the location of Black Sail. His guide was a male wizard dressed in black robes and wearing a round hat named Lucas. Lucas had a gaunt face, piercing eyes, and was quite taciturn. Throughout the journey he spoke little. If Duke didn't actively ask questions, Lucas would remain silent. The two stood at a small pier waiting for something. Lucas had previously uttered only the word "wait." About 10 minutes later, a flat small boat drifted over, with a thin young man rowing. "Get on the boat," Lucas said, then stepped onto the small boat. The small boat was indeed petite, and after Lucas stepped on, it swayed significantly, making one suspect it might capsize at any moment. Duke stepped on cautiously, and the boat sunk considerably, with its waterline deepened. His cumbersome armor added quite a burden to the small boat. The thin young man chuckled without speaking, paddling the boat away from Jade Bay toward the open sea. As Duke gazed at the sea ahead, he thought, "It seems Black Sail is located within the sea territory." From the information Duke had gathered over time, he understood that large wizard organizations often kept their locations hidden from outsiders, making entry through normal channels nearly impossible. Even many insiders within these wizard organizations, unless sufficiently high-ranked, were unaware of the exact location. The reason wizard organizations exercised such caution was historically motivated. During chaotic and disordered times, wars frequently broke out between various wizard organizations. If one failed to conceal themselves well and exposed their location to others, they were susceptible to attacks. Organizations like Black Sail and Silver Hand have persisted since those times, possessing deep roots. Before he knew it, the noises of Jade Bay had already faded away. Duke turned to look back, but could no longer spot any trace of Jade Bay, finding only endless ocean behind him. Though he only left Jade Bay a few moments ago, it was impossible, under normal circumstances, to not see even the shadow of land behind him. Duke realized he had unwittingly entered another place, without noticing the transition. All around was tranquil, the sea surface still and wave-free, with shadows vaguely seen swimming below the water. Seeing these shadows startled Duke, unsure what these creatures were. He estimated their length to be at least 300 meters. "These are the sentinels guarding the entrance to Black Sail." Lucas spoke up unexpectedly. "Sentinels?" Duke observed the sea and noted that these shadows were not singular, with several more moving beneath the distant waters. As the small boat progressed, a giant whirlpool emerged ahead, filling the entire field of vision. Even within such a vast whirlpool, shadows continued to swim. The small boat did not veer direction, but headed straight towards the whirlpool. Duke couldn't help feeling tense. If one couldn't swiftly escape such a massive whirlpool, reaching a certain range would make leaving impossible, drawn in by the whirlpool's strong pull. He glanced at Lucas and the thin young rower. Both remained calm and expressionless. Realizing there should be no problem, Duke stayed quietly at the boat's stern, not speaking, yet instinctively gripping the boat's side to avoid being flung out later. The small boat had not yet entered the whirlpool, but was already being drawn, beginning to spin around it. The thin young man put away the oars as they were now meaningless, starting to chuckle with transformation swiftly unfolding. In a few moments, the thin young man had morphed into an entirely black creature with bat wings on its back. Duke was stunned to find out that the rower wasn't human. "This is a dark demon from the demon plane," Lucas remarked casually. Before Duke could ask what the demon plane was, he started feeling dizzy. Lucas's words echoed endlessly around his ears, reverberating in his mind. The scene ahead spun continuously, increasingly swiftly, until it turned into an abstract painting. We're here, Lucas's voice came through, dissipating Duke's dizziness, replaced by a peculiar energy entering his body, making him feel much better. Thank you, sir. Duke realized Lucas must have helped, noting Lucas wasn't as cold as he seemed. Once regaining his senses, Duke looked around, still on the sea surface, seeing a vast island ahead. In the far distance, other islands appeared, suggesting many such islands were scattered here. Ahead is Black Sail's Academy Island, where all wizard apprentices dwell. Once you ascend to an official wizard, you will have an island of your own, Lucas explained. The dark demon still paddled rapidly, as the boat shot like an arrow towards Academy Island, leaving a long trail behind on the sea. We're here, disembark, someone will guide you. Lucas stood at the boat's bow without intent to land. He wasn't typically responsible for rookie guidance, doing so at Grace's request. Duke jumped ashore, turned intending to bow in thanks to Lucas, only to find him gone, leaving the dark demon grinning at him. Thanks, Duke contemplated momentarily and addressed the dark demon. The dark demon's mouth widened, revealing sharp white teeth, chittering noisily, seemingly unable to speak human language. Turning around, Duke saw a female wizard in a black robe waving towards him. He hurried over. The female wizard appeared in her early 20s, strikingly tall, about 1.80 meters, with extremely long legs. I've received Lord Lucas's message. Come with me to handle procedures. I'm Rela, she said after glancing at the brass ring on Duke's hand. Duke nodded, surprised Lucas had arranged everything, even informing her of his name. This is Black Sail's Academy Island, primarily for training wizard apprentices, with many rules. I'll need to read the Black Sail Academy handbook later. Rela walked ahead with her long legs, explaining some common knowledge. The first step for newcomers to Black Sail is registration, using each person's spiritual power as a marker recorded in the files. Soon, Duke received a small badge with a skull engraved on it, resembling a pirate's symbol. Duke looked at the skull symbol and remembered that the Black Sail originated from pirates, so he could understand why the emblem was as it was. The skull badge is also a demonized item and is exquisitely designed. After learning how to use it with a thought, the badge disappeared from the back of his hand, leaving a skull mark. If he doesn't want this mark to appear, he can control it to hide. This badge is a personal identity mark. Only with it can one enter certain areas within the Black Sail. For example, at the entrance's large whirlpool, only those with the badge can pass through. Otherwise, they'd be crushed in the whirlpool. If one does not have this badge, the guards outside will attack, making it impossible to reach the whirlpool. Duke also learned the method to return to Black Sail, activate the Black Sail badge with spiritual power, and stand by the sea. Soon after, a dark demon will come to guide him back on board to Black Sail. It should be noted that the badge's usage range is along the entire west coast. It's ineffective if too far away. Rela took Duke around several places on Academy Island to complete all the formalities. Besides the Black Sail badge, Duke also received a set of black wizard robes, another demonized item with certain defenses against elemental attacks. Duke draped it over his armor, looking somewhat mismatched. Seeing this, Rela covered her mouth and laughed. Why are you still wearing this armor made of ordinary metal? It has no resistance to magic. If you like armor, you might consider wearing armor made of magic metal in the future. Just a friendly reminder. Magic metal is quite expensive and costs a lot of magic stones. Duke scratched his head awkwardly, knowing Rela was right. This armor wasn't very useful in a wizard's world. He caught a bit of information from Rela's words and asked, Miss Rela, what are magic metal and magic stones? Haven't you ever been in contact with wizards before? Rela asked with some surprise. These things are basic knowledge, and she didn't expect Duke, whom Lord Lucas had her guide, to be a complete novice. Duke shook his head. No. He didn't share much about himself, mindful to be cautious and observe more when away from home. Rela didn't show any disdain but generously explained, I see, let me explain in detail. Magic metal is a general term, divided into many types, mainly referring to metals that resonate well with magic power. Ordinary metals like gold, silver, and iron do not react well with magic or spiritual power, but magic metal is different, capable of enhancing various spells to achieve multiple effects. For example, armor made of magic metal boasts strong defenses against spells, and likewise magic metal weapons. There is a group among wizards called mechanical wizards, who dedicate their time to blending spells with magic metal. Today's floating airships, wizard towers, and other places heavily utilize this knowledge. Once Rila started speaking, she introduced numerous terms Duke had never heard of. At first, he could barely grasp the gist, but eventually he was completely baffled. Noticing Duke's confusion, Rila paused her discussion and continued. As for magic stones, they're a common currency among wizards. In reality, magic stone is a general term, mainly referring to various crystal stones containing high-level energy. Most of what our wizard plane produces are magic stones, hence the name. However, similarly leveled energy crystal stones can also be used in currency transactions. As Rila said this, she turned her hand, revealing a small black stone and said, "This is a sub-level magic stone, considered the most basic currency. 100 sub-level magic stones equal 1 level 1 magic stone or other level 1 energy crystal stones, and so forth." "What about exchanging with gold coins?" Duke thought and asked. On him, he had none of the sub-level magic stones, only over 300 gold coins and a few valuable gemstones. This depends on the gold content in the coins. There are exchange places on the island, usually magic potion material stores or alchemy. Shops can exchange magic stones for gold coins, Rila said after considering. Duke nodded, taking note to see later how many magic stones his gold coins could exchange for. Lastly, there's something most important. Your 2 free course study opportunities, Rila said solemnly. Newly joined wizard apprentices in Black Sail all receive the chance to study 2 courses for free. This opportunity is crucial for most wizard apprentices, as many courses are expensive, nearly unaffordable for those new to Black Sail. These 2 free courses are initially their most accessible benefit, and they must be used wisely. For wizards, knowledge is the most important and valuable asset. The fact that Rila could explain so much to Duke today wasn't purely out of selflessness. Black Sail had already paid for it. This inclusion of guiding newcomers into the task scope involves answering some basic queries. I assume you haven't mastered any meditation technique yet, so you need to select a suitable meditation technique course to learn. And study a basic spell to protect yourself, Rila suggested. Do you have any recommendations, Miss Rila? Duke asked. Rila frowned and said, "It's hard to recommend because there are so many types of meditation techniques. Even for the same meditation technique, there are various versions due to numerous modifications by different wizards, so it's tough to say which is better overall. However, for choosing courses, I do have a small trick." Upon hearing this, Duke perked up and listened intently. Look at who the teaching instructor is. Generally choose higher-level teachers without hesitation. Since all course selections are free, if you get the chance to attend a level 3 Grand Wizard's course, then don't hesitate, choose them, Rila advised. In reality, it's not that simple, as higher-level wizards usually teach very advanced content, and it's meaningless for an ordinary wizard apprentice to attend. Furthermore, meditation techniques are very basic courses, seldom taught by high-level wizards. It's all up to luck. The courses offered by high-level wizards are generally expensive, and ordinary wizard apprentices cannot afford the tuition. If you could use the opportunity for free courses on this, it would be a great deal from a cost perspective. But Duke cannot leave such an opportunity unused, waiting indefinitely for high-level wizards to offer meditation technique courses. He followed Rila while opening the thick Black Sail Academy handbook. The cover was pure black with a prominent skull symbol on it. This Academy handbook recorded some basic rules and precautions of the Academy, as well as some introductory knowledge about wizards. Wizards are divided into 2 stages: official wizard and wizard apprentice. From low to high, wizard apprentices are classified as 3rd class, 2nd class, and 1st class wizard apprentices. After a 1st class wizard apprentice, one becomes a level 1 official wizard. Duke noticed a detail here, which was that after advancing to a level 1 official wizard, one could be considered truly at the 1st level of life. There is a small note at the bottom of the page explaining this, with very fine print. It states that a level 1 life is completely different from ordinary people in terms of life level, and a level 1 wizard generally has a lifespan of 500 years. In fact, many level 1 wizards live even longer than 500 years, and can extend this lifespan through various means. Seeing the number 500 years, Duke gasped in astonishment. On the Florence continent, many kingdoms don't last 500 years, enough to witness the birth and death of many generations. Your residence is in Zone A, Room C 505. Some basic living supplies have already been prepared inside the room. There is a dining area within the accommodation zone, and basic food is supplied for free. If you want to eat better, you would need to spend money, Rila said. Rila brought Duke to the accommodation area on Academy Island, which is a large zone divided into a total of 17 areas. Each area has a varying number of wooden dormitory buildings, and the entire accommodation district houses about 70 to 80,000 wizard apprentices. Hearing this number, Duke was astonished. He knew Academy Island was large but didn't expect so many people to live on it. Rila led Duke up to the 5th floor of Building C in Zone A, her long legs producing a dull sound on the wooden stairs, clearly showing that the building was very old. Place your hand on the doorknob to open it. Your black sail badge is the key, Rila explained from the side. Duke glanced at the tightly shut doors around him, sensing that most of the rooms inside were empty, with not many people on this floor. He placed his hand on the doorknob, and with a gentle press and push, the door opened. The room inside was much larger than Duke had imagined, with 3 bedrooms and a living room and a small balcony extending out at the back. Duke walked around inside the house, finding the beds in each room already made with covers and essentials, complete with everything necessary. He estimated that the house's area must be over 100 square meters. This floor has over a dozen rooms, exceeding this building's space from an area perspective. Duke recalled the pumpkin carriage he took when he first arrived, and it likely used some kind of spatial magic, similar to this. Rila was very familiar with the house's layout, and after introducing it to Duke, also prepared to leave, waving at the doorway. "I'm going now. If you have any questions, you can come to Zone D, Room B302 to find me. Once you've mastered the wizard's mark, it will be much easier to communicate. You just arrived at Academy Island. You will likely encounter many problems later. Feel free to come to me. When newcomers arrive at Academy Island, they usually have various needs." Rila was eager, naturally intending to take the opportunity to earn some magic stones from Duke. "Thank you, Miss Rila," Duke expressed his gratitude. After Rila left, Duke sat on the sofa in the living room, holding the thick Academy handbook, and continued reading. Since he had come here, naturally, he needed to understand the rules here first to avoid pitfalls later. After reading the Academy handbook, Duke discovered that Black Sail's management of wizard apprentices on Academy Island was quite relaxed. Black Sail would not restrict the personal freedom of any wizard apprentice, who could go out and return anytime, with no mandatory fixed-time courses. All courses are up to the wizard apprentices to choose, with Academy Island itself not arranging any courses for you. The only thing wizard apprentices need to do is register whenever they advance in strength, such as from a 3rd class to a 2nd class wizard apprentice. Aside from that, Black Sail also conducts assessments of wizard apprentices periodically. The assessment content and method vary each time, with each assessment weeding out a batch of wizard apprentices. For those wizard apprentices who aren't strong enough or show little progress, failure in the assessment means they'll be removed. Black Sail uses this method to clear out slackers internally to prevent them from wasting resources. Black Sail, only becoming an official wizard makes you truly a part of the inner force. For the wizard apprentices, Black Sail is indifferent about what you do. Everything relies on your own discipline and effort. Keeping up is the only way to avoid elimination. Many wizard apprentices strive daily just to stay here, feeling nervous during each assessment. A notable number have been mingling here for decades, even dying of old age without becoming an official wizard. An overwhelming number never managed to take that step, with only a few succeeding. If you can't become an official wizard, you don't warrant Black Sail's attention. Such a relaxed and free management style has both pros and cons. For Duke, the downside is feeling a bit lost, unsure of how to proceed next. Coming from a common background, he has no wizards guiding his development path and can only explore slowly on his own. The assessments are irregular, so Duke aims to improve his strength quickly to prepare for future evaluations. The Thorn Holy Tower Wizard Organization is more of an academy style, requiring all wizard apprentices to learn according to predetermined routes and courses, a stark contrast to Black Sail's hands-off approach. Duke considered that for now, mastering a mediation technique was his top priority, with other matters to follow later through gradual exposure and exploration. Course selection and registration take place in the learning area on Academy Island, with a hall where the course schedule for the next month is posted on the bulletin board. When Duke arrived here, it was already crowded. with people gathering in small groups discussing, mostly wearing black robes. He looked up at the large bulletin board, where sheets of parchment were pinned, detailing the course instructors, content, costs, times, and locations. Scanning around, Duke found 5 meditation-related courses, all of introductory nature. He examined the names of these course instructors, recognizing from the skull marks next to their names that they were all level 1 mages. Ordinarily, the black sail badges for wizard apprentices merely featured a simple skull mark. Once you become an official wizard, a mark resembling a drop of blood is added under the skull mark, with 2 drops indicating a level 2 mage, and so on. White Mist Forest Meditation Technique, taught by Francisco Ferguson, costs 3 subordinate magic stones. Shadow Curtain Meditation Technique, taught by Adeline Night Eyes, costs 4 subordinate magic stones. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique, taught by Selene O'Leary, costs 4 subordinate magic stones. Duke looked at these 5 meditation techniques, thinking he would learn them all in the future if the opportunity arose. After all, he had a skill tree with him. The more meditation techniques he mastered, the more benefits he could derive from them. Duke pondered for a while but still couldn't determine which meditation technique was slightly better, as he had too little information. "Simon, which meditation technique should we choose?" 3 people gathered in a group ahead, looking up at the bulletin board and discussing softly. Duke was relatively close to them, and with his keen hearing, he could hear the trio's whispers clearly despite the noisy hall. Simon deliberated. "My brother once told me that for wizard apprentices, there's not much difference in choosing a starting meditation technique. What matters more is the course instructor. Some instructors explain very thoroughly and answer all the questions from wizard apprentices. A good instructor not only covers the content of the meditation technique, but extends into many related areas of knowledge, which are all complementary. But if you encounter an instructor who only sticks to the course content, it's a bit of a loss. You miss out on many extras." A round-faced boy next to them asked, "Are you familiar with these wizards?" "From the intelligence I gathered earlier. Lord Selene is comparatively more amiable, so you can choose his course." Simon considered. This group of 2 boys and 1 girl were all very young, around 15 or 16 years old. The round-faced boy and the freckle-faced girl seemed to follow Simon's lead, relying on his arrangements for many decisions. After eavesdropping, Duke also agreed that the starting choice of meditation technique didn't differ much. He thought for a moment and listened in on some other people's information, ultimately deciding to enroll in Selene's Deep Blue Tide meditation technique course. Enrollment was completed at some counters in the hall. After using one of his free course opportunities, Duke received a card resembling a greeting card. This was proof for attending the class. Only with this could one attend the course. The course was scheduled for the morning 2 days later, so Duke needed to purchase a Deep Blue Tide meditation technique textbook before then. New textbooks were available on Academy Island, but they were expensive, generally starting at 10 subordinate magic stones. Second-hand ones were much cheaper. There was a large plaza on the island where wizard apprentices often set up stalls to sell various unused items, offering a wide range of choices. Duke needed to exchange some gold coins for magic stones, otherwise he wouldn't be able to buy even second-hand books. Many wizard apprentices found gold coins troublesome and didn't use them, plus they required a purity test. Following the map in the student handbook and relying on his memory, Duke reached a bustling small town on the island with various shops. "Hey, little brother, want to come in and have some fun?" 2 female wizard apprentices in black robes stood at the entrance of a shop by the roadside. Unlike typical wizard robes, their robes did not fully cover their bodies, showcasing long legs clad in black stockings and red high heels. With a glance inside the shop, Duke saw the dim red lighting and immediately understood the nature of the place. "This shop's not in the handbook," Duke recalled, shaking his head and walking away. Even if he wanted to visit, he didn't have the money to spend. Duke arrived in front of the magic potion shop. Before he even approached, the strong scent of medicinal herbs overwhelmed his senses. The magic potion shop had a large storefront with 7 or 8 wizard apprentices bustling around inside. Besides selling finished magic potions, the shop also offered various magic potion materials, featuring a wide assortment. Duke didn't come here to purchase potions. After stating his purpose, the shop assistant wasn't surprised and expertly brought out a brass balance, starting to measure the gold purity of Duke's coins. The 17 gold coins you've brought can be exchanged for one subordinate magic stone. How many would you like to exchange? The assistant asked after measuring. Duke thought for a moment and said, exchange for 20. He had over 300 gold coins, most of which were exchanged for subordinate magic stones, keeping some as spare change. The assistant nodded, efficiently completing the counting and weighing of the gold coins, and then took out a small box containing many subordinate magic stones. The assistant recorded the details of the transaction in a ledger before handing Duke 20 subordinate magic stones. Duke wiped his hand, storing all the subordinate magic stones in his space ring, appreciating the convenience it brought. After exchanging the stones, he planned to leave the small town and head towards the plaza. While passing by the shop again, the two female wizards invited him once more. We have special magic, knowledge derived from an enchanting demon. Little brother, are you really not tempted to try? Duke frowned. He noticed his heartbeat and blood flow had quickened and quickly accelerated his pace to leave. Once away, his heartbeat slowly returned to normal. Duke was already a great knight, with physical attributes far surpassing ordinary people. His sudden heart rate increase couldn't be without reason. It was undoubtedly something the two female wizards had done to him, stirring desires within him. Academy Island, in principle, didn't allow battles between wizard apprentices, and the little tricks played by those two female wizards were naturally overlooked, with no one questioning such actions. Duke recalled Rila mentioning that Academy Island wasn't entirely safe, with people frequently dying inexplicably. If one didn't have a background, investigations were often cursory, concluding without results. Official wizards typically didn't expend much effort on these matters, unless it involved extremely egregious cases like serial murders, which would prompt formal investigations. Generally, as long as no major chaos ensued and the island's overall security wasn't compromised, deaths of one or two individuals were considered quite normal. By the time Duke reached the plaza, it was already quite late, with fewer wizard apprentices setting up stalls. He wandered around until he found someone selling the deep blue tide meditation technique, stacked haphazardly like junk at the stall. Duke painstakingly fished out a copy of the deep blue tide meditation technique from the pile. Noticing its cover was curled and stained with various unidentified substances. How much for this? Duke asked. The vendor, a gaunt man, replied without looking up, one subordinate magic stone. These second-hand books aren't worth much. Most have changed hands countless times, and some even have different study notes inside. But the quality of these notes can't always be guaranteed, so you need to rely on your own judgment. Duke didn't rush to buy this one, but continued to browse and found 2 more copies of the deep blue tide meditation technique. He opened and flipped through them all, choosing the relatively clean one. One of them was even incomplete, with several pages torn out and missing. Duke thought to himself that it was a good thing he checked, otherwise he would have bought an incomplete book. After paying a low-grade magic stone, he put this second-hand book into his space ring and only took it out to study it after he returned to the dormitory. Duke planned to self-study the content before class to gain a basic understanding of the meditation technique, making it easier when the actual class starts. He could also jot down areas he didn't understand during the self-study so that he could focus on those areas during the class, a habit he had developed in his previous life. The deep blue tide meditation technique was written in the Mauryan language, and Duke could understand all the content. His Mauryan language skills were almost maxed out. Sitting at his desk, Duke lit a tallow candle and began reading by its dim light. This book, as an introductory material, discussed some foundational content before introducing the meditation technique. According to the book, the world is essentially composed of various elements, the most common being fire, water, light, and many elements yet to be discovered by wizards. The basic unit of elements is called particles, and free energy particles are everywhere, distributed throughout the world. Practicing the meditation technique involves absorbing the surrounding free energy particles, converting them into one's own magic power, and enhancing spiritual power. Wizards usually use magic power to cast spells. Spiritual power can achieve the same effect, but its depletion can adversely affect the wizard. Under normal circumstances, a wizard wouldn't use spiritual power to cast spells unless their magic power is exhausted. Or, like Duke, who hasn't mastered the meditation technique yet and can only rely on raw spiritual power to activate demonized items. Through meditation, a wizard accumulates magic power and enhances spiritual power, with their physique also changing under the influence of free energy particles. Once their spiritual power reaches a certain level, a wizard apprentice can attempt to break through to higher realms, achieving a qualitative transformation. This process usually requires the aid of magic potions for a relatively easier breakthrough. For example, the Dawn Potion could increase the success rate of breaking through from a third class to a second class wizard apprentice. In the distant past, wizard breakthroughs were extremely difficult with very low success rates. Essentially, the breakthrough process is an elevation of life level, making it inherently challenging to elevate one's life level. Subsequent research by wizards resulted in various potions that could increase breakthrough success rates, making life level elevation relatively easier. However, achieving a breakthrough in wizard realms is not that simple. Simply meeting the spiritual power requirement is far from enough. Sufficient knowledge is needed to solve problems encountered during the ascension. The meditation technique is the foundation of all of this, marking the start of the wizard's path. After gaining this knowledge, Duke began to attempt meditation according to the contents of the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. The first step of meditation is to immerse the mind, requiring both mind and body to enter a calm and peaceful state, and then attempt to sense the free energy particles around. Duke completed this step swiftly because, with the talent of high-level water element affinity, he easily sensed the surrounding water elemental particles. Following the method recorded in the meditation technique, he attempted to absorb these water elemental energy particles into his body. Soon, the surrounding water elemental energy particles were drawn in, entering his body and gradually transforming into faint, imperceptible magic power. The moment this trace of magic power formed, Duke felt a clarity in his mind, as if a cool breeze had just blown through. The sensation was fleeting, not lasting long. Duke realized it was a slight increase in his spiritual power, and he quickly checked the attributes displayed on the skill tree, noticing that his spiritual power was still 10.1, showing no change. It only indicated that the increase in spiritual power was too small to reflect in numerical value. At the same time, a new branch sprouted on the skill tree, with a green bud growing on it. Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. Level 1, 1/1000. Seeing the meditation technique solidified on the skill tree, Duke felt much more relieved. As long as he could see the progress bar, everything would be manageable. I wonder what the max level of this Deep Blue Tide meditation technique is, Duke thought to himself. The Deep Blue Tide meditation technique is different from the giant whale breathing technique, which has 9 levels. Reaching the 9th level makes one a great knight. But the meditation technique is different. It doesn't have levels per se, it's essentially just a way of meditating. No matter the meditation technique, all involve completing the process of absorbing free energy particles, converting them into magic power, and enhancing spiritual power. The difference lies in the implementation method, with varying efficiency. Even based on individual physique, the effect of practicing different meditation techniques can vary greatly. Duke thought that since maxing out the giant whale breathing technique grants a talent, the meditation technique should yield better gains. He calculated that level 1 of the meditation technique requires 1,000 experience points, with each meditation taking about 10 minutes. If he meditated for 10 hours each night, he could level up in roughly half a month. Duke decided not to sleep anymore, replacing sleep with meditation. Practicing the meditation technique could achieve the same effect as sleep, and even better for physical and mental recovery. It wasn't as enjoyable as sleeping. Duke held his class enrollment card and found a lecture hall according to its directions. This lecture hall was big enough to accommodate 700 to 800 people. When Duke arrived, there were already dozens of people there, sitting dispersedly, mostly at the front, with only a few at the very back. After all, those who enrolled in the courses didn't intend to slack off, and since this wasn't a mandatory course, most were proactive in sitting at the front. Duke found a spot in the 3rd row, and a few others soon joined him. He glanced casually and realized it was the same 3 he saw on enrollment day, Simon and his friends. Simon didn't remember Duke much, gave him a friendly smile, and quietly sat down, occasionally whispering to his companions. After a while, more people filled the lecture hall, and a bald, pot-bellied middle-aged man appeared on the podium. Selini's stature is not tall, His hair is a conspicuous Mediterranean, making his image look rather poor. But this did not cause the wizard apprentices in the classroom to look down on him. They all sat respectfully and quietly in their seats, waiting for the class to begin. Many wizard apprentices had already taken out feather pens and notebooks, preparing to record important points of knowledge and information at any time. Wizard Cellini placed some documents on the table, smoothed the few remaining strands of hair on his head with his hand, and then looked forward, raising his head and saying, "We will start the class in 3 minutes. Those who haven't come, we won't wait. When the class begins, the door to the tiered classroom will automatically close, and then no one can enter." Cellini apparently knew that these wizard apprentices were often late, so he intentionally waited 3 more minutes. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the door, and several wizard apprentices sprinted to the entrance of the classroom, looking slightly panicked, then randomly found a seat in the back row. As the door closed, the class officially began. Cellini didn't use a textbook. He came to the blackboard and began teaching from the origins. The meditation technique, covering many things unrelated to the deep blue tide meditation technique, which are pre-knowledge of meditation techniques. In ancient times, humanity still existed in a tribal form, and wizards were generally a high-status presence within a tribe. They could communicate with the gods through meditation, thereby gaining certain abilities. The meditation technique was also born in this process, and later it was no longer necessary to communicate with gods merely relying on personal meditation practice could obtain powerful strength. This is the origin of wizards, belonging to wizard history-related knowledge. As wizard civilization exploded, wizards gradually discovered that the so-called gods were no more than powerful individuals. Wizards began to move out of the wizard plane to hunt gods and seize resources in other planes, which led to the gradual strengthening of the current wizard plane. I won't elaborate further on this as it pertains to knowledge of planes, and if you're interested you can learn more by yourself, Cellini said. Duke also heard some related news. Black Sail has many wizards, but internally you don't see many. This is because most wizards are actually active in various planes, and those staying inside Black Sail long-term are the minority. Duke has never seen the scenery of other planes, nor does he know what those places would look like. It is said that the minimum requirement for going to other planes is being a level 1 mage, as only first-level life can adapt to the complex environments of other planes. At level 1, one can have basic self-preservation capabilities in other planes without becoming a burden. These things seem distant to Duke, for now. He must silently grind proficiency, focusing on growth. Most of you present are newly entered wizard apprentices. Mastering the meditation technique makes you a level 3 wizard apprentice. But if you wish to become a level 2 wizard apprentice, your spiritual power needs to reach 15 points. The spiritual power scale Compass Duke saw earlier is already quite outdated. Over the years, many finer spiritual power testing tools have developed. The spiritual power tested by these instruments is roughly similar to what Duke's skill tree displays. Duke calculated that 15 points of spiritual power are needed to reach the threshold of a level 2 wizard apprentice. It seems someone with 10-level wizard quality is born at this threshold. Cellini continued, "However, I do not recommend that you rush to breakthrough just upon reaching the threshold. Instead, strive to upgrade as much as possible to the point of your utmost capacity before breaking through. This way, the success rate is higher and more importantly, it enhances your future potential." Cellini spoke of theoretically the best advancement method every time before advancing: upgrade to the utmost capacity possible. Advancing all the way from level 3 wizard apprentice can thus maximally excavate one's potential and pave the way for future development. But this is just theoretical. Practically, it is difficult to achieve. Most people have already exhausted their minds just to raise their spiritual power to 15 points, making further advancement quite difficult. Not everyone can progress with mere meditation. Many people cease improving spiritually once they reach a certain point, where meditation seemingly bears no further effect. At this point, only by utilizing special measures can spiritual power advance. This is one use of magic potions. They allow individuals to break through limits, facilitating the advancement process. Duke then related this to his skill tree. His physical attributes was similar too. Initially, grinding ordinary scythe skills could still gain him some attribute points, But later, these ordinary skills stopped providing attribute enhancements. This marked reaching a limit of sorts. Only by grinding higher-level skills could progress continue. The same logic applies to spiritual power. The later stages are increasingly difficult to improve. Watching his remaining 3 free attribute points, Duke increasingly felt their preciousness. For him, advancement pressure decreased considerably. At least he didn't have to worry about failing to meet the threshold. When meditation no longer boosts spiritual power, he too can use free attribute points to forcibly enhance it. Many wizards would go to extreme measures to enhance their spiritual power. These measures often come with severe side effects, which is one reason the wizard community frequently produces eccentric individuals. This lesson is approaching its end. Does anyone have questions for me? Cellini asked as he looked at the wizard apprentices ahead. Duke pondered for a moment and raised his hand to ask. Mr. Cellini, may I ask if during meditation, is it better to absorb single-element particles or absorb multiple element particles? Lately, he has pondered this during meditation, as his high-level water element affinity talent caused most of his absorption to be water elemental energy particles. He wondered if this method could pose issues. Cellini's eyes brightened, and he glanced at Duke, saying, "That's a very good question. I've read some research papers regarding this in the Arcane Mage Monthly." Regarding this question, it actually splits into many scenarios. Firstly, it can be confirmed that this method won't lead to major downsides, though there may be certain restrictions. For the wizard apprentice stage, absorbing single-element particles indeed allows faster practice. However, some people cannot manage to absorb only single-element particles, nor control this aspect, unless belonging to specific races with unique talent. For instance, elves can mostly absorb wood elemental energy particles. Cellini seemed very interested in this topic and rattled off a lot of related knowledge. Everyone listened intently, and many were taking notes. Duke learned that meditating to absorb a single type of elemental particles indeed allows for faster early-stage cultivation. But there are also some drawbacks. After becoming an official wizard, the body's prolonged reception of overly singular elemental particles can cause limitations in researching other types of magic. Normally, most wizards first engage in learning and researching magic from various fields, and only delve into a specific domain once a certain level of knowledge has been accumulated. Limiting one's path from the start is not a good thing and does not benefit long-term development. This is evident in many other species from different planes, such as forest elves. They are adept at wood magic and are natural casters, but are hardly skilled in other types of magic, making their methods limited and easily countered. Thank you, Teacher Cellini, for clearing up the confusion. Duke stood up and bowed respectfully. His mind was already quite clear about this issue, and in future meditation, he decided to actively absorb more diverse elemental particles. He couldn't just absorb water elemental particles out of convenience. Otherwise, although the initial speed would be faster, it would not be conducive to expanding his future development space, and he did not want to limit himself to water magic. However, Duke could leverage his water element talent to master more water magic, while no longer only absorbing water elemental particles during meditation. After Duke finished asking his question, a few others also raised their questions, which Cellini answered one by one. That's it for today's class. See you next time, Cellini said as she tidied up the documents on the desk, then disappeared. After Cellini left, the lecture hall buzzed instantly, with many people starting to discuss various things. Duke was about to leave when Simon reached out and smiled. "Hi, my name is Simon." "Duke." Duke extended his hand for a handshake. Simon smiled warmly. "You're probably a newcomer here too, right? It'd be nice to get to know each other so we can help each other out in the future. These are my friends, Abel and Anley." Abel was the round-faced boy from earlier, while Anley was the little girl with some freckles on her face. "Hello." Duke nodded towards the two. Before understanding Simon's intentions, Duke remained cautious, yet amicable enough not to make enemies. "We are also newly joined wizard apprentices of Black. Sale, what course are you planning to enroll in after this class ends?" Simon asked. Duke shook his head. "I'm not too sure yet." Simon thought for a moment and said, "Then you can enroll with us in Mr. Jode's Magic Basic Theory. It's a great course for beginner wizard apprentices. Many wizard apprentices might use their second free course opportunity to learn a spell, but this is somewhat a waste of the chance to take a free course." The Magic Basic Theory course encompasses the foundational knowledge for spellcasting, which proves useful regardless of which spells one later learns to master. For a wizard, it's impractical to learn every spell from others. Ultimately, one must rely on self-study to learn and master spells. This course teaches precisely this ability and is more beneficial for future development. It might be challenging to explore in the beginning, but if one grows through the process, the rewards will be ample. Thanks for the information, I'll check it out later. Duke nodded. He could see that Simon was intentionally showing goodwill, likely hoping to make more friends. Such behavior is common in Black Sail, where wizard apprentices band together for warmth, broadening their information channels and making things easier. Simon is not from any wizard clan, he just has a brother in the Silver Hand, so he knows a bit more about things. Duke and they chatted while leaving the classroom, getting to know each other a bit. He wasn't against banding together with others but wanted to understand them first, so he came across as a bit cautious. Duke then arrived at the lobby of the learning area and indeed found the Magic Basic Theory offered by Mr. Jode on the bulletin board. The fairly high enrollment fee of 8 lesser magic stones. Since this class is divided into 2 sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, the higher price is justified. These instructing wizards do not earn money from this, but seek to gain internal Black Sail contribution. They're not interested in these few lesser magic stones. Black Sail offers extra rewards for these actively teaching wizards and evaluates the quality of the courses they offer, so classes can't be opened casually. Duke strolled around the lobby, eavesdropping on other people's course discussions. After feeling there were no issues, he enrolled in the Magic Basic Theory course, which starts in 3 days and lasts all day. Like before, Duke went to buy a second-hand copy of Magic Basic Theory. This book is particularly heavy, almost twice as thick as Deep Blue Tide meditation technique, with a vast amount of content. Although it's named Basic Theory, the content is incredibly extensive. Looking at this tome, Duke estimated it would take some time to get through it. No wonder the course takes an entire day, which seems short compared to the book's content. This book is also quite expensive, even as a second-hand book, costing as much as 6 lesser magic stones, 6 times the price of the meditation technique. Duke felt a bit of pain from the expense, but these are necessary expenditures that can't be saved. He can only wait until he's mastered the book's contents, then sell it to get some money back, as his predecessors did. Late at night, after washing up, Duke sat on his bed, ready to enter a state of meditation, when he heard muffled breathing from the next room. The sound was actually quite soft, but since it was already late night, and the entire Black Sail Academy island was quiet, because his hearing was much better than usual, he heard it very clearly. Duke felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect the room interiors, despite having space magic, to be so sound permeable. He waited for a while, but as the sound from the next room continued, he had no choice but to leave the bedroom and go to the living room to meditate. Since he wouldn't be sleeping, it didn't matter where he was. After closing the door and moving to the living room, he could barely hear the sounds from next door. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, and upon entering a meditative state, began absorbing the surrounding free energy particles. In Duke's perception, the most free energy particles were still water elemental particles. Along with some other types, he tried to absorb other types of free energy particles, and indeed, the speed was somewhat slower. Duke wasn't anxious. He absorbed various types of free energy particles slowly, no longer focusing solely on the water elemental particles. This approach slowed down his meditation speed a bit, but it would be better for his future development. Otherwise, if he kept absorbing only water elemental particles, his constitution would gradually adapt only to those particles, narrowing his path. In the morning, Duke opened his eyes, ending a night of meditation practice. Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. Level 1, 142/1000. He glanced at the skill tree, and his spiritual power was still at 10.1, with no noticeable increase in value. But Duke could clearly feel that his spiritual power was indeed stronger than before. The effects of meditation were quite evident. There was also some magic power flowing within him, accumulated through his recent meditation practice. Duke opened the door, and a cool breeze blew in, feeling very refreshing. The wind carried a hint of saltiness from the sea surrounding. The island. Duke stood at the door and stretched, moving his muscles and bones. Just then the door next door opened, and a male wizard came out, seeming a bit embarrassed seeing Duke, and hurried away. Behind the door was a female witch apprentice in a camisole, her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her fair skin was vaguely visible through the door gap, seemingly not wearing pants. The female wizard glanced at Duke, winked at him, and even deliberately widened the door gap to reveal the scene inside, before gently closing the door after a moment. Duke watched this scene, reflecting on it, feeling something was off, as the two didn't seem to be in a couple relationship. He didn't think too much, had some cold bread, and then began practicing the breathing technique. Duke now practiced the breathing technique mainly to train his body, as he could no longer gain mastery from it. It had just become a habit for him. After becoming a wizard apprentice, his training time was greatly reduced. Whether it was meditation or reading, both required him to stay in one place for a long time, and occasional activity was also beneficial for his body. After training, Duke was about to pick up that thick, magic basic theory for study when someone knocked on the door. He opened the door and found that the female witch apprentice from next door was standing at the door, dressed only in a white bath towel, the towel positioned low, fully revealing her voluptuousness. "Hello, sorry to bother you. My water suddenly ran out at home. Can I borrow your bathroom?" The female witch apprentice said softly. No, Duke immediately closed the door. Of course, he wouldn't let a complete stranger into his room, especially since the other party was a wizard apprentice. Who knows what means she might have. Duke was not someone driven by lust. He cared more about his own safety. More importantly, he could tell this neighbor might not be very clean, and he couldn't possibly let her use his bathtub. What if he caught something? At the door, Hannah was a bit dumbfounded. She had prepared many follow-ups, but didn't expect Duke to shut the door so directly, with no chance to say more. She knocked on the door again, but there was no response. Reluctantly, she had to return to her room barefoot. After closing the door, Duke was still recalling the recent events, only feeling relieved after confirming nothing was done by the neighbor. He could roughly guess what this neighbor intended to do. Such things were common among wizard apprentices. Wizardry practice required resources, and those without background or talent often lived difficult lives as wizard apprentices. Many female witch apprentices would often depend on wizards with backgrounds and strength to gain more resources. Within Black Sail, there were quite a few official wizards doing such things, some having dozens of female witch apprentices under them, nominally as students, but everyone was aware of the underlying murkiness. Those unable to find someone to depend on could only occasionally earn some money, like this female witch next door. The life of wizards was even more decadent than what Duke previously knew of nobility, and due to their long lifespan, ordinary stimuli lost their novelty to many wizards. He had heard many outrageous tales in just the past few days, and could only think these wizards played too wildly. He shook his head, clearing these thoughts from his mind, and picked up that book on magic basic theory to study. The book contained a lot of content, but was also very fundamental, quite friendly for wizard apprentices like Duke with zero foundation. Spells that can be mastered at the wizard apprentice stage are called lesser spells, above which are level 1 magic, level 2 magic, and so on. The brass ring's enchantment on Duke's hand was a lesser spell, and all spells enchanted on demonized items were lesser spells. Artifacts capable of enchanting level 1 magic were called witchcraft artifacts, much stronger than demonized items, with powerful capabilities. Duke currently only needed to focus on lesser spells. Yet even lesser spells vastly differ. He noticed a new concept involved here, that of magic model complexity. Every magic has its magic model, and a wizard must successfully solidify the magic model in their mind to master that magic. The complexity of the model is measured in units of N, with N1 being the simplest magic. For example, the most commonly used communication magic, Wizard's Mark, has a complexity of N1. The book uses this magic as a demonstration to explain some basic operational principles of magic. The most common elemental magic involves using one's magic power and spiritual power as a driving force to mobilize surrounding elemental particles to unleash powerful elemental magic. But elemental magic is just one category among many wizard spells. Other types of magic have significant differences, which Duke couldn't access for now. For instance, the rubber purple man spell used by Reagan that Duke saw earlier required casting materials to perform, and its underlying principles were much more complex, involving numerous knowledge domains. Unknowingly, Duke spent an entire day reading. Yet he only got through a dozen pages, while the book was over 1,000 pages long. He found no new branches appearing on the skill tree, indicating magic basic theory couldn't be considered a skill. Duke thought for a moment, possibly because such knowledge-based content could only serve as accumulation and foundation, not an ability that could be immediately utilized, hence not reflected on the skill tree. But he wasn't too worried, as long as he increased his levels in spells and meditation techniques. Experience and knowledge would naturally emerge in his mind. The skill tree is Duke's greatest reliance. As long as he grinds up the proficiency of various skills, he can acquire a lot of knowledge. Compared to this knowledge, attribute points aren't all that important. Morian language level up, free attribute points +1 Morian language, level 5 free attribute points. 4 While Duke was reading, his Morian language unknowingly reached max level, earning him a free attribute point. Unfortunately, no traits or talents appeared. He looked at the remaining free attribute points, thought for a moment, then added 2 points to spirit, leaving 2 points as a reserve. Duke originally planned to save up his free attribute points, intending to use them to boost spiritual power when it became difficult to improve through normal means. But now, at the start of his journey on the wizard path, having higher spiritual power would help him grow faster and make his own strength a bit stronger. Duke learned from the Magic Basic Theory book that spiritual power is akin to an engine in the previous life, while magic power is the fuel. Spiritual power is the foundation. The higher the spiritual power, the stronger the effect of the spells cast. Duke increased his spiritual power to 12.1 so that mastering some spells later would be a bit easier. He increasingly felt that he didn't have enough time. After becoming a wizard apprentice, the skills to grind would only multiply. 24 hours in a day weren't enough. Early in the morning, Duke and the 3 others went to a tiered lecture hall to attend class. Jode was an old man with white hair, wearing round-framed glasses, with a somewhat serious expression, not easily amused. Before coming, Duke had heard from Simon that Jode was a very powerful level 1 mage, and he had a bit of a temper, so they must not anger him. Within Black Sail, it's normal for an official wizard to casually execute a few wizard apprentices. No one would pursue an official wizard for a few ordinary wizard apprentices. Unless those wizard apprentices had backgrounds at most, they would just receive a verbal reprimand and a symbolic fine, then that would be the end. Class begins. Jode glanced sharply at the class. Everyone listened attentively. The lecture hall was filled almost only with the sound of quills scratching on parchment, and no one dared speak out of turn. The entire morning, Jode expounded on the content of the entire Magic Basic Theory book. He organized this hefty book into a clear line, dividing it into dozens of knowledge nodes. Looking at these knowledge nodes noted in his notebook, Duke suddenly found the book's content clear, no longer as vague as before. In the past 2 days of studying by himself, he only felt the book's content was as complex as the sea, with a sense of powerlessness and no way to start. Now, after Jode's explanation, he had clarified the structure of this knowledge, making future study much easier. Just by focusing on the structure. During the 1-hour lunch break, Duke and Simon went to eat some bread, cured meat, and pickles. The food was free, but the taste left much to be desired. They were very frugal and didn't splurge on buying delicacies with magic stones, just aiming to fill their stomachs. In the afternoon, Jode began to use the spell Wizard's Mark as an example, guiding them in constructing its magic model together. Building a magic model requires engraving it in the mind with spiritual power, needing spiritual power throughout the process. If the spiritual power is insufficient, it's hard to complete this process, which is why Duke had increased his spiritual power earlier. The Wizard's Mark is the most commonly used spell by wizards and is almost known by everyone. This spell's magic model is extremely simple, consisting only of a few lines, straightforward and easy to understand. After countless iterations, the magic model of Wizard's Mark has become so streamlined. Wizards never lack talented individuals, nor do they lack those with a spirit of exploration. After repeated optimizations by these people, the Wizard's Mark has been refined to the extent that further improvements are almost impossible. Duke closed his eyes, sat in his seat adjusting his breath, and attempted to construct the magic model in his mind as Jode instructed. His spiritual power was higher than most present, making the process simpler than expected. A blue thread appeared in his mind, formed by Duke's condensed spiritual power. The thread wove and curved continuously in his mind, gradually forming the magic model of the wizard's mark. Moments later, the magic model took shape, symbolizing that Duke had mastered his first spell in life. Simultaneously, a branch extended from the skill tree. Wizard's Mark, LV1, 1/100. With a thought, Duke infused a bit of magic power into the magic model, activating the Wizard's Mark. In his vision appeared an empty list, representing that he hadn't recorded anyone's Wizard's Mark yet. Though the Wizard's Mark seems extremely simple, its function is incredibly powerful. Once a Wizard's Mark is recorded, communication is possible throughout the entire Wizard plane, unless in some special locations. While in the Appalachian continent, Duke can use the Wizard's Mark to communicate with someone in the Florence continent, bridging such a vast distance. According to Jode, this spell isn't as simple as it seems, with the efforts of several predecessor sages enabling such an effect and saving effort for many wizards. As for what exactly those individuals did, Jode didn't elaborate, likely involving high-level domains. As wizard apprentices, Duke and others don't need to concern themselves with these issues, as most will never encounter them in their lifetime. After mastering the Wizard's Mark, he quickly exchanged marks with Simon. Simon had long mastered this minor spell, tending mainly for the knowledge of magic basic theory. "Can you receive this?" Simon silently sent an information burst using the Wizard's Mark. Duke quickly replied, marking his first use of the Wizard's Mark. Wizard's Mark proficiency +1. Seeing the information from the skill tree, he thought he would need to chat with someone to grind the proficiency of this spell. The information transmitted by the Wizard's Mark is all in spiritual power form, but it can present as text, images, and even dynamic imagery. But due to the generally low spiritual power of wizard apprentices, they usually can't communicate with dynamic imagery. Once again, Duke felt the advantages of information transmission via spiritual power, efficiently conveying messages and completely communicating his intended meaning. Whether through text or speech, some intended meaning is always lost, but spiritual power can perfectly avoid this. After Duke finished the Magic Basic Theory class, he had a basic approach and direction for learning magic. Day's course couldn't cover much content, but it allowed Duke to grasp the contents of the Magic Basic Theory more quickly. Once he thoroughly understood this set of content, self-learning other magic would be much easier, at least with a basic methodology and theoretical foundation. After Duke mastered the Wizard's Mark, the first person he wanted to contact was naturally Vivian. However, if you want to record another Wizard's Mark, it must be exchanged face-to-face, which is a bit troublesome. Duke thought about it and decided to write a letter to the Thorn Holy Tower to inform Vivian of this matter. There is a place on Academy Island to send and receive letters. They don't deliver letters, so you need to inquire if there is any for you. After returning to the dormitory, Duke took out a quill pen and wrote a letter, talking about some recent situations, overall quite brief. When he arrived at the island's mail reception, he spent a few silver coins to send the letter out, and casually asked if there was any mail for him, and to his surprise, there was. The letter was from Vivian and had arrived a few days ago. After verifying his identity with his black sail badge, Duke took away the letter from the Thorn Holy Tower. When he opened it back in his room, he found besides the letter, there was also a small black cube, purpose unknown. Vivian had written this letter a few days earlier, still recounting some things after joining the Thorn Holy Tower. After joining the Thorn Holy Tower, she directly became Grace's student. Vivian only learned after reaching the Thorn Holy Tower that Grace is a level 3 great wizard, extremely powerful, and holds a high position. As Grace's student, she naturally didn't have to worry about resource issues. But the pressure was immense as Grace arranged extremely tight courses for her, with a long list of courses waiting for her to learn. Vivian recently was under high-intensity study, learning from early morning to late at night, the intensity extremely high. In the letter, Vivian mentioned that she had learned the Wizard's Mark spell and left her marking engraving. The marking engraving is a type of alchemy creation used to store a wizard's mark. It was developed to facilitate the exchange of wizards' marks among wizards. Despite its small size, it isn't cheap. The market price for one marking engraving is over 20 level 2 magic stones. If not for Vivian mentioning it in the letter, Duke wouldn't have known such a thing existed. He then followed the instructions in the letter, using his spiritual power to activate the marking engraving, and subsequently, a mark was imported into his own wizard's mark. In Duke's wizard's mark, there appeared an additional mark, which was Vivian's. He tried sending a message over and received a response shortly after. Duke, Vivian sensed a familiar aura from the spiritual power fluctuation within the message. I thought the letter hadn't been delivered. I've been waiting for days with no news. They don't deliver letters on this side. I didn't expect you to write to me so early, Duke said. Vivian was holding a thick book walking down the road, heading to the classroom for a lesson, and replied, I have a class soon. If the teacher finds out I'm distracted chatting with a wizard's mark, I'm done for. Let's talk tonight instead. Be careful over there. I've been learning some things about black sail these days. Among the wizard apprentices over there, violence often occurs. The management isn't as strict as Thorn Holy Tower. Be extra careful. Duke replied, I understand. These past days he had already felt it. Academy Island appeared calm on the surface, but was actually somewhat chaotic and disorderly. Unless absolutely necessary, Duke wouldn't even step out to avoid unnecessary trouble. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique Level Up. Spiritual Power plus 0.5 Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. LV2, 1/1500. Over this period of meditation practice, Duke finally grinded the meditation technique up to LV2, with the skill tree granting 0.5 spiritual power. Originally, the spiritual power was 12.1. During this period of meditation practice, it had auto-increased by 0.1 point. Additionally, there was 0.1 spiritual power from leveling up the wizard's mark spell. Ever since adding Vivian's wizard's mark, they would often chat at night, unknowingly boosting the proficiency. Duke sensed the difficulty of wizard practice. After more than half a month of meditation practice, his spiritual power had only increased by 0.1. If not for the skill tree, achieving 15 points of spiritual power through meditation would probably take forever. Moreover, like other attributes, the higher the level, the harder it is to improve spiritual power. If one's aptitude is insufficient, spiritual power might become stagnant before reaching 15 points and be unable to improve further. Duke glanced at the skill tree, and the meditation techniques branch was still in a green bud state. It's unknown how many levels it takes to grow leaves. For the subsequent half-month, Duke was engrossed in devouring that magic basic theory book, absorbing knowledge, and gradually laying the foundation for his knowledge system. Every day, apart from reading and meditating, he would chat with Vivian at night to brush up the wizard's mark proficiency. Half a month later, Duke felt his grasp on the theory of basic magic was roughly solid and planned to start practicing, selecting 1 or 2 spells to learn. He had discussed this matter with Vivian, who often shared her insights with him. Duke had mentioned that he absorbed water elemental energy particles very easily, but hadn't mentioned anything regarding his talent, only lightly touched on this aspect. Upon learning this, Vivian quickly looked into it and even consulted Teacher Grace. The final conclusion was that Duke should study the Basic Theory of Water Element book. Though this book has basic in its title, its content is profoundly deep. The Basic Theory of Water Elements systematically explained the various applications of water elements in magic, covering a variety of water magic, with extremely rich content. If Duke could master the content of this book, he could even develop some water spells himself, designing water spells according to his needs. However, achieving this level in a short time might be difficult. In the early stages, being able to flexibly use some magic would already be good. The book's price is very high, requiring a full 3 level 1 magic stones, which is over 300 level 2 magic stones. Hearing this price made Duke dizzy. Even selling himself might not fetch that much money. Even buying a second-hand one requires at least over 100 level 2 magic stones, and he simply didn't have that much money. But Vivian solved this problem for him, sending over a second-hand basic theory of water element, which was on the way. She didn't even tell Duke about this, only mentioning it after sending it out. Vivian didn't spend money on this book either, but took it directly from Grace's shelf to borrow it for some time. Grace owns a library of her own with a vast collection of books in various fields. It can be considered a treasure trove. As her student, Vivian naturally can borrow some basic books. After Duke got this book, he found it to be a sky blue book, much thinner than expected, even thinner than Magic Basic Theory. He opened the book to discover that it contained a universe within. This is a book that needs to be read with spiritual power. All the information is carried by spiritual power, without using words. But this also indicates that the book contains a large amount of information. Not using words is mostly because if it were recorded in words, the content would be extremely long. When Duke first started reading this book, he felt an overwhelming amount of information. Luckily, he had already mastered the basic theoretical knowledge of magic, so understanding it wasn't that difficult. Duke extended his hand, magic power surged within him, and droplets of water began to gradually condense in his palm. These droplets merged together, gradually forming a water mass as large as a fist. This is the most basic application of water element. Using magic power to absorb the water elemental particles around and condense them into visible water. This method can't be called magic, it's just a basic application of water element, and the water condensed has no use beyond quenching thirst. But most of the water magic is based on this fundamental, extending into many advanced water magic. Duke didn't rush, but slowly familiarized himself with the control and utilization of water element. After mastering these basics, he started to try and learn some actual water magic. Water arrow technique and water shield technique are the two most basic water magic. The complexity of the magic models for these two magics is both N2, which is considered quite simple. Duke's high-level water element affinity talent came into play here, and he easily mastered these two magics, successfully constructing their magic models. Water arrow technique. Level 1, 1/100 water shield technique. Level 1, 1/100 with a thought. Duke condensed a water-formed arrow in front of him, ready to be launched. The indoor environment is not suitable for releasing magic. If things are broken, the loss would be his own. Went outside and aimed at a distant rock, releasing a water arrow technique. The arrow shot out swiftly, hitting the rock directly and exploding on the spot. Simple water naturally wouldn't achieve such an effect. The arrow contained Duke's magic power within, creating such lethality when combined with water element. The power of magic is generally measured in degrees. Duke, having no corresponding testing equipment, could only estimate that this water arrow technique's intensity was around 0.1 degree, not very lethal to a wizard. He wasn't familiar with this magic yet, and the infused magic power wasn't much, just trying it out. Duke also found out that he could control the range of the water arrow up to about 20 meters. Within this range, he could control the water arrow with spiritual power, directing it precisely, even making it turn and rotate. Duke recalled when they encountered the two-headed ogre, and Vivian dodged the ogre's thunderball, but the thunderball still turned and hit Vivian. The two-headed ogre's magic control range must not have been too large, and Vivian happened to be within that range, so the thunderball could turn. Duke tried it, but beyond his effective control range. The water arrow could only fly out along the trajectory like an ordinary arrow, without precise control. His proficiency in water arrow technique also gradually increased during his control practice. After familiarizing himself with water arrow technique, Duke tried water shield technique. A shield formed of water appeared in front of him, with the area and thickness of the water shield controlled by Duke. The thicker it is, the more time and magic power it consumes. After mastering these two magics, Duke at least gained some basic magical means. But relying solely on these two magics to establish himself and walk on the wizard plane wouldn't be nearly enough. Duke learned from the book that usually some special means are adopted to make one's water magic more effective. For example, combining with some casting materials to greatly enhance the effect of water magic. In the basic theory of water element, Duke saw many introductions to related casting materials, like mithril, dragon blood, venom, etc. Many materials are currently difficult to obtain, but there is one material relatively easy for Duke to acquire. The shadow squid is a high-level magical beast, whose ink can be blended into a casting material known as shadow water. Wizard can hide the concocted shadow water on the surface of the body by special means. While normally invisible, when casting water magic, shadow water can be integrated into the magic to significantly enhance the magic's effect. Duke did a simple calculation based on the book's data. If aided by shadow water, his earlier water arrow technique could increase in strength from 0.1 to around 0.35 degrees. Shadow water can also serve as a constant defensive measure, equivalent to having a membrane layer that can resist energy attacks at any time. Duke's brass ring is enchanted with a secondary spell, named Secondary Elemental Protection Layer. its effect on defending against elemental energy is good, but better than shadow water. It has a duration limit and can't cover the body all the time. Moreover, shadow water can be continuously refined and purified. As long as there's ample material, the strength of shadow water can be enhanced through ongoing refinement. Duke went to town to inquire. Although there's no shadow water for sale, shadow squid ink is available. But the price is very expensive. Shadow squid ink is an extensively useful casting material with limited acquisition channels, hence the higher price. Just 1 gram of shadow squid ink costs 6 to 7 sub-magic stones, and at least 100 grams of ink is required to blend a portion of shadow water. The price is astronomical to Duke, especially since he has no means to earn money yet. Duke thought about it, deciding to be self-sufficient. The seas near Academy Island have shadow squids roaming. This high-level magical beast is not very aggressive, but because they emerge in relatively deep areas and are extremely alert, they quickly bounce away at the slightest disturbance, making them difficult to catch. Duke plans to prepare sufficiently before diving into the sea to capture some shadow squids himself. By then, not only could he gather enough materials for shadow water, but he might also have extra ink to sell for some magic stones. Trying to catch shadow squid in the sea is not an easy task otherwise. The shadow squids in the waters near Academy Island would have long been caught by the wizard apprentices. Duke thought for a moment. First, he needed to solve the problem of underwater breathing. Even with a great night-level physique, it was nearly impossible for him to hold his breath and complete the process of capturing a shadow squid. Wizards have several methods for underwater breathing. One such method involves a type of seaweed called mandev, which enables underwater breathing just by holding it in the mouth. However, this seaweed is very expensive, even surpassing the value of the shadow squid itself, which Duke could not afford. Duke planned to use a magical technique from the basic theory of water element, a magic known as underwater breathing. This magic is just a secondary level spell, with a complexity of just N2, appearing quite simple. But successfully mastering and casting this spell is not easy, and many wizard apprentices spend a long time without being able to master it. Because this spell requires the caster to have an extremely high ability to control the water element. The essence of the spell is to extract oxygen from the countless water elements underwater for breathing. Duke felt he should be well suited for this spell since he possessed the high-level water element affinity talent, enabling him to complete this step relatively effortlessly. Constructing magic models with an N2 complexity is not difficult. Duke was already quite familiar with building such simple magic models. He filled the bathtub with water, submerged himself completely, fully immersing his head. The bathtub was somewhat small for him, unable to completely submerge his body, but it sufficed for testing the spell's effect. Once Duke was underwater, he began using the underwater breathing spell to extract oxygen from the surrounding water elements. Water elements automatically adhered to his body, transmitting oxygen from all over. Duke found himself completing this step very easily, almost as if it were instinctual. The most challenging part for ordinary wizard apprentices mastering this spell lies here. They expend considerable effort just to absorb the water elements and obtain oxygen, yet the effect is often not very satisfactory. Most people fail to absorb enough water elemental particles, rendering the obtained oxygen inadequate to sustain their breathing, let alone engage in high-intensity underwater movement. This results in the high difficulty of this spell, causing most people to eventually abandon it until they acquire greater strength in the future. Underwater breathing. Level 1, 1/500 in the bathtub. Duke found the skill proficiency for underwater breathing advanced very slowly. He likely had to rely on this spell to truly swim in the sea to make significant progress. Once in motion, the consumption of oxygen increases, necessitating more oxygen obtained from surrounding water elements, resulting in greater skill proficiency growth. Duke decided to act on it. Immediately he got up, dried himself, changed into his robe, and left the room, intending to head to the island's edge. As he closed the door, Hannah from next door was also about to go out, wearing black stockings on her legs and high heels on her feet. Hannah rarely wore high heels in the room because previously, walking around in high heels inside had led to complaints from downstairs. Not wanting to cause trouble, she rarely wore high heels indoors anymore. Duke Hannah greeted warmly. Recently, they had gotten to know each other, and knew each other's names. Duke nodded, saying nothing, maintaining his aloof and silent persona outwardly. Hannah seemed accustomed to this and stepped aside, letting Duke walk ahead. Academy Island is vast, and the residential and study areas frequented by wizard apprentices occupy only a small portion. Duke wandered along the coast, finding a shallow area to jump into. He intended to test the waters first. It wasn't time to catch shadow squid yet. Adjusting to the actual underwater conditions was crucial. The surrounding waters harbored many underwater demons. If he perished within, the Academy wouldn't intervene. It'd be considered his misfortune. For this reason, Duke specifically chose this area. The water was shallow, and underwater conditions were more visible and safer. Once submerged with just a thought, water elements clung to his body, continuously supplying oxygen. Even during fast underwater movement, Duke needn't worry about insufficient internal oxygen supply. Thanks to the high-level water element affinity talent, entering the water felt like returning home, incredibly light and free. Suddenly, Duke thought of utilizing his control over water elements to assist his movement. Trying it out, he easily mobilized the surrounding water elements. Countless water currents formed around him, aiding his movement. He felt like a fish in water that was Duke's sensation now. Staying in the sea, Duke's feet were automatically supported by water currents, allowing him to stand as if on land. Looking up, he could see sunlight piercing through the seawater. With a thought, a water arrow formed in front of him. This water arrow not only formed swiftly, but was also evidently denser than usual. Duke spent less magic power than before, as he could mobilize more water elements in the sea, using less magic power. With abundant water elements in the sea, he could easily mobilize substantial amounts to serve his needs effortlessly. Realizing the benefits of the high-level water element affinity talent, Duke pondered other issues. If he were in a desert, where water elements was scarce, the spell's effect would be greatly diminished, significantly reducing his overall strength. Duke recognized the drawback of a single element, easily targeted. In combat, if the opponent drained water elements from the area, possessing only one technique would leave him vulnerable. Draining water elements sounds far-fetched, but it's not impossible for wizards. Moreover, deliberate trap setups would undoubtedly exploit one's weaknesses. While swimming to increase underwater breathing proficiency, Duke contemplated these issues. He also became more determined to adopt a meditation approach for absorbing multiple free energy particles, broadening his future path. While moving at high speed, Duke continually used water arrow technique and water shield technique to simulate combat. The goal was adapting to underwater combat while simultaneously increasing the proficiency of these spells. Underwater, with unchanged total magic power internally, he could cast these spells several times, indirectly accelerating proficiency improvement. Duke emerged from the water, exhausted from the substantial consumption of magic power.